What is up, boxing fans? What is up, Fight Hype family? Live from the office here at the HQ in Las Vegas for FightHype.com. Your man, Sean Zattel, holding it down as always here live for another round by round of a big fight card. First big fight card of the year. We got Gervonta Tank Davis taking on Hector Luis Garcia. Maybe, arguably along with Bam Rodriguez, the breakout fighter of 2022. Big underdog tonight. A lot of big underdogs tonight. But also a lot of good talent on the card tonight from top to bottom. Tank Davis, Rashidi Ellis, Boo Boo Andrade, and of course, Jaron Boots Ennis as the co-main event. And so just looking forward to this action starting. Again, odds are long tonight, but a lot of good talent on the card for all four fights. So that's why I wanted to kick this thing off right at 6 p.m. West Coast time, 6:15, 9:15 over there on the East Coast. Because we're starting off, pretty hot, with the Boo Boo Andrade fight against Damon Nicholson. Damon Nicholson, I think a lot of us are familiar with him from kind of getting blown out of the water by Edgar Berlanga. But, hold on, I'm hearing myself talk real quick. Let me shut myself up here. But good to be joined by you guys, as always, chat. Always great to be joined by you. And we're just set to have a good time. Obviously we can't give you a free link to the fight. We can't show the fight. That would get taken down in a heartbeat anyways. We wouldn't even make it to main event time. But for those of you who enjoy my commentary, want to hear me do my thing, then thank you for joining us here on Fight Hype. And of course, for those of you who weren't able to purchase the pay-per-view, or you're at work, you're on the headphones at work or something, I got you locked in for the live old school radio, kind of like the radio play-by-play fight calls from Don Dunphy back in the Joe Louis days. I'm here to call the action down the middle throughout the night. And then especially once we lock into main event and co-main event time, we really like to call that action, call the punches as they come. And we hope you guys enjoy that. But to get things kicked off, I believe Boo Boo Andrade, 2-division champion, is starting us off. I thought it'd be Rashidi Ellis when this card first came out, but it's Boo Boo Andrade making his super middleweight debut, a 10-round fight, not a 12-round fight, against Damon Nicholson. Nicholson, who got dropped 4 times by Edgar Berlanga, but went the distance with Berlanga, was the first guy to end that KO streak, and he goes in Boo Boo's super middleweight debut. Of course, Boo Boo was a super welterweight 154-pound champion and a 160-pound champion, holding the WBO version of both of those titles. So he opted not to fight Janibek Alim Kanala, who looked beatable against Denzel Bentley a couple months back. Instead, he opens up a pay-per-view card tonight, making his 68 debut. All the money seems to be at 68 now, except for a Charlo fight. A long overdue showdown at 160 with Jamal Charlo probably makes the most sense if he's going to return to 160. But tonight, Boo Boo's a super middleweight. So, Fight Hype is dope. Appreciate you, Southpaw TV. Thank you, Southpaw TV. Much love. My bad being late to the chat. I just kind of wanted to set the table a little bit for tonight's fight and tonight's festivities. What's that? It's almost like a beehive mask that Boo Boo Andrade's got worn in the ring right now. Maybe some people watching at home in the chat can help me out. What's Boo Boo going for here with this mask in the ring? Again, kind of like a beehive mask by Demetrius Andrade. All right. His father in the corner, Sam Watson in the corner. And the prodigal son of PBC has returned. Andrade originally maybe thought he was going to leave for that Rock Nation money. That kind of fell by the wayside. He was in promotional limbo. He gets paid good money by Eddie Hearn, but not for good fights. Couldn't get good opponents to share the ring with him. Made good money with Hearn, but he comes in at 34 years old tonight, still undefeated. Hasn't been in big fights, but everybody knows he's a formidable fighter. And let's see what he's got tonight against 29-year-old Damon Nicholson. Against Boo Boo, clocking in at a 5'11". He's not going to be a big guy at 168 like he was at 154 and at 160. So reach advantage, 3.5 inches of reach for Damon Nicholson, an inch of height. So Andrade, for one of the few times, maybe if ever in his career, is not going to be as big or the bigger guy in this fight. DeAndre C., what's up, man? Thank you for the shout-out. Mark Powell says, no homo. Love your commentary of the fight. Great work. I see the fight. Thank you, Mark Powell. I appreciate it. We feel like in 20, we got to say pause. We got to say no homo for everything. Come on, man. We're all grown men here. Of course I knew what you meant, Mark Powell, and I appreciate the support, But I think it's funny how we try to be so hetero with it by saying pause after everything. And it's counterproductive. It's your mind. You shouldn't have to say pause every time you say anything that can, with a reach, be considered sexual. It's like your mind's in the gutter for even having to say pause after everything all the time. So not that it's not funny sometimes. Anyways, here we are on fight night. Both fighters already in the ring, so no ring entrance music for me to talk about or nothing like that. Both guys already in the ring. Boo Boo Andrade with the beehive type mask. And Coach Calvin Ford, definitely a coach you got to respect in the boxing game, in the corner of Damon Nicholson. Damon Nicholson, if you guys saw the videos here on Fight Hype, was talking a lot at the press conference, was very lively, showed some passion, and felt he was being overlooked and written off in this fight, and made a big stand verbally at the press conference, final press conference Thursday. Let's see if he makes a big stand physically in this ring. He looks in tremendous shape, 26-4 with 22 knockouts, but he looks in tremendous shape. He says this is by far the best camp he's ever had in his career, says no excuses, every stone left over no stone left unturned for this fight. Really was passionate about his plea on Thursday. Let's see if he delivers as a big underdog tonight against Boo Boo Andrade. Shady, you haven't missed nothing, my man. We are just kicking this card off. We're about to start off with Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade. Lucius Tate saying, what's good, Sean? Happy New Year's to you and your family. Thank you, man. Happy New Year's to you, too. And back to Mark Powell, too, man. Much love to you, brother. I don't want you to think I was directing that towards you. It's just a random thought I had when it came to pause and all that. DeAndre C., thank you again, brother. All right, here we go. Demetrius Andrade looks like he's in good shape. 34 years old for Boo Boo, man, in his mid-30s. And the one thing I've been noticing about Andrade and the old-timers, they always said the first thing to go is the legs. Still a top, quality fighter. Never been beaten, never been close to being beaten. But I do see his legs slowing down as he's climbed into his mid-30s. Yeah, his feet, just not quite as elusive as they were at 154 pounds and early at 160, but still a top flight fighter. Damon Nicholson really trying to dog Boo Boo Andrade at this face-off here at center ring. They touch gloves, and let's get it going. All right, here we go. Round one set to start off. Delonte Reese, we can't turn the fight on, brother, but we got you for the live round by round throughout the night. Andrade known to start fast. In those first 3 or 4 rounds is when Andrade's really at his best. He'll take his foot off the gas after those first 3 and 4 if he's got the fight under control. So let's see if he starts off hot. That's usually his MO. And he does right away. Big left hand followed by a right hook. And Damon Nicholson forced the clinch along the ropes in the first 6 seconds of this fight. Andrade attacking immediately with a looping left hand and a right hook, and then another left hand right hook behind it. Now Nicholson getting started, shoots a right hand to the body of Andrade, and Andrade gets into the clinch. Andrade holding on to the center of the ring. Ref breaks him apart. So some energy already in these first 30 seconds. Andrade, of course, in that southpaw stance. Nicholson, an orthodox fighter. Andrade keeping things on the outside to start, but not up on his toes, not really up on his feet. Staying in front, trying to land a big left hand. Damon Nicholson dipping his head down into the clinch, and Andrade digs with a right hook to the body there. Now a little right hook out of the clinch when the ref breaks him apart, and the ref calling time, warning Andrade, warning Nicholson about keeping things clean. Already Nicholson complaining about a headbutt a little bit in that first exchange of just a minute into this fight. Center ring action. Nicholson actually on the back foot to start now. His back near the ropes. Andrade touching in with the jab. Nicholson getting off the ropes back into the center of the ring. Nicholson shooting a straight right through the center, but Andrade stepping back and countering hard with a left hand to the body. Good left hand to the body by Andrade. Nicholson already closing up his right eye like he thinks something's wrong with it from that headbutt a moment ago. Nicholson already bothered by that right eye. Closing it, trying to wink some blood out of it maybe already or something. But he tells his coach he's all right. Halfway through the first round. Nicholson stepping in with 2 jabs. Andrade sloppy a little bit. Falls into a clinch. Now Nicholson with a lead right hand. Andrade gets his head off the line. Falls into a clinch again. Clinching in the center of the ring. Already getting a little rough. Nicholson trying to get a little rough with his head in the clinch. Referee warning him for it. Andrade off with a left hand, but finishes with a right hook to the body. Andrade looping his punches with Nicholson, driving Nicholson to the ropes. Now Andrade trying to place in a nice right uppercut through the center of the guard. Just a little off. Andrade muscling Nicholson into the ropes. Good right uppercut by Andrade after muscling Nicholson onto the ropes. Some good physical strength by Andrade there, muscling the natural 168-pounder back. Good right uppercut again by Andrade. He is sneaky with that shot. Andrade rips 2 right hands to the body as a right hook. And more clinching from both fighters. Roughhousing stuff in round 1. Andrade definitely getting the better of it to start. Placed a couple of right uppercuts in there. Oh, straight left hand. Beautifully placed by Andrade. Center of the ring. Andrade inching forward. High guard. Catches a lead right hand. Comes back with a right uppercut. In phone booth range. Nicholson getting his hands up to block at that time. And steps in on Andrade with a lead right hand. Andrade backed into the ropes, clinching. Ref breaks him apart again. Just a little under 10 seconds left. This is an Andrade round. Lots of clinch in that round. Ooh, left uppercut just off the mark for Andrade. Almost walked Nicholson right into it and then explodes with some combinations after that. Nicholson going back to his corner, still bothered by his right eye. And that's it. 10-9, Boo Boo Andrade to start. Yeah, let's take a look at that replay. Boo Boo getting rough in the clinch, bapping him with a right hook over the top after that headbutt. Here on another replay, center of the ring. Nice touch jab by Boo Boo, and a left hand gets in, followed by a headbutt. Boo Boo not getting full extension on that headbutt. Nicholson taking smothering some of the steam off that left hand, but then he ran into the head of Boo Boo Andrade. And so he's already some swelling around that right eye from that headbutt. But lots of clinching, some sloppy clinching in that round 1. Both guys keeping it on long range where Boo Boo Andrade had the advantage. Andrade showing good physical strength at 68 in that first round. Here we go, round 2 set to start. All right, they touch gloves, and round 2 is here. Andrade still not up on his toes, keeping his feet relatively planted. Takes a couple steps back to get away from a 1-2. Falls into a clinch again. Already, again, a lot of clinching to start. Andrade taking half steps, little steps back. Good positioning with his feet to set up some 1-2s down the pipe. Now Andrade drops that lead hand to his waist. Tries to sweep a left hand around the guard, but Nicholson keeps his right hand up to block that sweeping left hand. Andrade measuring. Coming forward on the front foot. Nicholson forced to reset Andrade. Oh, now Andrade letting go of a 1-2-3 and then finishing up with a right hook to the body. The 1-2-3 up top. Nicholson blocking what's coming up top, but not getting off in return. Andrade handcuffing him from long range. Straight left hand through the center for Andrade. Nicholson getting off back with a lead right hand through the center. But, oh, nice left to the body and then a right hook by Andrade and then a left uppercut and a right uppercut. Nicholson blocking the headshots, but Andrade starting to poke and prod to the body and setting up shots up top. Nice pivoting off, too, by Andrade after shooting his punches. Straight left again lands for Andrade. Tries to follow it up with a right hook. Andrade loosening up offensively. Hands are coming down. And he's starting to step towards Nicholson with some swagger and some confidence. Now he steps off, lowering his hands, getting more comfortable in there now. Good jab. Oh, the beautiful jab. Left hand was actually blocked by Nicholson, but it's still, then a right hook came off and knocked him off balance, and that's a knockdown for Boo Boo Andrade in round 2. Not a huge punch landing, part of it grazing, but explosive 1-2-3 combination from Andrade. knocked Nicholson off balance, and it was caused by a punch, and that's a knockdown in round 2 for Andrade. Andrade often can score these early knockdowns. He's very explosive early in fights, and then can coast once he's got the fight in control. Straight left hand landing for Andrade, and that southpaw only giving half of his body, pulling away without using his feet, just being long and rangy, pulling away from the shots very well of Nicholson and returning fire after pulling away, because he's still in range to return fire because he's not using his feet to back too far out of range. Good stuff by Boo Andrade in round 2. Now Nicholson along the ropes. Andrade attacking, finishing with a right hook to the body. Andrade doing a good job of when Nicholson brings those hands up and he punches in combinations, he finishes to the body. He makes him pay with at least 1 or 2 to the body for picking those hands up. Coming to a close in round 2. That's 20-17. 2 rounds to nothing with the knockdown for Demetrius Andrade. Let's get a look at the slow-mo on Showtime, and I'll tell you guys exactly what it was that landed. Let's take a look. All right. Jab landed, sweeping left hand, and it was a sweeping left hand off the jab. Beautiful jab that landed really nicely for Andrade. Then he sweeps the left hand around it. Doesn't throw it straight. Doesn't throw it like a hook. Somewhere in between, a sweeping left hand. And it kind of cuffed the chin and the cheek of Nicholson, but it hit more glove than anything. But the weight of the shot just knocked him off balance and sent him to the canvas, and that's a knockdown. And I think might see Raekwon the Chef in the crowd enjoying that knockdown there for Boo Andrade. All right, round 3 shaping up, and Andrade, as expected, off to a good start, in control of the fight. Nicholson gonna have to take some chances. Can't stay on. Beautiful lead right hook to start the round for Andrade, and Andrade buzzing Nicholson a little bit. Nicholson getting his hands up to block the punches coming after it, but that lead right hook was thrown with bad intentions by Andrade. Now Nicholson fighting in the clinch, trying to return fire in the clinch, but that was a hot start to the round for Andrade, putting Nicholson on his heels. Nicholson's still on the ropes now, and Andrade measuring with the lead right hand, shoots a right hook and then a straight left to the body. Nicholson not fully committing to his lead right hand down the pipe, a little wary of what's coming back. Now Boo lands a jab, and Nicholson pulls away from the 2. Pulls away from the left hand after that jab. Andrade measuring with the jab. Nicholson tries to step in. Instead, he falls into a clinch. Nicholson a little unsure of how to attack Andrade right now. Beautiful 1-2 down the pipe. Sets up 2 or 3 right hooks, banging and crashing on the side of the head and the gloves of Nicholson. Nicholson getting his hands up to block those shots, but not much else. Now Nicholson complaining of a right shoulder. Between the complaints of his right eye, his right shoulder, and he's just becoming a little befuddled in there by Andrade in round 3. Andrade measuring, has only taken half steps back, has hardly used his legs in big excessive lateral movement, hasn't really been up on his toes, just little halves. Now he takes some half steps back, but again, not far from excessive movement from Andrade, keeping his feet relatively planted, looking to land something hard here. Now beautiful left uppercut to the body by Andrade, got his weight into another left uppercut to the body by Andrade. Shooting that shot with his hands near his waist, did Andrade. Putting his hands near his waist, almost leaving that chin out there, but he knows what he's doing. And he baits in Nicholson with 2 hard left uppercuts to the body there. Now Andrade half steps out of range, keeps fences with that lead hand to still keep. Beautiful left uppercut that Nicholson almost walked into, and then Andrade works a right hook to the body and to the head. Now he tries to sweep and place a sneaky sweeping left hand in on Nicholson. Nicholson getting away from it, but Andrade dangerous and unpredictable a little bit with his angles and attack right now, with his hands at his side, just taking half steps back, half steps in. Very comfortable. Showing that he's 2 or 3 levels above Nick. Beautiful straight left hand landed for Andrade, and it was disguised. It was booby trapped because both hands are at the waist, and you don't know if he's going to lead with the hooks, lead with the jab, or shoot a lead left hand down the pipe. And that one got landed on the mark for Andrade. 10 seconds left in the third. Andrade in control. Lead right hook lands for Andrade. Nicholson getting the hands up to block. Nicholson handcuffed by the trickiness and speed of Andrade, forced to just put the earmuffs on. 1-2 down the pipe for Andrade, and that's it for round 3 All Boo Boo Andrade. Not fighting, of course, at a tremendous pace, but pretty accurate. Even when the shots are getting picked off and blocked by Nicholson, he's finishing to the body sometimes, placing in good body work throughout this fight. And even he's still physically moving. I mean, he literally knocked Nicholson down in the second round, despite Nicholson largely blocking the shot. Still having an effect. Whatever power Andrade had at 60 seems to be carrying up to 68. He's never been known as a big puncher or anything of the sort, but it looks like he's retained his pop. Yeah, Damon Nicholson is Damon Nicholson, but so far, decent pop by Andrade and decent physical strength by Andrade at 168 in his debut. Pat G, what's up, Pat G? Saying Boo Boo is dominating the fight. He needs to get the stoppage and make a statement. Of course, I agree. Pat G, this version of Andrade still way too good for Nicholson. I agree, Pat G, even though I do think Boo Boo's legs have seen better days. And he's beautiful straight left hand down the pipe to start round 4. Sets up a right hook, kind of crashing on the top of the side of the head and the ear of Nicholson there for Boo Boo. Hasn't been the moving Boo Boo tonight. It's been a offensive-minded Boo Boo, sitting down on his power shots. Oh, nice straight left hand down the pipe again for Boo Boo. Nicholson unsure of himself. Lands a jab, though. Misses with the second jab. But Nicholson double jabbing again. Andrade steps out of range. Now Nicholson trying a straight right hand, but falling short on the chest of Andrade. Andrade utilizing a little bit more angles. Good jab to the body by Andrade. Fakes the left, doesn't throw it. Andrade, those hands have definitely come down from round 1. Now he picks them back up. Takes a step off to the left. Little more movement by Andrade here. Andrade turns off to his right. Showing he can move both directions. Now he feints but doesn't throw. Boo Boo can get a little sloppier as the fight progresses. But so far, 15% connect percentage for Nicholson to almost 50 for Demetrius Andrade. Andrade not letting his hands go in the first minute and a half of round 4. Nicholson, though, inaccurate, falling short, hitting air. Boo Boo using his feet a little bit more in this 4th round, taking deeper breaths. Ooh, beautiful left uppercut by Andrade in the center of the ring. And those shots are unpredictable. That lead right uppercut, the lead straight right hand, and sometimes as the fight progresses with Andrade, they can get a little sloppy, but then they can also be explosive and unpredictable as well. Minute left in the 4th. Andrade not as offensively proficient this round. Blocks a lead right hand by Nicholson. Nicholson trying to step in range and then sweep the right hand, but Andrade, good radar, completely sees it coming. 50 seconds left. Nicholson short with the jab. He's been on the front foot this round. Walks into a left uppercut by Andrade. Then Andrade showing off the hand speed. Let's go of a 1-2 after that. Straight left through the guard. Nicholson getting his hands up. Eats a straight left to the body, but lands a jab up top. Now lands another jab on Andrade. He smothers the left uppercut and the right hook. Those are explosive shots by Andrade, but Nicholson getting his hands up to block him cleanly that time. Good left right to the body by Andrade. Sometimes it's dangerous. Andrade will those hands don't come back to the chin, and it looks like you can catch him punching in between his punches, but you got to catch him because he's fast, and that's hard to do with a guy with his speed and timing. Boo Boo off the mark with a sweeping left hand, and Nicholson very wary of the offense of Andrade, not taking the chances he needed to win a 4th round where Andrade wasn't as accurate and as proficient, but still won that 4th round. That's it for round 4. 40-35, Boo Boo Andrade. Not very offensive in round 4. Showed off the explosiveness and the hand speed in spots. Nicholson was very defensive-minded, blocked a lot of that stuff. But those explosive outbursts came few and far between, but were enough to win the round for Boo Boo Andrade, 4-zip. Let's see. Ramex27 says, word up, I don't ever see Andrade take a good shot because his technique is that good. Andrade's been, Liam, was it Williams, I believe was his name, from Britain. He hit him with some good right hands. Andrade's been hit with some right hands. That's the shot he gets hit with. That's usually the shot you're going to land against the southpaw. He's been hit with some right hands, but it's hard to, you got to punch him in between punches. when he's punching, and you know, that's a little tough. It's easier said than done because he not only does he have good hand speed, but he has good timing too, and he can be a little unorthodox with his punch placement. But he is there. Oh, he just ate a left hook by Damon Nicholson, but returned fire with 2 or 3 shots right back. But he is there to be hit if you can punch with him in between his punches. But easier said than done. And Damon Nicholson eating straight left hands through the center of his guard right now in the first 30 seconds of round 5. Tries to come back and get rough with Andrade, but Andrade actually showing, again, that good physical strength, pushes him back in the clinch. 2-piece to the body by Andrade, digging down, then a straight left up top. Nicholson blocking the headshot, straight left to the body by Andrade. 25 body shots landed for Andrade compared to 0 for Nicholson. And actually, Andrade went down on kind of a punch to the belt line just now. It looked like it was more an off-balance shot, but some of the crowd is complaining that should have been a knockdown for Damon Nicholson in round 5. I thought it was a good call by the ref. But Andrade could be fatiguing a little bit, and Nicholson is trying to step the pressure up, sticks his tongue out, and those straight lefts are being picked off a little bit through the guard, but some of them are getting through for Andrade. Andrade picking up his pace in the 5th compared to the 4th. Nicholson trying to close that distance and apply some pressure, trying to sense Andrade fading a little bit, but not making anything happen of it just yet in the 5th. Nicholson on the front foot now. Andrade backing up, back near the ropes, slides off to his right. Body sweating now of Andrade. Andrade, eats a left hand and shoots back a left uppercut and a right hook, but a left hand did pop up Andrade's head there. Nicholson kind of lacking the skills to get to Andrade, but he does sense that Andrade is, maybe losing just a little bit of steam to start, and he's trying to pick up the pace here. 45 seconds left in this 5th. Andrade ripping off punches, a little bit of get-off-me punches feeling to that last combination by Andrade, but it worked. It got Nicholson off of him, kept him at range. 30 seconds left in the 5th. Andrade, like I told you guys at the start of the fight, sometimes not as hot in the second half of his fights. Good straight left through the center, lands for Andrade there, misses the right hook. Nicholson, decent defense over these last couple rounds, but completely inaccurate on the offensive end. Straight left through the center again for Andrade, and these straight lefts are partially being picked off and partially landing. They're not fully being blocked or landing on the money either. 5-zip Andrade. Andrade looked like he some of those combinations were get-off-me punches, making sure that Nicholson didn't work up a head of steam, but 2 body shots on that replay, and down went Andrade, and that could have been called a knockdown if the referee wanted to. Let's see it again. 2 or 3 belt line shots, and Andrade kind of off balance goes to the canvas, and it's not called a knockdown. Could have been called a knockdown. I'm okay with the call. Yeah, there again, Andrade actually had his left uppercut and his right hook blocked by Nicholson, then landed the straight left to cap off that combination, showing the combinations, but ate a left jab by Nicholson in that sequence. So Andrade a little sloppier maybe in round 5, but won the round 5-zip. Peace, Sean. Thank you, Tunes 1521. Appreciate you guys. I'll definitely be checking out the chat throughout, but don't mind me, primarily focused on getting this action called to you guys. Round 6. Andrade has swept the first half of this fight, known to take his foot off the gas in the second half of fights. I think Nicholson wants to step it up, but maybe lacks the skills to make it happen. Good left hand to the body again by Andrade to start round 6. Andrade doing a beautiful job tonight of capping off and punctuating his combinations with a body shot when Nicholson is weary and keeping his hands up and blocking everything up top. Andrade catching the left hook because Nicholson punched in between his punches, was able to nail Andrade that time. Andrade opened up with 3 or 4 punches in combination, and Nicholson able to catch a left hook in there. He'll have to do more of that in the second half of this fight. Andrade jabbing and stepping off to his right. Andrade jabbing again. Working the rhythm with his hands. Then a 1-2-3 right hook lands for Andrade after the 1-2 was blocked by Nicholson. Then a straight left hand blocked by Nicholson. Now Nicholson parrying the jab. Andrade's changing orthodox for a second. Jabs 2 or 3 times out of orthodox, but eats a jab to the chin after letting go of his jab in the orthodox stance. So Nicholson starting to touch Andrade, but he's going to need more than that to turn this thing around. Andrade still dictating at range. Still getting off 2 or 3 times the one. Still getting off first. Nicholson stepping forward, pawing with his punches, not trusting himself to commit. Paws to the body. Andrade steps off to his left, steps off to his right, resets in the center of the ring, shoots the jab. Nicholson parries it. Straight left to the body lands for Andrade. Good body work throughout. Good jab lands for Nicholson as Andrade tried to pop shot up top. Jab again landing for Nicholson. Minute left in the 6th. More competitive round for Nicholson. Still not winning it though. Nicholson dipping his head down. Backs it away. Back pulls out. Oh, lands a hard jab. And Andrade is swelling around the right eye from those jabs now in this round. And with that jab left such an effect on the face of Boo Boo Andrade that I got to give this round right now to Damon Nicholson. 30 seconds left in the 6th, and all of a sudden, a little bit of interesting going on because the right eye all of a sudden closing a little bit for Andrade, and Nicholson getting rough in the clinch with Andrade. Andrade faced with a little adversity and pushback now. Nicholson dropping his hands, eats a left hand to the body, a little bit of taunting from Nicholson. Trying to get in the head of Boo Boo Andrade, and he needs to do more punching and less face making. 1, 2, 3, and then a right hook to the body to cap in a combination for Andrade, and Nicholson doesn't punch back. He just yells back, "Let's go!" And that's it for round 6. You know, if you gave that round to Andrade, I could totally see a 6-0. I'm going to score that round for Nicholson because literally one of those jabs in mid-round began to close the eye of Boo Boo Andrade. And you could see 3 or 4 jabs that round pick up the head of Boo Boo Andrade. I'll give that round to Damon Nicholson. He'll need a lot more where that came from. 59-54 for Boo Boo Andrade. 5 rounds to 1 with the knockdown. Yep, it was a jab, and you could see that eye start to close up immediately. It actually got better by the end of the round, but for a minute there, it almost closed up shut. Yep, again, that replay, I saw it live. I got the good boxing eyes. Didn't need the slow-mo. It was a jab that closed that eye up. So, kind of reminds me of when, Damon Nicholson keeps talking, coming out for the bell in round 7. Now Boo Boo talking back at him. Boo Boo, I think, is a little fatigued. But still is just the better fighter, trying to check Damon Nicholson in with a right hook as Nicholson tried to step in with his jab, and Boo Boo trying to counter with that right hook and exploding combination. Damon Nicholson blocking a lot of Boo Boo's combinations as this fight's progressed, but that still leaves an imprint on the judges, those explosive combinations. Combination by Andrade again, but the straight left lands. Now Boo Boo letting go of 3, 4, 5 punches. Right hook, left hand. Damon Nicholson getting his hands up to block, but partially getting through that guard for Andrade. More jawing by Damon Nicholson. Andrade poking with a pop shot, straight left hand. Showtime gave that last round to Andrade, and again, I have no problem with that, but I scored it for Nicholson because he did close the eye up off a jab. Straight left through the guard for Andrade. Nicholson forced to keep his earmuffs on, handcuffed by the hand speed and the skills of Andrade and the angles. Andrade countering with a straight left through the guard, then a straight left to the body, making Nicholson fall short with the jab, pulling his upper body weight back from the jab, and then shooting the straight left in counter, not using the legs to get out of range, just using his upper body weight to pull out of range on some of those counters by Andrade. Now Andrade stepping off with his feet, stepping off to his left. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. And then a 2 to the body. That's a straight left hand for you guys that don't know. The 2 is your straight backhand. The 3 is your lead hook for when I'm calling 2s and 3s to the body and to the head. Oh, nice counter left uppercut by Andrade. And then another left hand. Nicholson getting his hands up to block that left uppercut, but part of it split in the guard. Minute left in the 7th round. More dominant round for Andrade than the last round or two. Been more active, let his hands go more, getting off first. Nice jab landed for Andrade at range. And punching in combination tonight is Andrade. And you like to see that 1-2 through the center for Andrade. Nicholson keeping the earmuffs a lot of times, blocking, partially blocking, but a lot of them are splitting the guard as well. 30 seconds left in the 7th. Through 3-4 jabs from Nicholson, all falling short. Andrade knowing what to do with his upper body to pull out of range from those jabs. Not using the high guard or his feet, just using that upper body to pull back and be long. Impressive when he's got a guy 3-4 inch reach advantage, making him reach and fall short with his jab, and then placing those backhand counters sometimes. Ooh, nice left hand to the body, left hand up top, sets up a nice shot up top for Andrade, and then actually sends Nicholson to the canvas with a couple of left hands, but the ref not calling it a knockdown. Nicholson with some blood at the lower lip. Goes back to Coach Calvin Ford. Lost that round pretty big. 7-0, 6-1 kind of fight. 3 rounds left for Damon Nicholson. He's done a lot of talking throughout this week. But he's got to let his hands go more, take more chances, and punch in between Andrade's punches. Again, hard to do with a guy with good hand speed and good timing. But Nicholson going to have to go for broke and risk getting knocked out in these last couple rounds if he's going to put himself in position to land a shot to hurt Andrade. And Andrade, is a guy that could be hurt. We've seen him shaken up on a couple of right hands from Liam Williams. I think from watching Andrade that the right hand of Charlo, if it lands, would be a big problem for him. I think the punching power of Charlo could be a big problem for Andrade if they fight. So here we go. 8th round coming up. Andrade in control of this fight. Had a good 7th round. Step into Nicholson to start. And running his mouth is Andrade, saying, whatever it is he's saying in there. Lead hand, lead southpaw, right hand at the waist for Andrade. Probing. Measuring with that lead hand. Nicholson along the ropes, 1-2. Nicholson just blocking the 1-2. Not returning fire. Nicholson still in a corner right now. And Andrade range finding with his lead right hand. Trying to set up a power shot. Nicholson steps off to the left, back, still on the rope, steps back into the corner, stepping into his right. Maybe Nicholson trying to play possum on the ropes here, but eats a jab from Andrade. Now he steps off to his left into an opposite corner. Andrade still measuring, shoots a straight left to the body to try to set up a right hook up top. Now a right hook up top sets up a straight left to the body. He reversed the combo, and that straight left to the body landed for Andrade, but Nicholson very wary of the power shots up top, keeping the earmuffs on. So he's able to block. Good jab lands for Nicholson. Back on the ropes still. Double jab for Nicholson, and he works his way off the ropes. Andrade feints, and Nicholson trying to retreat back to the corner, trying to set something up out of that corner, but not quite working. Right hook, straight left to the body. Lands for Boo Boo Andrade. Now he jabs up top again. Nicholson keeping his hands up, still keeping his back in that corner. Nicholson still in the corner. Andrade, nice counter right hook by Andrade. Let Nicholson throw out that jab, and he countered him with a right hook up top. Nicholson staying in that corner. Minute left in the 8th. Andrade winning the round. And these kind of, elementary booby traps from Nicholson are not going to work against a fighter like Andrade. Kind of like Canelo when he got desperate against Bivol and frustrated against Bivol and just laid on the ropes. Not going to work against a savvy boxer like that. You're going to have to go and get your food and take some chances. It's not going to come to you and kill itself. 40 seconds left in the 8th round. Nicholson backs out of the corner and goes opposite ring and is back on the ropes again. Shoots off a jab, shoots off a left hook to the body, but falling short. Andrade not taking the bait, not really opening up with Nicholson retreating to the ropes, doing enough to win the round, but weary of the booby trap of Nicholson. And at times, these guys have done more talking than fighting, but it's been Andrade in control of all of the fight. Good left hand to the body by Andrade. 5 seconds left in this 8th round. It's been a good body attack by Andrade, and that's it for round 8. Another pretty kind of a bad round because it was a lot of Damon Nicholson retreating into the corner, retreating into the ropes, kind of trying an elementary booby trap on Andrade that's never going to work against a fighter of that level. And Andrade, just did enough to win the round. So let's see. Well, I see. I know, Pat G, I know you still clowning Berlanga, but Edgar Berlanga, to his credit, who got a lot of flack, deservedly so, in his last handful of performances, he dusted this guy down 4 times, dropped Damon Nicholson 4 times. Andrade dropped him in the 2nd round off not a big shot, and Andrade, it looks like, is going to go the distance, not inflicting the same damage on Nicholson that Berlanga did. So, Berlanga, who hasn't had good things said about him in a while, maybe, shows us a little something in having a better performance against this guy than Andrade was able to. Oh, boy, messing my camera up here. Oh. Uh-oh. Don't mind me, folks. Let's keep it. All right. So round 9 for Boo Boo Andrade and Damon Nicholson. It's been all Boo Boo Andrade. Dropped him in the 2nd round. But like Boo Boo, sometimes tends to do, he starts off hot in those first couple rounds, and then he'll taper off in the second half. He was starting to do that, but then Nicholson woke him up a little bit, closing his eye up a little bit with a jab in round 6. Andrade turned it back up in round 7. And then he wins round 8. Good combinations by Andrade in round 9. Nicholson just getting his hands up, but 6, 7, 8 punch combination from Andrade, largely 3 twos, right hook, straight left hand, right hook, straight left hand, right hook, straight left hand, in combination from Boo Boo Andrade just in first minute of round 9. Nicholson, his punch stats must be awfully low. He is just not taking chances. The hand speed and ranginess of Andrade has him weary and unwilling to take too many chances. And Andrade, not a big puncher, but has real pop, does have pop. And and has enough to keep a guy from Nicholson, definitely keeping him honest. Nicholson falling into a clinch here. Not a lot of action to call it here lately in this fight. Nicholson is again not opening up a lot, and here's some clinching here in the 9th. Both guys getting off in the clinch. But Nicholson not comfortable to open up, in real punching range with Andrade right now. Right now, he'll open up. Sometimes guys will open up in that clinch where they feel safe and smothered, but he's not letting go in mid-range, long range. He's just trying to smother and get ugly with Andrade this round. And it's a lot easier said than done where I'm sitting when you're in front of a guy like Andrade and the audience wants you to go after him and take chances and throw this punch and throw that punch, but the guy knows how to walk into shots. He knows how to counter. He knows how to step off and get off first. And Nicholson is getting a boxing lesson tonight. Well, more so than getting a boxing lesson, than getting a 101 fundamentals. It's not that Andrade is so fundamental, although he does have that. He wouldn't have such distance control without those fundamentals from the amateurs. It's Andrade is just a superior talent to him. He can throw these unorthodox shots. His punch selection could be a little unpredictable, but it hasn't been a wholly impressive performance from Andrade either. It's been more of the same. It's been, if you've seen Boo Boo Andrade fight before, you're getting more of the same tonight. The legs aren't what they were at 154 pounds, but he's still a top flight fighter, and arguably has won every round. That was it for round 9. We're heading into the 10th and final round. 9-zip, maybe 8-1. I gave Nicholson the 6th, but outside of that, it's been all Andrade. Damn, RLS donating the $20 just to say Boo Boo is doo-doo. RLS, I appreciate the donation. And RLS, you must really feel strongly to have donated $20 just to say Boo Boo's performance is shit. I respect that. I respect your conviction in wanting to make that point. You know, I always respect the fighters. I can respect a man boxing a 10-round fight, winning almost every round at the professional level against a guy with 22 knockouts and 26 wins. But all of that said, RLS, I'm not here exactly to offset your point and say that Boo Boo is lit it up tonight. He's won every round. I would like to see him, if he could still make 160. His body looks awfully comfortable at 68. I don't know if he's going to be able to get back down to 60. But I'd still like the Jermall Charlo fight at 60. Andrade looks like he carried the pop and physical strength up to from 60 to 68, but not a super impressive performance tonight. But just shout out to RLS. Thank you, man. Round 10, and Nicholson landed that jab in the first 30 seconds. The same jab that knocked Boo Boo's head up and closed the eye up in round 6. He landed it. Boo Boo, little inaccurate with the combinations because Nicholson very wary, keeping the earmuffs on. Yep, again, Boo Boo coming back in combination. And even when, Nicholson landing that jab, got that jab in on Boo Boo again and keeping his hands up, blocking the combinations of Andrade. But Andrade still having an effect on the judges because those combinations are explosive and they still physically move around the guard of Nicholson even when he gets him up. So, Oscar De La Hoya used to win a lot of fights on blocked combination punching because it looks so pretty in real time to the judges and to the crowd and left such an effect. So halfway through the 10th, counter left hook by Nicholson as Boo Boo placed in the jab. Kind of got a left hook in on the top of the side of Andrade's head. Tried to check him with a left hook again as Boo Boo stepped in with a right hook and they fall into the clinch. Little less than half of the 10th round left. Andrade stepping off a jab, steps to his left. Nicholson coming forward, finally drops that lead left hand a little bit, but eats a left uppercut stepping in by Andrade. Andrade punching in combination to get that left uppercut in. Nicholson stepping forward, stepping on the jab, but Andrade knows how to step off and give half of the body like a southpaw. Make him fall short with that jab. Ducks underneath the right hand by Nicholson and falls into the clinch. 50 seconds left. Andrade so far not exactly closing the show in round 12. Right hook lands for Andrade. Nicholson got his hands up to block a sweeping left hand, but the right hook came after it like a whip and landed on Nicholson, got the knockdown. Nicholson up just fine, still talking, bleeding from the nose, got some swelling around his eyes, but that was the second knockdown for Andrade. Again, Nicholson blocking the sweeping left hand, but didn't get the other hand up to block the right hook coming after it, and that's got the second knockdown for Andrade. Andrade with the knockdown in round 2, and now the knockdown in round 10. Neither one of them really hurting Nicholson, but both clean knockdowns. Sweeping left hand gets in, right hook to the body. Andrade punching with combination with Nicholson along the ropes to finish, and he stares Nicholson down as Nicholson walks back to his corner to end this fight. Andrade talking a little shit in his ear, but they hug it out. Let's hear. Andrade giving him some respect and some love in the corner, as well as with a little bit of, what was all that talking? Did I show you what's up now? Did I shut you up? And he did shut him up. But respect still shown by Andrade to Nicholson, and that's it. 9 rounds to 1 or 10 rounds to nothing. Boo Boo Andrade, as expected. Pretty much went as people expected. Gets the knockdown in the 2nd. Gets the knockdown in the 10th. And, actually, the left hand partially got in on that knockdown, and the right hook completely missed. But it did enough to hit the shoulder and send Nicholson off balance to score. Kind of like the first knockdown. Neither knockdown super clean. That sweeping left hand did get in. Sweeping left hand did get in for Andrade, and that was actually the shot, not the right hook, that got the knockdown for Andrade. So 2 knockdowns for Boo Boo Andrade. Another Boo Boo Andrade-like performance. So, all right, let me see what's going on, chat. Let me see what you guys are talking about. All right. Who's trying to bet on Cash App? You have Tank. Andrade with the dub. Yep. Absolutely. What you think, chat? For those watch, how many? Who's type 1 if you're watching the fight at home, and type 2 if you're just listening to my round by round and you didn't order the pay-per-view. Brian Weesey, what's up, brother? Thank you for joining the chat. What's up, Sean? I got Tank and Boots. Brian, I think we all do. I think even the mothers of Hector Garcia and Karan Chukajan have Boots and Tank tonight. So, RLS. So you actually ordered the pay-per-view. Okay, cool. Ordered the pay-per-view and still had enough money. RLS is balling. He had $75 for the pay-per-view and then $20 just to shit on Boo Boo Andre's performance. So it's pretty funny. I confused myself. Two was definitely not watching the fight. Okay, sweet. SOG, shout out at the beach fishing tonight. That sounds nice. Goddamn, that sounds nice. I've never fished before, but like fishing on the water and listening to fight commentary sounds pretty decent. Low Key Soul, hella twos. Yep. Dante's High Cholesterol Nation has it on 3. He has a 3. Okay, got you. RLS a real one. He is. Man must be paid. Isaiah Channel, thank you so much. I think the commentary only gets better as we get closer to main event time. I start sharpening up more and more. Send me a shout out here in the Dominican Republic. My name is Piri. Yenfree Senya Ferrara. Shout out, baby. Republica Dominicana. Shout out, baby. I love y'all. Is my man Tego Calderon? I know he's, Puerto Rican reggaeton, but isn't Tego ethnically Dominican, my man Tego Calderon? Or is he just all the way Boricua? But anyway, shout out to the Dominican Republic. You guys are on fire lately. Alberto Puello did his thing. Hector Garcia's coming in with momentum. I'm forgetting a few names. There's been a lot of Dominican guys doing their thing lately. So you got some momentum carrying into this one. Although Michel Rivera kind of hurt the momentum a little bit in that Frank Martin fight. Frank Martin put an end to some of that. Daniel Tembo says, shout out from Zambia, Africa. Shout out to you, shout out to Africa. Love you guys, man. I get a lot of love from Africa. There's so many, especially in Ghana. There's so much great talent in Africa, and would love to see the infrastructure in place for a lot of these African kids to make it overseas and compete at the highest level, because in a lot of those villages in Ghana and throughout Africa, there's such great talent for boxing. So hopefully, shout out to you guys over there. Love y'all. Brian, Sean, Errol versus Boots after this. Brian, I wish. If it were up to guys like me and you, yes. But ain't no way. The risk-reward thing. Boots is way too high of a risk for way too low of a reward as of right now if you're managing the career of Errol Spence. That's why they put Rashidi on the card, to angle them to fight each other. And that's not really what I think we want to see for Boots. We kind of know Boots is ready for Bud and Errol, even though the resume doesn't back it. The mandatory position backs it. That's what's supposed to be important. But if we're not going to get Spence, and we're not, then Rashidi actually is a good fight for Boots, and Rashidi's next. Rashidi's up next. I look forward to comparing and contrasting Boots and Rashidi, seeing if that can actually be a competitive fight, because I know Rashidi's a good fighter, but Boots just seems like something completely different in the welterweight division. So we'll see if Rashidi impresses us enough tonight to make us think that's an actual competitive fight. My bad. Oops, what happened here? Forgive me, people. I'll get us back on. All right, cool. But let's see if how Rashidi looks. So mandatory don't mean anything, says Brian. It kind of doesn't. It's been proven that it doesn't. They can create a franchise belt, or they could create an interim belt, or they could do the Dillian Wilder thing where you're the mandatory, but you're just not fighting them. So yeah, they'll do in boxing. The people who run the game, they will do what they want essentially. So unfortunately, Boots getting to a mandatory spot. The way these things really work now, it's like everybody's got to get a belt, so they know Boots. They know they got to get a belt on this kid Boots. So, but there is no belt to get him. So what do? interim fight. And so now you put a belt on him, but without taking away the belt from somebody else. And that's just what happens a lot in boxing now. Who is Boo Boo talk about in the ring post-fight? My bad, I was too busy talking to you guys. Not sure. I do know his number one fight he's wanted is Charlo. You know, even with the inactivity for Charlo, I favor Charlo if they ever fight. And I think Andrade would definitely be winning that fight early. But I think I just think the power and the physicality of Charlo, usually you want to give an edge to the boxer over the puncher at the top level. But Charlo is a good boxer. He has a tremendous power jab, and he's a subtly good counter puncher himself. Although he's more of a counter puncher when he's faced in with an aggressive guy, and that's not Andrade's style. But I just think Charlo at some point will find him. Nicholson found Andrade a couple times, closed his eye with a jab a little bit. So I think Charlo can find him, and when he finds him, I think he could hurt him, and I think he could win that fight by knockout, maybe even behind on the cards. I got Charlo if that fight ever happens. Who you guys got, chat? Jamal Charlo, who we know has been inactive and hasn't been in against the best competition lately, but is still a very formidable force. Jamal Charlo or Boo Boo Andrade? I'm going to try the 1-2 again. 1 for Charlo, 2 for Andrade. We're going to see this 1-2 stuff keeps working. Did Andrade win his fight, Michael Hall? Indeed, he did. He won every round. Won it easily. Got 2 knockdowns. Got a knockdown in the second round. Got a knockdown in the 10th round. Let's see here. I'm trying to get my pay-per-view back up and running. We're in between fights. Brian Custer handling in between fights. 1, 1. I'm seeing more 1s. 2, 2 2s. 1, 2, 2. Okay, now the 2s are here to be heard. 2. Morel is not ready. I think Morel could probably beat Andrade. Experience is a motherfucker, but Morel is so much younger and he's so much more a natural super middleweight than Andrade is. Bigger puncher, bigger guy, definitely a bigger guy. Bigger puncher, younger. I think he could overcome the experienced guy. I would favor Morel to beat Andrade right now. That's just me. Paulie Sandman Palermo. Shout out to you, my man. What's good? Shout outs as usual. Paulie, you Paisan, my man. You got some, is the Palermo a shout out to Sicilia, to the old country? That's where my grandmother's family came from. Grandpa's side was from Torino, up there in Piemonte in northern Italy, but mom's side was from southern Italy. Anyway, Tank warming up in the dressing room. Great form. Gervonta Davis always got great technique on his punches. Great coordination and dexterity. One of the best coordinated fighters in the game. Definitely had his fair share of controversy. Deservedly so leading up to his fight. Has had domestic issues, hit and run issues, but is also one of the best, most talented fighters in the sport. Big favorite tonight. And we're here to watch, a controversial guy, but also a very talented and gifted guy fight tonight against Hector Garcia. So, Garcia not shadowboxing yet in the dressing room. Tank was. And Tank, great form on his punches. You can see that even from shadowboxing. All the best fighters, even when you watch them shadowbox, you can see the beautiful technique on their punches, from Canelo to Inoue to Tank and Fury. You could see it when they shadowbox, just how good they are, even from that alone. If you are Italian, you will know that Vitaly passed away yesterday. Michael Hall, no. Vitaly. Fill me in, Mikey. I'm sorry. I'm letting you down here. Fill me in, Mikey. Which Vitaly are you talking about? I know you're not talking about Vitaly Klitschko. All right. Why is Boots Bud's problem and not Spence when he's ranked higher in the IBF? Gutted. Hey, I made a joke on my man Sean Porter's show, and I appreciate you, Gutted, for the $5. Thank you so much, man. But gutted. I made a joke on Sean's show. Look, if Terrence and Errol aren't going to fight in 2023, my New Year's resolution for them, I'll say it like I said on the show, play paper, rock, scissors. Used to find somewhere, find a room, go to the arcade if you want, play paper, rock, scissors, and whoever wins or whoever loses has to fight Boots if you guys can't come to terms in a fight. So anyways, the point is, he's both of their problem. And, in the sport, which is also a business, and you don't want to face a young, undefeated, dangerous guy like Boots who isn't a star yet, who doesn't bring a big, huge check to the table yet. That's the guy you avoid when you're being a businessman about it. But that's just been going on too much in boxing. And part of me wants to say to Errol, who obviously is a great unified champion in today's era, but I would want to tell him, look, you were there once. It wasn't right when you were hot on Keith Thurman's tail, and everyone knew you were the best fight out there for Keith Thurman. Yeah, we could say at the time, why? Because he beat Chris Algieri, because he beat Leonard Bundu. We could play the resume games all we wanted, but every boxing fan knew Keith, before Crawford moved up to 47, Thurman and Spence was that fight. And Thurman did to Spence what Spence is doing to Duran. And it was corny then, and it's kind of corny now. So I'm with you, gutted. It's not just Bud's problem. It's both of their problem. And I wish either one of them would give the young man an opportunity, especially if they're not going to face each other. But, got to keep it respectful. We saw what happened to DeMar Hamlin Monday night. And in boxing, it happens so much more often than it ever happens in football. So in the midst of criticism about you two play paper, rock, scissors, it's corny that you don't want to fight Boots. These guys do risk their lives in the ring every time. I am just sitting here talking. And so I never wanted to be disrespectful. I love the sport. I love the game. And I just think this marination stuff has kind of ran its course. And we're not making stars anymore. And we got to just start putting out a good product again in the sport of boxing. We got to start making good fights again, because holding out for the pot of gold, that pot, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. These are smarter people than me when it comes to money, but I think we just got to start making some fucking fights. And we'll see. Thoughts on Plant and Benavidez? I got Benavidez winning that fight. I think that. Well, let me make sure my chats are all. Okay, yeah, we're good. Chris Algieri. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I got Benavidez. I think a lot of you guys in the chat, my regulars, know how I feel about Benavidez Plant. I think Benavidez. It worries me that when you look back at the Anthony Durrell fight, he wasn't comfortable letting his hands go in the center of the ring. It was only when he got Durrell to the ropes he let go of his hands. Center of the ring, he got outboxed at moments. And Plant is a much superior boxer right now than Durrell was in 2019, although David's gotten better since that fight with Durrell too. I think David's going to have his fits in the first 5 to 6 rounds. I think in the second half is when he'll get to Caleb. And I do think Caleb, like in the Canelo fight, will find himself along the ropes as those legs get heavier from moving and boxing all night. And I think he could be dead meat on the ropes with Benavidez, worse than even Canelo. I think that's it's going to be a very fun fight, amazing build-up, but I got Benavidez by stoppage in the second half of that fight. But it's a tall order because Caleb looked very sharp against Anthony Durrell, and he's got the right coach to make a right kind of game plan with Breadman Edwards, but I still favor David. Let's see here. So my man Palermo said, going to be a good headline tonight, but going with Tank. Someone said Boots is a problem for everybody, so is Virgil. Virgil is a problem for everybody. And if and I'm all out of my snack, that was short-lived. So I guess if Crawford's not going to come to terms with Spence, and they might fight in April. Maybe that's the April fight after all. We don't know. We'll see. Wouldn't be surprised if they fight in 2023. Wouldn't be surprised if they don't fight in 2023, Spence and Crawford. But if they don't fight, I think the best fight for the fans that could be made for Crawford, since Charlo and Boots would probably both be off the table in addition to Spence if he can't come to terms with that side of the business, then fuck it, go to DAZN and fight Ortiz. Give us the Ortiz fight then. Just don't fight an Avanesian again or an Amir Khan. Go fight the Ortiz fight. Go get Eddie Hearn and DAZN to give you a big guarantee. I think they still have some budget to spare and a empty roster of talent in the United States. So maybe they can give you a big fat guarantee. Hopefully, and you can fight Ortiz if you can't come to terms with Spence. I think that's a realistic ask of Crawford in 2023. DeAndre C. giving some pretty... Oh, Gianluca Vitali was a famous Italian football soccer player. He's one of Italy's best in the past. Michael, forgive me, man. I'm not a big soccer guy. I did watch Italy win the only time I ever watched the World Cup is when Italy won it in 2006, and they had Pirlo and Buffon. See, I know a couple guys. But my Italian knowledge is more in the filmmaking and in boxing. And Joe Montana, a lot of you probably don't know Joe Montana was Sicilian-American, great quarterback. Dan Marino, Italian, Polish, but anyways, not here for all that. It's Rashidi Ellis set to take on Romain Villa. And on paper, all these fights are considered to be one excited. Romain Villa has Samson Lukowicz in his corner. That's an antenna raiser because Samson Lukowicz is a very good scout of talent. And so if he scouted Villa, who has 24 knockouts and 25 wins, his only loss was a split decision. This guy's fought his whole career in Venezuela. He's never fought in top competition or anything close to it. But from Venezuela, 24 knockouts with 25 wins. To me, on paper, this looks like the most competitive fight of the night. Rashidi Ellis and Romain Villa. Villa tatted up. I think he got a teardrop tattoo. You know, some of them come crazy from Venezuela, like Edwin Valero. So Rashidi Ellis, let's see. On paper, he is in with a puncher tonight. Let's see just how limited of a puncher he is or isn't. Let's see. B, I'm a 49ers fan. You came to the right place, my man. This is faithful to the Bay clan over here. Gustavo Fontalba, who won, Bubu Andrade, won the opening pay-per-view. We're set for Rashidi Ellis to get going. Yeah, Gustavo, you already know, is Andrade. Blah, 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 Spence Crawford, says Sonia Dumas. I agree. Blah, 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 Spence Crawford at this point. John Kirby. Sean, I heard Boots weighs in as high as 180. If that's true, who would you favor between Boots and Jermell? I'm a Bootsian. Like they have the Branch Davidians. I've kind of drank the Kool-Aid on Boots, and I think part of it is that underdog that no one wants to fight him, so you champion him a little bit, maybe romanticize him a little bit. But no, I'm Team Boots as in terms of wanting the young man to get his shot. Him and Jermell, it's a tall order to ask Boots Ennis. He's never fought at 154. Jermell is a complete fighter. He's a complete fighter now. He's peaked. He knows how to fight going backwards and forwards. He could hurt you going backwards or forwards. He's knocked guys out to the body. Knocked them out in the first round. Knocked them out late. Had to come back and win rematches. He's a full, complete fighter. And Boots, in comparison to him, is green. He might be able to overcome all of that with talent. But I don't know. Out of respect to the undisputed champ, I give the edge to Jermell Charlo right now. So, Michael Hall, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the words, man. 3 Pumps said chill on Boots, man. I'll try. I want. What can I say? 3 Pumps. I want him to get his shot. I'm getting impatient with boxing. I think because I'm 31 years old now, and I've been covering the sport since I was a teenager, and letting fighters build up and marinate. You have more patience for it at 22, 23 years old. You're like, yeah, let it build up. I'll be 27. I'll be 28. You start getting older. You get a little more impatient. You're like, man, I just want to see Boots get the shot already. I know he'll blow through everyone up until. I know if you put Boots in with Ugas right now, he'd stop him. I don't need to see Boots against that step up. I really want to see him against Bud or Errol. But anyways, Rashidi 24-0, 15 knockouts, hyped up in the corner, getting introduced right now. Rashidi coming from that Massachusetts area. We don't get a lot of fighters from up there. Boo Boo Andrade close by in Providence, Rhode Island, but Rashidi always in the glamour division, welterweight where it's hot. Let's see if Rashidi. We know Rashidi's fast. We know he's a good fighter, but at welterweight, you got to be more than just good to get to the top. It's always a special division. So let's see if he can, maybe has a little special in him. We know he's good at 24-0 with fast hands. Let's see what he's got tonight. Keith, you feel me? Just turned 32. Yep. Boots versus Thurman would be nice, Pat G. But we know it's a formality. Boots is gonna win, and I mean Thurman is still dangerous early. He knows how to set traps, and I gotta show some respect to Thurman, the former unified champ. But it's more like a formality. Like you have to get through this step to prove that you could fight Terrence or Errol. But Boots, Keith don't want to get anywhere in the ring with that young man. All right, here we go. Here we go, round one. Let's see if this Venezuelan is dangerous, guys. 24 knockouts and 25 wins. Round one, here we go. Feet planted for the Venezuelan. Ellis, both fighters, orthodox stance. Ellis starting with the jab. Ellis starting with the jab again. Villa trying to step to Ellis, keep his hands up high. Ellis disciplined and sharp to start. Now shoots off a straight right hand and gets a jab to the body. Jab to the body got in good for Ellis to get going here. Villa has been picking off the shots up top to start, but Ellis landing that jab to the body. Now 2 or 3 jabs from Rashidi Ellis. Good speed. Like the nickname says, lead right hand blocked by Villa. Now a right hand to the body for Ellis gets in. Little left hook to the body for Ellis. Throws it fast. Double jab. Second jab got in. Nice double jab there from Ellis. Ellis range finding with the jab, taking little steps back. Now he shoots it. Shoots it again. Good jab through the center for Rashidi Ellis. Jabbing like the old school fighters. Just starting with the jab. Doubling it up, tripling it up, working levels with it. If he blocks it, throw it again. Double jab, triple jab by Ellis. And Villa already looking a little frustrated by the hand speed and sharpness of Ellis. Lead right hand for Ellis through the center. And then a double jab back by Ellis. Ellis just keeping it sharp. 1-2 through the center. Nice jab to the body by Rashidi Ellis. Ellis, little steps to the side. Nice sharp jab. And then a straight right hand. Villa blocks it, but Ellis finishing with the jab after a straight right hand. Another jab by Ellis blocked. Another jab blocked, but he jabs to the body. Ellis, not excessive movement, not wasting movement. Just little steps off to the side and backwards. A beautiful straight, nice jab again. And straight right hand, just sharp shooting through the center of the guard of Villa, who can't get off in round one to start. Hasn't really let go of anything just yet. Is walking forward, kind of like a mummy, keeping the high guard. Jab to the body for Rashidi. Rashidi just keeping it tight. Now he throws his first left hook and it's blocked. Villa trying to get inside and Ellis steps out and creates distance for himself. Ellis near the ropes. Now Villa throws a right hand and Ellis complains it's a little bit to the back of the head, but it wasn't. It was on the top of the head. Ellis near the ropes. Villa putting pressure on. Not letting his hands go, but closing the distance. Keeping a tight, high guard. Getting closer to Ellis now. Ellis with his back on the ropes, and Villa tries to get to the body, but too slow. And Ellis steps out of the corner, jabs to the body. Villa getting close now. Ellis on the ropes. Villa shooting a left uppercut up top. And Ellis defensively responsible. Nice jab to the body by Ellis. 10 seconds left. But Villa is getting closer now with that pressure. Ellis dips underneath the right hand and gets his back off the ropes. And that's it for round one. Villa did get closer to Ellis in that last minute in terms of distance. Didn't let go of his hands a lot. Knew he had to cut the range. Couldn't let his hands go at the kind of distance Ellis was able to establish where that fast hands gave him the advantage. But all Ellis in round one, good jab, good double jab, landing through the center of Villa's guard. But so far, 10-9 Ellis, but Villa did get a little closer there to close the round. What time is the Davis fight, Pat Rodriguez? I'm going to say probably an hour, brother, if you want to head back in about an hour. Keys to victory from Al Bernstein are always so good. That is one of the best things Al Bernstein brings to a broadcast still. Is his keys to victory are always so good. Told Ellis stay off the ropes. Jab with conviction, and that's what he did in round 1. Ellis doubling, tripling up the jab. Straight right hand, not committing to that straight right hand. Now it's 1-2-1. Pops up the head of Romain Villa. Good stuff by Ellis. Villa banging his glove saying, come on, come on. And Ellis sticks a jab to the pit of his stomach. Jab up top. Villa menacing with his pressure, but not getting off with any activity. Overhand right for Villa. Eats a right uppercut. Tries to dig to the body of Ellis. Trying to speedy Rashidi up. Try to make Ellis exchange punches, but Ellis kept it tight defensively and countered with a right uppercut. Good. Now he's back on his jab, back in the center of the ring. But Villa got where he wanted Ellis, but Ellis kept his composure with his back on the ropes, had good defense there. Straight right for Ellis, back on the jab as Ellis. Villa, tall, menacing with his pressure. Lead left hook blocked by Ellis. Ellis being forced to the ropes repeatedly. Oh, right hand gets into Villa. Now he gets in with 2 body shots and a right uppercut on the inside, and Ellis clinches. Villa getting in for the first time, able to touch Ellis finally. Double jab for Ellis. Good double jab for Ellis, but Villa cutting that distance, stalking. Left hook gets in for Ellis, but Villa stalking. Tries to get to the body of Ellis, and Ellis catches the left hook to the body. Catches it on the elbow, did Ellis there. Oh, left hook to the body for Ellis, but Villa keeping his back along. Villa keeping Ellis pinned along the ropes. Ellis moving along the ropes, right to left to right, but his back largely staying against the ropes. Villa pinning him on the ropes across the ring, throughout the ring, but Ellis doing enough to outbox him right now to win this second round. Double jab. Overhand right, a left uppercut, and another right hand by Villa. All too slow, but you can see the power on those thudding shots. That if they connect, it could be a problem for Ellis. Good jab. Another good jab by Ellis, and another good jab, and he steps off the rope. Jabbing with conviction, like Al Bernstein said in the fight plan. Now a jab to the body. That's been by far the best punch of the fight so far for Rashidi Ellis is his jab. That straight right hand, he's not committing to it, hasn't sat down on it just yet, but the jab has been very good for him. And at times, he'll touch with the first jab and stick the second one in hard. Good jab by Ellis again. Villa frustrated by the speed of Ellis, but menacingly stalking forward. Left hook to the body by Rashidi Ellis. Placed it in. Now 2 body shots by Rashidi Ellis. Right, left. Good job tightening it up on the inside by Ellis there in the center of the ring and giving Villa some of his own medicine, hitting him to the body. 1-2 blocked by Villa. He shakes his head, but the jab gets in for Ellis. Villa frustrated, visibly frustrated going back to his corner. And that's 2-zip for Rashidi Ellis. That speed in the center of the ring. He's able to get off first. And, now Tank in the dressing room with the Selena shirt. Shout out to Selena Quintanilla. Gotta love Selena. Let's hear what Tank is saying in the dressing room for a minute. Oops. How do you avoid looking forward to the next Garcia fight? And Tank says, we got to get past Hector first. And he's not focused on Ryan. Let's get through Hector and let's see what Ryan's talking about. Tank all smiles. Doesn't look, says he's ready to party. Looks like he's in a good mood. Ready for main event time. Back to the action in round 3 for Rashidi Ellis and Romain Villa. All right. Villa keeps stalking. Wants to cut the distance, but he's walking into a lot of those double and triple jabs by Rashidi Ellis. And Ellis, like a lot of fighters learned from Floyd Mayweather, investing with that jab to the body too. Double jab, triple jab again by Rashidi. Reddening reddening the forehead, really. Now 2 right hands get in for Ellis as Villa gets more frustrated, and when a guy starts to walk in more and more carelessly, that's when the right hand can get in, not just the jab. And the left hook to the body there for Rashidi Ellis. Now Ellis can start to open up the punch selection behind the jab as Villa starts to take more chances and not just come in with the earmuffs and not throwing punches, looking to cut the distance. As Villa gets frustrated and looks to open up more, that gives more opportunities for Ellis to walk him into power shots and not just jab his head off. Villa walking in, clubbing. Oh, big right hand caught by Ellis. Ellis beautifully catching the sweeping right hand. He had his back on the ropes. He caught the right hand from Villa and a cut and shoot. Shot a straight right hand that nailed Villa. Good right hand by Ellis just a moment ago. Good jab to the body by Ellis. Ellis forced on the back foot all night, but extremely comfortable on the back foot, dictating off the back foot. Walked Villa into 2 right hands again with his back along the ropes. Now a left hook to the body off the jab, and Ellis not just winning the fight off the jab in the third, but putting it together offensively, walking him into some right hands, investing to the body with his left, whether it's the jab or the left hook. And Ellis starting to put together a more complete offensive performance as Villa takes a little bit more chances, getting frustrated. Right hand and the left land again for Ellis. Sometimes when I say right, left landing for Ellis, he's throwing the lead right hand and then finishing with the jab. So instead of a 1-2, a 2-1. Now Ellis, good defense in the corner, caught all the body shots on his elbows and slipped with his head movement from the head shots from Villa and touched him with a right hand as he slipped out of the corner there. Good sequence for Ellis, touching Villa with the jab, stepping off to his left. Good jab again by Ellis. Good defense. Villa getting in a left hook to the body after making Ellis dip away a right hand up top. Good jab again by Ellis off the back foot. Good head movement by Ellis, and he does a little shimmy, does a little hip shake, and then a left uppercut splits the guard for Rashidi Ellis. Nice stiff jab, nice piston jab for Rashidi Ellis. Then the jab to the body for Rashidi Ellis. 10 seconds left in the third. Another jab lands for Ellis. It's been a beautiful jab for him tonight. A little touch left hook, jab back to the body. Ellis moving and grooving to finish round 3. A more dominant round 3 than the rounds 1 and 2, which he also won. But again, the offense started to come together fully in round 3. Let's hear what Hector Garcia says now. Hector Garcia says Tank is meeting the real Garcia tonight, and as opposed to Ryan Garcia. Let's hear what Hector's saying. Absolutely, it's going to be a thrilling, powerful, explosive fight. Hector said it's going to be a thrilling, powerful, explosive fight, and whoever makes a mistake is going to lose. He said he's going to be laying hundreds of traps for Tank in this fight. Interesting. Talking about it's going to be an explosive, thrilling fight. That's not the kind of fight you want to get in with Gervonta Davis. He's got the kind of punching power that it's not I hit you and then you hit me, I hit you back. You hit me, I hit you back. It's you hit me and I go to sleep. So I don't know if he wants a thrilling, explosive kind of fight with Tank Davis. Anyways, round 4, back to Rashidi Ellis, establishing distance with his speed and his jab. He's been very sharp tonight. Double jab. I've loved the double and triple jab from him tonight. It reminds me of the black and white days when the fighters would double and triple up on their jab and step off to the left beautifully. And Ellis, beautiful double and triple jab tonight. Sometimes he throws both the 2 or 3 jabs like a piston. Sometimes the first one's out there like a rangefinder, and then he commits to the second one. But different. Beautiful double, triple jab. Putting on a jab clinic to start round 4 right now. Does a little shoulder shimmy, steps off the ropes, doubles up the jab again, and lands a jab to the body. Villa, man, very frustrated. He's been frustrated fairly early on from round 1. Right hand gets blocked by Ellis. Ellis countering and catching and shooting with a right hand, and then he counters with a left hook. So Ellis not afraid to catch and shoot against the power puncher. Impressive there by Ellis. Not just feeling the power and wanting to step out of range and reset. No, he felt the power, stayed in there, caught, and then did the catch and shoot. with the right hand and with the left hook each time. Ellis backed on the ropes. Good defense. Smiles at Villa. Keeps his hands up to slip both shots and then steps off and resets. Nice jab by Ellis. This time, the up from the hip, the up jab. Oh, Ellis starting to commit more and more to those right hands. Hitting Villa, coming in on the top of the side of the head. Villa, lead right hand, uppercut, left hook. Too slow. Even with Ellis on the ropes, Ellis doing a good job defensively, keeping his hands up and moving his head. Oh, good right uppercut by Rashidi Ellis. Oh, and that one hurt. Beautiful hand speed by Ellis, exploding with combinations after that right uppercut. Buzzed Villa a little bit, and then a left hook gets in. Ellis still showing he's not just a fast guy, but has some fighter in him where he wants to explode. Good jab by Ellis again. Ellis really showed off the hand speed a second ago after landing that right uppercut. Ellis is doing what he's supposed to do right now in round 4. No offense to Andrade, but he's not just winning every round by Andrade. Yeah, scoring the knockdown when it comes. No, Ellis is looking impressive in round 4. 10 seconds left, 5 seconds left in this round. And that was a good round by Rashidi Ellis. That right uppercut really, Speedy showed that nickname is not a hype. He is fast. Those combinations were nice after that right uppercut landed. Showtime showing the double jab, landing like a piston jab, triple jab landing. All 3 on the mark on the slow-mo replay by Showtime for Rashidi Ellis. Oh, and then he walked him into a right hand and then slipped underneath and then shoulder shimmied. Beautiful sequence there by Rashidi Ellis. But what I like about Ellis is he's landing these jabs and he's walking them into shots, but his offense is getting better as the fight goes on. And he's walking this guy. He's sitting down on the right hand more and more as this guy's opening up. Oh, beautiful. And then he catch and shoot on against the ropes with a left hook. Right uppercut landed right on the money. There's that right uppercut I was talking about on the slow-mo, and that one got a reaction from Villa, stunned him a little bit. And Ellis opened up with some blazing hand speed after that. Good 3rd and 4th round by Ellis. Here we go, round 5. Let's see if Ellis can get a stoppage on this guy, because I love where he's headed so far with the trajectory of his performance. He did his thing in 1 and 2, but he's picked it up more and more in 3 and 4. Let's hope that trend continues in 5. He's doing what he's supposed to do with this opportunity so far. Good jab by Ellis. Good jab again by Ellis. Villa walking in. Villa finally starting not to just come in on the high guard. Lowers his hands a little bit and tries to let his hands go in the center of the ring. Not waiting for Ellis to get to the ropes, but Ellis too good defensively in the center of the ring, making him hit nothing but air. Villa trying to lead left uppercut and then a right hand. Oh, he caught a check left hook. So fast by Ellis there in the center of the ring. Ellis stepping over to his left, jab to the body. Oh, Villa trying to counter with the right uppercut, but missed. Villa hasn't been able to land anything. And he doesn't look like a bad pressure fighter, and it does look like he punches hard, but he's too slow for Speedy Rashidi. Hitting nothing but air with that left hook. Rashidi was on the ropes, and then he was like a ghost. He was gone. And without excessive movement, too. Left uppercut again falling short, and then a right hand and the left hook all hitting air for Villa. And then Ellis lets go of a 1-2 so fast you almost didn't see it, and the left uppercut came behind it and popped up the head of Villa. Ellis stepping off from the left hook, resetting in the center of the ring. Ellis not as active this round with the jab, maybe either slowing down or trying to walk him into the power shot now. There's the double jab by Ellis, but not landing that time. Villa getting close. Ellis near the ropes. Villa overhand right and then a right uppercut, and then gets through with some combinations. Though those shots not quite getting in, but getting closer to the mark that time was Villa. Ellis popping his head open with a jab, popping his head up again with a double jab. There's that piston double jab returning. Jab to the body by Ellis. Oh, right hand over the top, over the jab of Villa. Nice move by Ellis. A little bit of that Floyd Mayweather move there. Villa hitting nothing but air with that lead left uppercut and then trying to come over the top with the right hand, hitting nothing but air again. Villa, though, trying to show some good timing there. Timed the lead right hand of Ellis and came back with his counter right hand, but too slow to land it. Good right hand to the body by Villa. Ellis near the ropes. Villa missing with a left hook, straight right hand, and a left uppercut. Well thrown, but too slow. Ellis makes him pay with a little left hook to the body. Now Villa jabs. Finally, a jab by Villa. Walks into a right uppercut after missing his own right uppercut. Oh, nice right hand. Placed beautifully by Ellis as Villa let go of his power shots. Big lunging hooks and uppercuts, but Ellis making a miss, hit nothing but air, and then boom, tapping in a right hand in between his punches. That's it for round 5. 5-zip Rashidi Ellis. Liked round 4 more than round 5 by Ellis, but 5-zip. Doing his thug thizzle, as I like to say. Let's see this. Does Ellis give Boots a ton of problems? They were supposed to fight. So far from what I'm seeing, no. I picked Boots to beat Ellis, but Ellis would by far be the best fighter welterweight that Ellis has fought to this point. You know, he's a legit, guy in his prime at 29. Going to be 25-0, it looks like tonight if he keeps fighting the way he is now. Is one of the rare fighters to match the hand speed of Jaron Ennis. Doesn't have the punching power and the heavy hands of Jaron Ennis, but can match the hand speed of Jaron Ennis. I think Boots would beat Ellis based on what I'm seeing right now, but Ellis is given a very good account of himself so far, and he's not an easy night's work. Right uppercut getting in for Villa there to start round 6. This is a 12-rounder, so Ellis will have to deal with the pressure of Villa. Maybe for all 12, we'll see. Villa hasn't lost his courage. He's very frustrated. Villa shakes his head no as he blocks a 1-2 from Ellis. Still coming forward, still trying to stalk Ellis. Ellis landing a jab to the body. Ooh, places a nice right hand as Villa gets him along the ropes and opens up with power shots, but Ellis able to place a right hand in between Villa's punches there along the ropes. Good shot by Ellis. Villa still coming forward. Outside of a right uppercut in the 3rd or 4th, not too much has stunned Villa. He's been able to walk through the power of Ellis thus far. Ellis with a counter right uppercut along the ropes. Villa trying to bust through with power shots, but Ellis too slick along the ropes. Takes a deep breath, though, as he leaves the ropes and gets back to his jab to the body. Jab lands for Ellis. Double jab lands for Ellis, and he steps off the ropes into the center of the ring. Villa trying to get low, bending his knees, trying to cut distance, set up a right hand over the top off his jab, but Ellis too good defensively. Now a right uppercut, left hook hitting nothing but air for Villa. Gets Ellis near the ropes. Ellis gets his left hook blocked and another left hook blocked by Villa, but Villa not able to get off. Now a jab gets through the guard. Ellis walking back into the ropes again. 2 uppercuts missing for Villa. Good defense. A left hook to the body lands for Ellis with his back along the ropes after making Villa miss 2 uppercuts up top. Villa aggressive, but not throwing a whole lot of punches. Been a little more active this round, but inaccurate. No jab for Villa. There's a jab in the body by Villa, just as I say it. Villa walking into another right hand by Ellis as Ellis opens up in between his punches. Nice jab by... Ooh, out jabs Villa twice. Villa trying to set something up and jab to the body, but he ate 2 jabs. Impeccable timing there by Rashidi on those jabs, knowing just when to jab when the other guy jabbed to the body. Rashidi getting back on his jab in this last minute of the 6th. Another jab lands for Ellis. And these jabs land stiff. They knock the chin up. They land like a piston. He's not range finding. Not the shotgun jab either, but the piston jab. For you guys that really know your boxing, you know a little bit of the difference. That shotgun jab is like that triple G jab, that I Quarte jab. They're almost throwing it like a power shot. The piston jab's more the Ali jab, the Larry Holmes jab, Floyd's jab. Andre Ward threw more of a power jab. He was naturally left-handed. Miguel Cotto as well. But Ellis has had that piston jab, and doubling it up and jabbing to the body. And Villa, tough guy, very frustrated, hasn't lost his courage, but just too slow for Ellis, who's 3 or 4 steps ahead hand speed wise, and good feet, good upper body movement, and doesn't drop his hands a lot either. Does Rashidi Ellis? So Ellis though breathing a little heavy in between rounds. This is a guy. Oh, what's this? Oh, I'm just making. Are we good, chat? Just making sure we're good. All of a sudden it said, okay, we're good. All right, back to Speedy Rashidi and my man, Roymain Villa. Has Jaron Ennis fought yet? No, George Rollins, not yet. He is up next. Jovito style, that's what's up, man. You train with some Kodo. Ellis, straight right hand landing over the top of the jab. Double jab. Back for Ellis. And Ellis in control of this fight. Fight, as you can hear, is taking a template, a pattern. Ellis boxing. Back often touched along the ropes, but good defense along the ropes and a beautiful piston jab tonight. And he's walked Villa into some right hands as well, but barring Ellis hurting him again like he did with the right uppercut he walked him into, the fight is getting a little monotonous in that it's following a pattern. Ellis winning every round. Right now, ref calling a halt to the action from a low blow from Villa. Ellis taking his quick breather. Highness, for real though, Ennis or Ellis? Ennis all day. Ennis all day. All right, Ellis back, double, triple, 4 jab, quadruple jab from Ellis that time. Oh, nice check hook by Ellis as Villa missed over the top with the right hand. Good reflexes and hand speed and positioning from Ellis. Ellis tonight so far is definitely proving he's a top 10 welter, a contender. Fast hands, hasn't really been hit, but he's not jumping off the page enough to make you die to see him fight Crawford or Spence. And he looks like a tough night's work for anybody. But so far, and nice right hand landing over top, back to the jab, in complete control of this fight, no doubt about it. Been fighting a very good fight, but not jumping off the page as some huge threat to these guys. And 2 shots get a little low again for Villa in the clinch. But the ref saying, no, that wasn't low. Keep fighting. Minute left in the 7th. More of the same. Ellis in control of this fight. Villa trying to bang away with Ellis on the ropes, but Ellis keeping his high guard very nicely that time. Ellis then dropping the lead left hand down to his waist and shooting the up jab. Still accurate with that jab. Ellis having to fight a lot of this fight off the ropes, but doing it very well defensively and with his jab. Villa dropping his hands low, eats a jab. Tries to come up with a right uppercut, misses. 30 seconds left in the round. Villa so frustrated in this fight. 1-2 lands for Ellis, and Villa tries to fire back with hooks to the body. Too slow. Villa gets to the body this time. Oh, finally some body shots get in for Villa, and Ellis clinches and resets in the center of the ring. A little over 10 seconds left. Another round for Rashidi Ellis. Oh, left hand gets in for Villa this time with Ellis along the ropes. Right hand to the body, and then the left hook up top for Villa gets in a little bit. Ellis placing in some right uppercuts along the ropes. And then a couple of left hooks for Ellis to finish round 7. But Villa did finally touch him a little bit. But that's another Ellis round. 7 rounds to nothing. Joe Longoria, it's all Rashidi Ellis. 7 rounds to zip. Does Ellis beat Thurman? That's a good question, Richard Berryman. I still would give the edge to Keith. Keith is a little less basic. I think Keith is a little more savvy and definitely more dangerous with punching power. Keith isn't quite as athletic as he used to be, but he's still fast. Not as fast as he used to be, but still fast and can still punch. And I think he's more savvy. He's got more veteran tricks and more tricks up his sleeve than Rashidi, who right now is really boxing fundamentally sound. But Keith got some sauce beyond those fundamentals that would give. I think Rashidi right now is a little sharper with his fundamentals than Keith Thurman is right now for sure. But still think some of that veteran savvy and those tricks that Keith got and the punching power. I'd favor Keith. All right, back to the jab for Rashidi, and a right hand over the top of that left of Villa's. Lands again for Rashidi, but Rashidi not landing the right hands with conviction right now. Oh, that jab is a piston, though. God, those jabs. Villa, these fighters, they walk through them, and it makes it look easy, but those jabs got to hurt. And now a left hook as Villa gets a little undisciplined, lands for Rashidi as he takes a step back. Rashidi with the jab in the right hand. Villa blocking the right hand, closes distance on Ellis. Ellis clinching him along the ropes. Minute into the 8th. Up jab for Rashidi now. Rashidi just forced to take these half steps back and keep fighting off his jab well. Steven Jackson's yelling at somebody in the audience. Showtime actually gave that last round to Villa. Ooh, walked him into a straight right hand. Did Rashidi. Villa missing with a couple of right uppercuts, throwing 2 or 3 right uppercuts, and Rashidi just making him fall short with it and then tagging him with a right hand with his back along the ropes. This is a limited guy, but I imagine that Villa's physical strength and relentlessness have earned some respect from Rashidi for sure. I'm sure he'll say that motherfucker is strong after the fight, if limited and raw. Halfway through the 8th, Villa continues to come forward and press forward. Ellis definitely doing enough to win this round and win these rounds in this fight behind his jab. Oh, nice jab again. Touch jab, set up the stiff piston jab on this double jab. Villa getting a little reckless, trying to just get to Ellis, and Ellis staying poised, walks him into a right uppercut and a right hand. But Villa not respecting the power fully. Ellis has really seldom been hit with anything flush in this fight. He has not only made Villa miss tonight, but a lot of times making him hit nothing but air, not even just blocking and catching shots on the gloves, but a lot of times making him straight whiff as he takes little half steps back or moves his upper body, uses head movement. Good left hook to the body by Rashidi Ellis as Villa came forward. Villa keeps stalking Ellis, keeps stalking, keeps coming forward, but ineffective. Now Villa lands a jab. 15 seconds left in the 8th. Another Ellis round. Good jab to the body by Rashidi. Right uppercut misses for Villa, and he walks into a straight right hand again. Stop me if you've heard that before. 8-0 Rashidi Ellis. Oof, I'm getting a headache for Villa. Seeing all those jabs land. Let's see if I can get some water up here. Boots warming up in the dressing room. Him and his father kind of doing their version of the Floyd mitts. Yep, constant punching and then catch, punch, 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 catch, punch, punch, catch, punch, 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 constant move the head. Definitely riffing off the Floyd Mayweather mitts is Jaron Ennis in his dressing room. Now the trainer slows it down and does a more traditional jab, left hook to the body. But for a moment there, they were doing their Mayweather's thing. And people always love to criticize Floyd on the mitts. Oh, it's all for show. No, it's not. It's constantly punching and expecting a punch back. That's what Roger and Floyd Sr. taught Floyd on those mitts. And always finishing with the jab. That's why you'll see the combinations, catch, and doom. You'll always see Floyd finish the sequences with 3 jabs because the dad and Roger wanted you to reestablish your range and punctuate the exchange, getting back on your, punctuating the exchange that way. But so here we go into round 9 now of Speedy Rashidi Ellis in complete control of this fight. West Coast Gotti, Sean, you ever box? Yeah, I had my 3 amateur fights back in the day. Won 2 of them, lost 1. So Ellis continues just to box, and beautiful double and triple jab tonight. You don't see that a lot in boxing. A lot of guys get away from the jab in today's game because they love the traps, they love the pulls, they love the pull right hand, they love the check left hook. They love to walk you into the uppercut and so they get away from just doubling and tripling the jab. But Ellis keeping it very fundamentally sound with that beautiful jab tonight. He's had a beautiful jab tonight. Double jab, triple jab, and I mean just knocking the head up of Villa. I'm surprised Villa's facial damage hasn't busted up more from the jab of Ellis, but Ellis is landing it on the chin so much that it's not really touching up the eyes or the nose or the facial tissue of Villa. It's just lifting the chin up. It's lifting the chin up. So he's not really touching up and cutting up the face with this jab. He just keeps knocking the chin up and knocking the head up of Villa with it. Good left hook to the body by Ellis. Villa banging away with Ellis forced just to keep the high guard, but blocks everything. Now Villa gets in the jab. Minute left in the ninth. Jab again for Ellis. Villa getting Ellis along the ropes, but can't make anything happen with Ellis along the ropes. Ellis very composed along those ropes and makes him fall short with his power shots. Villa landing 2 or 3 jabs, getting close to Ellis in the ninth. But now he lands the left hook finally, and Ellis makes left uppercut gets in for Villa too. And a little blood coming from the mouth of the lip now of Ellis after those 2 left hands for Villa. 2 best shots of the fight so far for Villa. Ellis has done a lot of moving and a lot of boxing. His back has been along the ropes for much of this fight, 90+% of the fight. Oh, now right hand left hook gets in for Villa. Left hook back for Ellis. Now left hook lands for Ellis right as Villa's off with the left uppercut. Ellis punching in combination to drive Villa off him. Right hand gets in for Ellis and a right hand again, but the uppercut's starting to bust through for Villa. Starting to land on Ellis. And Ellis walks off to the side in a hurry to get some distance away to finish round 9. Best round of the fight for Villa. He might have won that 9th round. Close round. Much closer than the previous rounds. And Ellis with some blood from the mouth now. After a couple of those left hooks finally got in and uppercuts finally got in for Villa. 3 rounds left for Ellis. Fight finally got a little interesting there. Lone Wolf Ace. We are in the 10th. And it's been all Rashidi Ellis, but Villa got in that last minute there and busted him up with a couple of hard power shots. Let's take a look at the replay. Someone said, who's my favorite boxer all time? I'm going to go Bernard Hopkins, Eric El Terrible Morales as a tie for number 1. Those are the guys I grew up with. Those were guys that could beat you fighting forward, backward, side to side. They would fight anybody, anywhere. And they were true pros, Eric Morales and Bernard Hopkins. I think Rashidi probably still did enough to win that round, actually. But it was by far the most competitive round of the fight to my eyes. Here we go, round 10. Let's see if Villa can follow up and build a little momentum now. Oh, the jab landing again for Rashidi Ellis, but Villa getting closer to Ellis in the 10th round. Double, triple jab for Ellis. Try to maintain control of the fight. Oh, we got a little... right uppercut gets in for Villa. And another left hook gets in for Villa. Ellis, his legs are a little heavier now, and he's forced to stay on those ropes for longer periods of times, and Villa is getting more accurate with the power shots now in round 10. Ellis taking those... right hand landed for Villa. Jab gets in for Villa. Ellis looking a little shakier in round 10 now. Those legs have been used up quite a bit. Left uppercut getting in for Villa, but a left hook lands for Ellis. Now a jab pops up the head of Villa for Ellis. Ellis landing a right hand as Villa tries to smother him with a right uppercut. Nice left hook to the body by Ellis as Villa gets him on the ropes. Ellis still composed and alert. Drops to a knee, a little tired. Showtime has given 2 of the last 3 rounds to Villa. I gave him the 9th, but Ellis dips underneath a big lunging right hand of Villa halfway through the 10th round. Villa could be winning this round. It's close. Good jab for Ellis, and he clinches to give himself a little room off the ropes. Back in the center of the ring. Back on the jab. Villa back on his jab. Jabs Ellis into the ropes and tries to get that big uppercut again. That's the shot Villa likes. He likes throwing those big lunging heavy uppercuts. They're slow, but if they land, they could be a problem. Ellis, so much of this fight on the ropes. Clinches Villa to slow him down. Minute left. Villa jabbing, comes, left hook lands for Villa. Right uppercut lands for Villa. Ellis on the ropes. Body shot lands for Villa. Right hand to the body landed for Villa. Ellis taking the shots well, not folding under the power. Good left hook to the body by Ellis, and he creates some distance back in the center of the ring, but he's clearly not quite as fresh as he was earlier. Good jab for Ellis. Check left hook with Ellis's back along the ropes, and then he gets out of the way of the sweeping right hand. Good sequence for Ellis. Back on his jab. Ellis's hands near his waist. Ellis on the ropes. Right hand lands for Villa. And a right uppercut, but Ellis walks him into a left hook to keep control. Right uppercut for Ellis. Right uppercut for Villa, though. Lands with more thud. Nice left hook on the inside. Ellis fighting on the inside at times when he needs to and being accurate with his left hook to the body and to the head. Visibly less comfortable than he was earlier in the fight. Villa got in some heavy shots that round. Close 10th round. Ellis still landed more shots, but Villa is the heavier puncher. Ellis not really in any danger of losing this fight by decision. Just 2 rounds left. He may have even won those 9th and 10th rounds where Villa's starting to come on and make it more drama. But even with Villa making it more competitive, you still probably could have gave 9 and 10 to... 10 might have been to Villa, actually. The difference in punching power, probably enough to make a difference. Ellis was still outlanded him, I feel, that round in the 10th, but the heavier hands coming from Villa. Yeah, on the slow-mo replay, a clubbing right hand landing for Villa. Momentarily switched southpaw to land it. Then he switches back orthodox and lands a jab on Ellis. And here, big right hand as they exchanged right hands. Villa with the heavier hands. That round 10 was for Villa. 2 rounds left. Can Villa get a dramatic late knockout, or will Ellis hold on after boxing so well for much of the fight? Here in the 11th, double jab back for Ellis again. Ellis shooting a right hand over the top of Villa's jab. Villa trying to tilt to the body, throw recklessly to the body, but Ellis not catching those body shots, getting them on the elbows or stepping out of range. Villa with Ellis in the corner. Tries to bang away to the body and finish up with a sweeping right hand. Ellis sticks his tongue out and steps off. Lands a left hook to the body, does Ellis. Ellis slips a lead right hand from Villa. Gets tackled to the ground. Ellis looking more fatigued. Showtime has this fight 7 rounds to 3 for Ellis. I think it's more 8-2 or 9-1 Ellis. Minute into this 11th round. Nice right hand out of the clinch for Ellis. Got a little roughhouse in there, but landed a clubbing right hand out of the clinch, did Ellis. Villa dropping his hands. Ellis along the ropes, slides off the ropes to get away from the right hand of the body. Villa trying to bust up with combinations, but Ellis keeping his hands up along the ropes and clinches. Halfway through the 11th. Good jab for Ellis, but Villa still coming forward. Pretty relentless with the pressure. Not relentless with the output. Ellis walking Villa into a right hand there as he makes him hit nothing but air with the slower hands. But Villa keeps coming forward. Most of the time hitting nothing but air with that hand speed difference, but has made it a little more competitive down the stretch. Ellis landing a jab and Villa trying to time him and punch with him, but Ellis catches what's coming back and then gets off 2 or 3 more shots after that. Ellis back against the ropes again, slides off to his right, resets, steps over to his left, back along the ropes, steps over to his left hand low, shoots a lead right hand. Thought the up jab was coming from the hip from Ellis, but nope, it was the straight right hand that time. 30 seconds left in the 11th. This is an Ellis round. Nice hand speed by Ellis there, landing a left hand in combination. Shot a 1-2 and then finished up with 2 left hands after that 1-2 and landed both of them. Good hand speed. Steven Espinoza is getting into it in the audience with somebody. I wonder what is Steven Espinoza, president of Showtime Sports, getting into it in the arena in D.C. I wonder what that's all about. Couple rows back. Villa trying to finish strong with Ellis along the ropes, but Ellis good defensively along the ropes. That's another round, and now some swelling for Villa. That left eye around the cheekbone swelling up a little bit. Those lips are puffed up from eating that jab. Those lips got to be swollen up from eating that jab all night. And the nose is a little swollen too now. So Villa has had to definitely walk through and been pelted. I mean pelted with the jab. He's definitely walked through over 100 jabs tonight. Last round coming up for Ellis. Ellis's conditioning, not perfect down the stretch. Again, this is a guy who hasn't been able to be as active. Promotional problems with Golden Boy. Gets his second fight with PBC here, having to go the full distance, but a good B+ performance by Ellis. So, all right, last round. Villa has made it more competitive down the stretch, but still too inaccurate, still getting outlanded, not doing enough really to win a lot of these rounds. I think I give him probably 1 or 2 rounds on my card. Definitely won the 10th. Arguably won the 9th. Ellis working his left hand to start the 12th. Jab, and hooking off the jab. Then shooting a right hand over the top of the left of Villa's. Ellis running the hand speed as Villa walks in and punctuating his hand speed with a left hook up top. Now good jab from Ellis off the back foot. Villa coming forward with his hands low. Really wants to step in behind his jab and shoot off a right uppercut. That's a setup he likes, but Ellis just hasn't been there for that. Villa again trying to jab his way in to set up the right uppercut, but Ellis gets off with his hand speed, with his back near the ropes in the corner, and steps off and resets again. Left hook! Drops Rashidi! Ellis pulled straight back from a left hook, and Villa dropped him with that left hook. Ellis pulled straight back, and down he went. Ellis is up. He's up. And he looks alert, and he looks composed. He's up. Ref giving him a full count, and he was up at 1 or 2, but that was a big left hook that sent Ellis. Minute and a half left in the round. Ellis left uppercut. He's still hurt along the ropes. Ellis's legs not fully underneath him. His back along the ropes. Villa trying to finish him. Lands a left uppercut. Ellis still a little hurt. He falls to the canvas again in the clinch. It's no knockdown, but Ellis's legs are not there. They're not there, and there's still more than a minute left. The ref taking his sweet time, wiping off the glove. Ellis might be a left uppercut. Lands for Villa. Ellis is hurt. Ellis is holding on to the center of the ring with a minute left. Villa gets out of the clinch. Ellis is woozy. Villa missing with the uppercut, missing with the left hook, tries to dig to the body. Ellis along the ropes, places in a little left hook. He is still weary and woozy. Lands a jab, but left hook lands for Villa, but partially blocked. Can't get in anything clean. He's weebles, wobbles, but they won't go down. Ellis with 30 seconds looks like he's going to get his way out of it. Villa can't find the accuracy, can't put it together to get a man out of there who's clearly on Queer Street. 20 seconds left. Looks like Ellis will make his way through this. Still hurt, still buzzed. Villa with Ellis along the ropes. Ellis alert enough to slip defensively. 10 seconds left. Right hand misses for Villa. Ellis running his hands with Villa along the ropes. Good left hooks landing for Ellis. Right hand sends Ellis into the ropes again, and the ref calls it a knockdown. That's a second knockdown. A right hand sent Ellis into the ropes, and the ropes held Ellis up. And so the ref called it a knockdown. It was almost more Ellis's legs still not being underneath him, but it was a right hand, and that's it for round 12. 2 knockdowns for Romain Villa. That won't be enough to win him the fight. But man, that left hook, Ellis pulled straight back and got sent to the canvas, and then a right hand knocked him into the ropes in the last 10 seconds. 2 knockdowns for Villa. Villa won as many as 4 rounds, as little as 2 or 3 rounds. With the 2 knockdowns, that's not going to be enough on my card to get him this win. But man, Ellis, what a shaky finish. That can happen when you're not active, hasn't been nearly as active as he wants to, hasn't had a lot of those 12-round fights. So Ellis gets dropped twice. Won this fight dominated the first half, continued to win rounds, and then around 9 or 10, things started to get a little shakier. And then he was very dazed in the 12th. Legs were not underneath him. Those legs were working extremely hard throughout the fight, using his movement. And so they were heavy and tired by round 12. And he wasn't able to pull out of range like he was throughout much of the fight. Caught that left hook and down he went. Man. Joseph Ellis, why you scream about my brother being knocked down like that? Joseph, nothing personal, brother. If Rashidi would have dropped via... Same energy, Joseph. It's not personal against your man, Rashidi. Your brother still looked to win this fight. I had him win in 8 or 9 rounds, but a shaky ending for him. But he wins the fight, man. He wins the fight and showed his heart, your brother did. Showing his composure, fighting through that scary moment in the 12th. He'll be a better fighter from that, I imagine. So... yeah, no, Joseph Ellis. Hey, man, your brother looks like he still won the fight, man. So no disrespect to your brother, man. This is the boxing game, and that's what's gonna happen. Oh, big left hook that scored that knockdown, but your brother showed heart, fighting through that, and he should be on his way to a unanimous decision. And I'm sure Rashidi, now he's got some things to look at and shore up. Obviously, Boots Ennis. Let's see how Boots looks in the co-main, but I think everyone would have Boots as a favorite. But Rashidi looked like a top 10 welter tonight. Not top 5, but top 10. Yeah, man. Yeah, 8-10. Let's see what happens here. Alexis Banks says, draw, bro, period. Nah, no way it was a draw. No way Villa won 6 rounds. He was down 6-0 after 6 rounds. So unless you had him sweeping, and a good call by the ref. It was on that second knockdown, good call by the ref. Oh, and Villa just missed with a left hook as Rashidi was already down on the ropes. And he had landed that left hook. He might have got disqualified. But Rashidi used his legs a lot, and Villa, kind of smart in that Rashidi in rounds 3 and 4 was starting to find the mark with power shots, walking him into power shots. And so Villa, he for a lot of the fight, even though his pressure was relentless, he wasn't throwing a lot of punches per round until the last few rounds there. That punch count definitely went up there. But just when Rashidi was starting to open it up offensively, Villa said, okay, all right, let me not let my hands go too much here as I'm walking into too much. And he played the long game. And then Rashidi, he opened it back up in the championship rounds once Rashidi's legs got heavy from moving all night and boxing all night. But all right, let's get this announcement. Let's get this decision official here. Damir Nadic, I'm from Argentina. Shout out to Argentina. Shout out to y'all, man. Man, this is taking too long for this decision to get announced. So, but how we liking the round by round so far, guys? We still got the 2 main fights to go. I'm looking forward to it. I love Boots. Love Boots Ennis. Love David Benavidez. In terms of me as a fan, not being a reporter, but in terms of when I sit in my seat and I'm looking forward to seeing what I'm about to happen in the ring, Boots and Benavidez might be my 2 favorites in the sport right now. And also, I romanticize them a little bit because I want them to get their shot. They're 2 guys in their mid-20s who are so good that just need the opportunities against the stars in the sport. A draw, 113 even. A draw, one judge has it. 114, 112 for the other 2 judges. This is a close call. And the winner is, oh my goodness, it's Romain Villa. Villa has upset Rashidi Ellis. I don't think that's a good decision. Those 2 knockdowns in the 12th proved to be fatal for Rashidi Ellis. I do think Ellis won this fight, but Villa did come on strong in the championship rounds, and those 2 knockdowns left such a big impression that it allowed a fight to get away from Rashidi Ellis, who no doubt is crushed right now, heartbroken. I thought Ellis won that fight. You got to score. It's a round system. You can't give a guy 12 points for 2 knockdowns, just 2 points for 2 knockdowns, and that didn't do enough for Villa, who was tough, who was relentless, but he was outlanded for 8 or 9 out of 12 rounds, and I thought Ellis won those 8 or 9 rounds. I thought Ellis won this fight, but with the 2 knockdowns, it gets away from those 2 knockdowns proved fatal for Rashidi Ellis, who's no longer undefeated. They got to run this back. Damn. Samson Lukowicz strikes again. Damn you, Samson. Samson strikes again. Isaac Bermudez. That might not be the case anymore. Samson got some pull with them cats at Showtime. Might not be the case anymore. Oh, man. Joshua Ellis, my man was in here, family member of Rashidi Ellis. My heart goes out to you, brother. I'm sure you're a little heartbroken for your brother. I do feel he won that fight. I hope he gets a rematch. But to be fair to Villa, he was relentless. He came on strong in the championship rounds, and he came up big, clutch with the 2 knockdowns to pull out a win. A lot of us might not think he deserved on the point scoring, but it was a close enough fight where he came on strong, gets the 2 knockdowns, that he gets out of there with a win. And sometimes judges, for some reason, they won't give you the 6-zip. They're more prone to sweep the second half of a fight for a fighter. But when they're getting their eyes adjusted, and some judges, unless you're just putting it on the guy, they won't give you the 6-zip. And that they didn't give Rashidi the 6-zip in the first half when I thought it was 6-zip after 6. Tough call for Rashidi Ellis, man. Tough. Deuce says, sup, Shaggy. Sup to you too, my friend. I love the Android 19 profile picture. Yeah, first upset of 2023, Malante Davis. Well said, Malante. Well said. Damn. Oof. Tough call for Speedy Rashidi, man. First 6 or 7 rounds, he boxed beautifully. I loved his double jab tonight, the piston jab. Man, but it got away from that inactivity, promotional issues, not getting those 12-round fights in every year like you need to. And it showed up in the championship rounds. He was winded. And Villa, who didn't let his hands go that much in the first half of the fight, still had something in the tank down the stretch. And Ellis, using those legs all night, was a little winded. So, oof. Ali Shokri says, 2 knockdowns don't erase previous rounds, though. Let's be real. I agree with you, Ali. Although, chat, and Fight Hype, my man BT, the big voice from above in the chat. BT, I told you, BT, that on paper this was the most competitive fight, right? Shout out to your boy. Me and my man BT talking on the phone before we got the live set up for you guys, and I told him, I said, yeah, blue corner should do their thing throughout, but if there's one fight that could be the upset, it's this one. And you guys listening into the round by round, I told you guys before this fight, if one fight on paper said it could be an upset, it would be Rashidi and Villa, and that's what happened. Even if the guy's never left his home country, 24 knockouts and 25 wins, and your only L was a split loss, maybe you wind up blowing that guy out, but that did get my attention on paper. So let's see here. Pito, shout out to you, my man Pito Freshkabar. DeAndre C, damn, Rashidi lost. I had to leave and handle some things. Yeah, DeAndre, Rashidi dominated, clean, sharp. The first 6 rounds, 6-zip on my card. And it continued to win rounds, but then rounds 9 and 10, fight took a different tone. Villa started to get closer to Ellis and finally started to land. And Ellis, boxing on those legs all night, having to fight off the ropes 90% of the fight, finally started to take his toll on his legs. And then in the 12th, he tries to pull back, but them legs aren't pulling back with the same rate as they did earlier. And he boom, eats the left hook. Then in the last 10 seconds of the round, he's exchanging with Villa, trying to show his heart. And he gets caught with a right hand, and the ropes hold him up, and it's called the second knockdown. And it's enough to get Villa the upset. So, Let's see. I thought it was the wrong verdict. Robbery. We want to say that robbery word for Whitaker Chavez, right? You know, Lewis Holyfield won. I don't know if this was highway robbery. The guy did come on in the championship rounds. I mean, I think most people, chat. For those of you that watched the fight, I felt Rashidi won 8 to 9 rounds. So I had him winning either 115, 111, or 114, 12. How did you score it at home, chat? You could put 1 for Ellis, 2 for Villa, or if you want to drop your actual scorecard, that'd be better. Drop the scorecard in the chat. Ellis going back to his locker room, starting to pick his head up now after being heartbroken in the ring. Probably had to choke back tears. Twitter apparently has it 50-50 as to who they think won. That's what I mean. Can't call it a robbery when half the viewing public that ordered the pay-per-view apparently thinks the guy won the fight. It was close. I thought Ellis won. Let's see. 8-4. Mike Tyson, are you going to show us the fight? Mike, and I do believe that really is you, Mike Tyson. Mike, I'm sorry. I'm a big fan, but we do not have the rights to the Showtime pay-per-view tonight. I will call the round by round, just as if you were fighting Michael Spinks. I'll call the action. No problem. I got you. Big left hook, and Spinks falls straight back, slumps to the canvas backwards, and that's it. He looks like he's seen a ghost. He looks petrified. He's not going to make it to the... now the call's all fucked up. Anyways. One. So it looks like more people. Mundo said Villa whooped that boy easy. Easy. Sheesh. Yeah. Okay, so more people thought Ellis won the fight so far. No, Ellis got whooped. Okay, well, no, that's Mundo again. That's the same guy twice. You got it, Mike. Mike Tyson is in the chat, guys. If you don't believe him, just look at he's here. For anyone who doesn't think this is the most official round by round on YouTube, we have Mike Tyson in the chat. He's there. It's because I'm from Brooklyn, baby. We get New York in the house. Shout out to Mike. So, Gustavo, shout out to you always, brother. Thank you, Gustavo Fontalba, always for being a good supporter and helping us out in the chat, brother. Thank you, man. Brian Custer handling some things in between fights. Abraham Darwinish, I'm good friends with Louis de Cubas. And man, he's a good manager, hell of a manager. Got a lot of guys paid. Got a lot of guys dates. Shout out to him. Boo Boo won. Boo Boo did win. Got 2 knockdowns. Wasn't super impressive, but had a Boo Boo like performance. You know, pretty much if you've been watching Boo Boo last couple years, you got a Boo Boo like performance. Couple knockdowns. He coasted some rounds. A lot of clinching. Some beautifully placed unorthodox power shots at times. It was a Boo Boo performance. Right now, Steven Jackson. So here's a feature piece by Showtime. Looks like Steven Jackson, former NBA champion with the Spurs, went down to visit Boots in Philly. I actually got to meet Steven Jackson a couple times because he covers these fights for Showtimes now, and he was super cool. Multi-millionaire guy, former professional athlete, NBA player, but pretty approachable, down-to-earth kind of dude when you meet him at the fights. And to his credit, kind of humble in trying to bite a new apple in boxing, and doesn't at all try to act like he knows more than he does or tries to sound, he to me is sinking his teeth into a new apple, trying to learn boxing by coming to these fights and stuff and relate it as a professional athlete. And so I'd love to get all the interviews, guys, and be the guy that always interviews Boots and Arrow, but sometimes we need these former athletes who connect with the mainstream to be the guy to interview the boxers so the boxers could get that mainstream rub. And hopefully that's what Steven Jackson can do at some point for Showtime Boxing. But yo, check my text. My bad. What's up? Oh, my fault. My bad. I apologize, guys. I didn't realize volume was picking up on stream. That is my mistake. My mistake, everyone. Anyways, so going back to it, and showing Boots, or they're showing Errol when he was ringside at Boots' last fight. I was ringside at, well, not ringside. I was covering that fight. That was the night Jermell became undisputed against Castaño, and Duran, he bombed out Custio Clayton, old boy from Canada, in 2 rounds. That was it. Let's see. Shout out, Fight Hype, great thank you, Eric Romero. Appreciate you guys. You know, okay, all jokes aside about having Mike Tyson in the chat, you know, the other week, Fury Chisora, Tim Bradley was in the chat, and I thought it was really Tim Bradley, guys. Tim Bradley was actually in the chat the other night. I almost want to text him and tell him to stop by the chat, but I don't know if I'm official like that. If I could just text Tim Bradley and get him to pop in. Oh, Steven Jackson sweating from the mitts. Come on, Showtime. They didn't show Steven on the mitts. They only showed Steven Jackson after that. I wanted to see. But Jaron Ennis with his robe on, multicolored robe, got some red in there, green, blue. I'm always a fan of that 1990s multicolor style. What was the clothing? I would have looked like an idiot trying to rock it, but what was the brand people were rocking in the 90s? Cross colors. And that's kind of Jaron's vibe with this robe. Nah, not quite cross colors, but, you know, the multicolor look, the vibrancy of the 90s dress style, the starter jackets. It's that kind of flavor from Jaron. And then Jaron, of course, is always with the Hector Camacho skirt type trunks. Let's see. Cross colors. That was it. Thank you, Jamal. Coogee, right? Jay Smith. I have the here. Let me show you guys the closest thing I got to my 1990s cross colors kind of vibe. And you could clown me if you want. I might deserve it. It's okay. But I got the fresh Carl Kanai. You know, I still. How many of my Gen Xers, and I'm a millennial, but how many of my OGs in there used to rock the Carl Kanai? Jay Swisha, Arizona in the building. Shout out, man. Marcel Nouveau, excuse me for the pronunciation. Shout out to you too, man. Let's see. Tim Bradley absolutely is the best. Underrated, not just as a fighter, but underrated, underappreciated as a commentator. In today's, I think more and more, it's if you criticize athletes and whatnot because of the risks they take in football or in boxing, you're hating, especially if you never did it before. Tim actually did it before. So like Shaq says, he should have his G14 certification. Anyways, a lot of criticism, even when it's warranted, gets passed off as hate now. We're kind of soft in that way in this society these days. And Tim gets so much hate. And I'm sitting here like, why? The man is an absolute professor. He's a genius. He's taken us to school in these broadcasts, and he's saying the things a lot of hardcore fans want to say, but they would get put in their place for saying it because they haven't boxed professionally before. But Tim has, so he can say it. He can say, I want Shakur to let his hands go more against Nakatia. So I think Tim is a treasure to boxing. I love the man for what he brings to the sport, you know, and I don't just say that because he's been kind enough to give me some of his time. That even there was a time when Tim first started with ESPN, he didn't want to do interviews with media, and that just was his decision. And I still was so grateful for the commentary of him and Ward. My man Andre is such a brilliant analysis too, but I feel like he's been a little more quiet over the last year plus. I don't know. I feel like he hasn't been as vocal, and I don't like that. I love all the gems Dre had. He still drops them, don't get me wrong, but drop them constantly, Dre. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. Maybe seeing the heat Tim's getting for being honest. And Dre's always pro fighter. He always wants that empathy to come across for the fighters, that he's on their side, not on our side, not on the fan side, not on the promoter side, not on the media side. He's always on the fighter side. But Dre, don't hold back. So let's see. Tim needs to show respect for Loma, always trashing him. 3 pumps. Loma wasn't impressive his last fight, so maybe you took Tim's criticism as him trashing him. Tim's the same guy that called Loma special, generational, all the superlatives. Tim has given it to him when he's performed as such. You know, in his mid-30s, he's slowing down, and the superlatives are going to slow down, and they are slowing down for Lomachenko. That's just a reality of where he's at in his career. MD Mills says the issue is that everyone in boxing is so sensitive. It's not everyone in the world has been programmed to just view criticism as hate. It's just the first thing you spit out. I don't like this album. Well, you didn't go platinum. You can't sing. I think this fight was kind of boring. Yeah, well, you try getting in there and taking a punch, and it's just that's the hostility. Everyone thinks they're virtue signaling by putting you in your place by saying that when they're not doing nothing. Antonio Short, much love to you. Thank you, man, for the profile, or excuse me, the shout out. My bad, man. Did Wills win? Let's go, Hector. Did Villa win? Yeah, Villa won. Ellis lost. Big upset. I thought Rashidi won 8 or 9 rounds, but the 2 knockdowns in the 12 cost him. How many rounds will Karen? Guys, am I wrong for this? Especially my fans the boxing fans in the chat tonight that practice Islam. I just want to be a little silly with the name. The man's name is Karan Shukajan. Okay, Karan Shukajan. But I almost want him to earn the Quran pronunciation. I want to call him Karen, because in America his name would be Karen. Is it disrespectful if we call him Karen until he lands something big on Boots and makes it competitive, and then he's Quran? Then he's Karan Shukajan. But if he's going to get blown out by Boots Ennis tonight, should we just call him Karen Shukajan? Or call that man by his properly pronounced name? You guys tell me. Does he have to earn the Quran pronunciation? If he gets knocked out in 1 and 2 rounds, do we just call him Karen tonight? You guys tell me. You tell me what's being respectful to the fighter, or is this just such a blowout on paper? We're going to call this man Karen. Yeah, that's disrespectful, said Winford X. I know, bro. All right. Here comes Karan Shukajan, man adorning the Ukrainian flag. So, okay, we definitely are going to pronounce the name right for that. And the man's country is at war. And so Karan Shukajan in the ring, undefeated, 21-0. I don't believe has ever fought in the United States. I watched his tape, and he got better as his career got along. He's loosened up. He's going to fight in that Eastern European, Ukrainian style. That little bounce in their step, and they fight tall. They try to fight upright. They fight upright. And got that little bounce to them, like Janabek, like Bevo, like all those guys over there. Obviously, they don't all exactly fight the same, but they got that rhythm, and that's what I saw from Shukajan. And Shukajan, there's not a lot of tape on him on YouTube, but he did get better throughout his professional career. That said, this dude should be dead fucking meat against Jaron Ennis. Come on now. Well, we'll see. So, MIC book said, Mama named him Karen. I'ma call him Karen. He's just okay. So Karan Shukajan, and now it makes sense. Some of those guys in Dagestan and certain parts of Russia and Ukraine and in the Eastern Europe, they practice Islam, not Orthodox Christianity, and I imagine that's what Karan Shukajan is. So yeah, in America we would read it and say Karen. But it's Karan. Anyway, here comes the real man of the hour, Jaron Boots Ennis. Big smile. The man looks happy coming to the ring. You used to see Manny Pacquiao coming to the ring, and he was happy to be fighting. And that sometimes is an infectious energy for people watching on TV. I think the Mike Tyson type energy does a lot for people too. The menacing aura, ready for violence. But this works too. Boots is really, he's not cockily smiling either. It's a little bit, a little cocky, but for the most part, it's kind of a likable, upbeat, enthusiastic, happy to be working. He just hugged the kid in the audience. See what I'm saying? The man's a step or two away from kissing babies on his way to the ring. But big smile from Jaron Ennis. Looking happy to be doing what he loves to do. Big smile to the crowd right before he enters the ring. Takes it in. The lights are shining bright on Jaron Boots Ennis from DC. That crowd, it looks sold out for Tank, and so he has a chance to perform in front of a lively, packed audience. And I don't see any reason why Boots wouldn't deliver. He always has. 27 knockouts and 29 wins. Never been past the 7th round as a professional. Jaron Boots Ennis, maybe the most talented. Skills got to be proven, experience, all that, but talent, the stuff you're born with, maybe the most talented fighter in the world, pound for pound. Jaron Boots Ennis, here we go. Here we go. Had 2 fights go the distance tonight. I don't think this one should go the distance for Boots. 74-inch reach for Jaron Ennis. 5'10" at welterweight. A big welterweight who will be a good size 154-pounder. Let me tell you something about that reach for Jaron Ennis. At 74 inches, Demetrius Andrade earlier tonight had 73.5-inch reach. He fights at 168 pounds. This fight's at 147. That just shows you the size of Boots as a welterweight. I believe he's an inch taller than Spence, 2 inches taller than Crawford. And I'd have to check the reach right. Guys, anyone off top in the chat, know Crawford and Spence's reach. Boots is measured at 73 inches. Crawford's arms, they both have long arms, Crawford and Spence. I'm curious how that measures up. He's taller than both of them. I don't know if he has longer arms than both of them. So we will see. Let's go Boots, represent for us, says Wavoka 40. Eric Pena saying, Jaron is about to show again why he is not overrated. He's legit. I think so too. Let's take a look. Just getting ready for this, man. Yep, same arm length as Crawford. Eric Pena. So, okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you for that. Oh, no, I was wrong. I'm so wrong. I apologize, guys. Karan is not 21-0. He has the 1 loss. It was early in his career, though. Very early in his career, if I can recall correctly. It was very early in his career. It wasn't recent. I think it may have been the second fight of his career. If you guys want a box record. Yeah, I went back and looked at him, and I think he started 1-1, and he's won 20 fights in a row. I believe so. So, 74 for Bud, and Boots also said, okay, what about Spence? Jaron getting that introduction from Philly. Home of the Eagles, who will lose to the 49ers at some point in the NFC playoffs. But that's okay, because Jaron Ennis will have a lot more success, I think, tonight than the Eagles will against San Francisco in the playoffs. And I think he's set to do his thing. Here we go. And again, Ennis just very enthusiastic in the corner. But, they got to imagine there's definitely pressure on this young man. You got guys like me touting him as the most talented, gifted guy in the game. My man Sean Porter likened his talent and ability to Roy Jones. And so it's extremely high praise for a very thin resume, but that's not his fault. It's tougher than ever to get the big fights in today's game. But let's see if he keeps impressing us and wowing us tonight. I spoke to Jaron before this fight. He told me he expects to have to go and get Karan Chukajan. Doesn't think this guy is going to look to bang with him. He thinks this guy, after he feels the power fairly early on, will look to box, and that'll make Jaron have to go and get him. That's what Jaron tells me he expects in this fight. We'll see if that's the case. And we'll see let's see Jaron in a come forward aggressive style. He's not a guy who has to cut distance a lot. He's so tall and rangy at the division that he doesn't have to sell out to cut range, and he could just lounge on the outside and pick off what he wants at will. Let's see if Karan maybe gets on his bike, makes him cut the ring off, things like that. See something new out of Jaron, or let's see if we get highlights early. Round 1, Jaron Boots Ennis, Karan Chukajan for the interim IBF Welterweight Championship of the World. Chukajan starting off with that rhythm, like I told you, that Eastern European rhythm bouncing up and down, and it's Ennis taking the first step forward. He has catch a body on his trunks tonight. Ennis starting with a jab the body. Karan trying to counter over the top of the right hand early. Jab up top for Ennis lands to get him started. Karan up on his bike like Duran predicted a little bit. Karan very bouncy early on. Trying to walk Jaron Ennis into a right hand early on is Chukajan, but he eats a jab. Heavy jab lands for Boots. This guy very jittery early on, a little awkward. Boots starting with the jab again. Jabs to the body. Right hand to the body. Boots in the orthodox stance. Not switching yet in the first minute. Boots stepping forward. Lead right hand. Good head movement by Boots in the center of the ring. Slipping what's coming back. Boots switches southpaw for the first time. Starts that jab out. Nice left hand to the body for Boots out of the southpaw stance. Now a big jab to the body for Boots out of the southpaw stance. Nice jab up top for Boots out of the southpaw stance. Oh, Boots eats a left hook trying to shoot a straight left hand. Chukajan catching him a little bit, punching when he punches with that left hook. Not a big shot by Chukajan, but he did touch Boots up with it. Boots shooting the jab. Now a right hook off the jab for Boots, but Chukajan pulls away from the straight left. Now Boots tries to hit him with a left hand to the body in the center of the ring. Chukajan up on his toes a lot. Chukajan settles down for a second. Boots trying to set something up to the body. Chukajan steps off to the right, steps off to the left. Boots trying to shoot a left hand through the center. Chukajan using his feet to get out of range. Minute left in the first. Boots shooting off the jab. Center of the ring. Still in the southpaw stance. Now Boots takes a step back and Chukajan for the first time steps forward. Boots trying to trap him. Chukajan doesn't fall for it. Boots gets his back off the ropes and back in the center of the ring. Tries to hook off his southpaw jab. Chukajan very cautious early on and awkward with that bouncy rhythm, that Eastern European rhythm. Boots getting the left hand to the body, using the right hook up top to set it up. Just off with a right hook is Boots as Karan steps off using his feet. Using his feet a lot to get out of range right now is Chukajan. Not using the high guard, not using a lot of head movement, just bouncing around is Chukajan. Being a little frustrating in there for Boots. 10 seconds left. Boots with a double jab and a straight left to the body. Not very accurate round for Boots Ennis. Not able to find the mark a lot against this awkward guy who's up on his feet quite a bit. 10-9 Boots. He did eat a left hand at one point in the middle of the round. He opened up and got his head picked up by a left by Chukajan. But outside of that, it was all Jaron Ennis. He landed his jab to start the round, and then he switched southpaw. Wasn't able to land much, but did enough to win that round 10-9. Awkward guy who's definitely on his bike early on. And so far, what Jaron told me he thought would happen with this guy is what happened. He told me he thought he'd be on his bike and not really engaging, and he'd have to go get him. And we haven't seen Jaron have to do that too much. You know, we haven't seen him have to cut the ring off and do things like that, so we'll see. But 10-9 Jaron Ennis. John Kirby saying, don't worry, Boots will find him. We'll see. They're getting off their stools now, headed from round 2. Or Boots never sat on his stool. Actually stood up in between rounds. Here we go, round number 2. And let's see if Boots can find the range a little bit more with this guy who's a little awkward. Now Chukajan starting the round, bouncing up and down with that rhythm, like I told you to watch out for before. Bouncing up and down with that rhythm, stepping over to the left. Got good feet. Good left hand to the body by Boots. That's what he'll need to do probably to slow this guy's feet down. Now Boots starting with the jab. Boots in the southpaw stance to start round 2. Chukajan stepping off to the left, circling the ring. Staying in the center of the ring. Boots short with the jab. Now Chukajan almost walks into a right hook there for Boots. Boots would love for Chukajan to walk in more and not just stay on that bike. Boots shooting a right hook, left hand through the center. Chukajan getting his hands up and moving around to get away from it. Now Chukajan maybe thinking of stepping forward. Plants his feet a little bit, bounces up and down, staying in front of Boots. Boots, jab to the body short, switches orthodox. Chukajan comes back with a jab to the body. Center of the ring for both guys. Chukajan with educated feet. Oh, right hand over the top of Chukajan's jab lands for Ennis. Good right hand landed for Ennis that time. Halfway through the second, Chukajan awkward with his movement and rhythm. Right hand to the body for Ennis. Chukajan bouncing up and down. Bouncing up and down right in front of Ennis. Tries to jab with Ennis. Ennis out jabs him. Zhukezhan bouncing up and down right in front of Ennis. Ennis tries to shoot the right hand over the top of Zhukezhan's jab, but it doesn't quite land. Now he jabs to the body of Zhukezhan. Zhukezhan bouncing away, moving away, stepping away to his left. Bouncing up and down in front of Boots now. Bouncing up and down, bounces out to his right. Boots has got an awkward, annoying guy in front of him right now. Good jab lands for Boots in the orthodox stance. Boots trying to walk him down. Not cutting the ring off his boot. Now Boots lands the jab. Oh, but Zhukezhan comes back and lands a jab. This guy has an awkward kind of rhythm where he's over here, he's bullshitting, and then boom, and then he throws a little shot with awkward timing, and he tries to step in with a left hook there to the body against Boots, but Boots gets him back with a left hook to the body. Now a good jab to the body by Boots. But Zhukezhan on that bike, constant movement, constant bounce. Zhukezhan shooting a jab to the body against Boots. Good jab to the body by Zhukezhan in the center of the ring. Boots tries to double up the jab, but can't find the range. 30 seconds left in the round. It's Boots' round, but not impressive yet because this guy not letting him be. This guy's playing stinker so far. Spoiler, stinker. Not doing anything to actually win the fight or win rounds, but doing enough to make you not look good. 10 seconds left in the second. Zhukezhan making Boots fall short with the jab. Boots not as comfortable on the front foot so far. 2 left hooks for Zhukezhan, but Boots catches both of them and comes over the top with a right hand. Good right hand for Boots. And that's it for round 2. Frustrating style for Jaron Ennis. He's up 2-zip, 20-18. But Zhukezhan, I told you guys, right? Watch out for that Eastern European rhythm and constant bounce. And then, but this guy, he ain't staying. He's not planting his feet. He's not really trying to. He's trying to land little sneaky shots right when Boots is falling asleep. Staying after him. Awkward guys. We got guys like this at heavyweight. Rayvon Kajanu. Some of these guys know how to play stinker, spoiler, know how to make you look bad. Now, I ain't going to do enough to win a round, but we'll do enough so that you're not doing what you want to do. And that's so far the kind of fight Zhukezhan is doing. 20-18 Boots. So, thank you, Crazy Truth. Appreciate you, man. All right. Here we go, round 3. Round 3. And let's see if those legs slow down a little bit so Boots can actually have a range and can punch in range. 2 jabs by Boots, falling short. Now a jab to the body gets in for Boots to start. Coming in the orthodox stance to begin. He's tried orthodox, tried... that overhand right that knocked out Delorme just off the mark for Boots. Almost landed. Boots telling his corner, calm down, I got him. Boots starting to get closer with that right hand over the top. Boots closing the distance now a little bit, getting a little closer on that front foot. Zhukezhan running for dear life from that right hand over the top from Boots. Now Boots switches southpaw. Zhukezhan clinching after Boots leads with a right hook in the center of the ring. Zhukezhan not letting go of his hands in the first minute really whatsoever. Boots southpaw, jabs to the body. Zhukezhan stepping off. Zhukezhan with that bounce, tries the right hand, but Boots slips underneath it right after landing his own jab in the southpaw stance for Jaron. Jaron still a southpaw, still coming forward. Jaron catching the left hook and trying to shoot off the catch, but Zhukezhan's feet getting him out of the way. Now Zhukezhan pinned against the ropes for a second and a right uppercut just off for Boots after a 1-2, trying to pin him there, but he couldn't keep him there. Zhukezhan bouncing over, stepping over his left. Will he actually attempt some offense here? Stepping over his left. Nope, he decides not to. Oh, he steps over his left again. Maybe trying to little Lomachenko get to the outside lead foot and do something. He's thinking about it, but he decides not to. He steps off to his right and resets. Jaron back on his jab. Zhukezhan very wary of that punching power. Oh, Boots just off with a check right hook, but he lands the left hand after it as Zhukezhan pulled out. Boots staying on top of Zhukezhan. Shoots a right hook to the body and a straight left up top. Boots getting a little closer this round. Straight left hand to the body lands for Boots after falling short with a jab to the body. Less than a minute left. Zhukezhan hasn't done a freaking thing offensively. Just trying to survive early on. Double jab for Boots. Straight left to the body. Now 1-2 for Boots up top. Zhukezhan dipping his head. Comes back in combination. Good combination and hand speed there by Zhukezhan. Didn't land, but Showed he has some speed when he throws. Boots short with a jab. Zhukazhan short with a check left hook. Zhukazhan shoots a straight right to the body and lands it. Boots misses with the jab. Almost connects with the straight left as Zhukazhan pivoted off to the right. Those feet are giving Boots some fits offensively. Boots tries to feint the jab and set up a left out of the southpaw stance. Just misses it. Now the right hook lands a little bit. And Zhukazhan along the ropes holds. Doesn't even attempt to punch along the ropes. He holds. Less than 10 seconds left in the third. About to be 3-zip Boots. Oh, left hand got in for Boots right near the bell. But Zhukazhan able to take it and shoots a right hand back. But Boots getting closer in that third round. Still not finding the accuracy just yet. But did get closer. 3-0 Ennis. This fight, guys. Okay. My people in the chat, if you know your boxing, I'm about to tell you a fight this is starting to remind me of from another great fighter from Philadelphia. Well, Boots ain't great yet. From a great fighter from Philly. Bernard Hopkins versus Murad Hakkar. Now, Murad Hakkar was 3 or 4 steps above worse what Zhukazhan's doing. But Zhukazhan, with the way he's just fighting to survive early on, he's fighting like a glorified Murad Hakkar right now against Jaron Ennis. Jaron Ennis from Philly must be feeling like Bernard Hopkins against Murad Hakkar right now. Where's my real boxing fans who know the reference? Vovoka 40. He's not giving him fits offensively in terms. Boots is winning every round. He's up 3-zip. But giving him fits in that Boots hasn't been accurate yet. So he's giving him fits offensively, not giving him anything to worry about defensively. He hasn't touched him with anything outside of a left hand midway through the first. But all right, now Boots, here we go in round 4, starting off in the southpaw stance, double jab into the straight left hand, but Karan able to back away from it. Hold on, got a little streaming problem here all of a sudden. All right, back on it. Boots actually having to grow tonight as a pro, not just getting a first or second round knockout, getting dealt with a guy who's going to make him work on cutting distance, on cutting the ring off. Boots is following Zhukazhan around the ring, not cutting the ring off. And that's something athletic fighters, who are great and speedy and rangy, it doesn't always come natural to them to cut the distance and cut the ring. Oh, Zhukazhan landing a big right hand left hook counter on Boots Ennis. Boots actually walked into a right hand left hook, getting a little impatient and tried to open up. And Zhukazhan, hardly opening up, caught Boots by surprise there and walked him into a straight right hand and left hook. So Boots has to maintain his patience and poise. And I know the crowd wants to see him get a big knockout, but he is having problems a little bit cutting the ring off, following this guy around. And that time he walked into 2 shots. Now it's a right hook by Boots lands after he catches the left hook from Zhukazhan. Nice catch and shoot by Boots. But Zhukazhan on his toes, on his feet. Maybe trying to work his way into the fight now after landing that 2-piece. Ennis trying to fire away with Zhukazhan around the ropes. Can't quite find the mark. Tries to double up a right hook to the body and to the head. But Zhukazhan a little slick here early on. He must have heard the Murad Hakkar references and decided to open up just a little bit. Now left uppercut gets in for Boots after Karan blocks the right hook in the southpaw stance. Boots switching back to orthodox. Minute left in the 4th. Boots short with the jab. Karan shoots back a jab. Boots, big left hook, trying to throw a big Roy Jones lead left hook and hits nothing but air. Zhukazhan dipping underneath that. Boots going to have to stay behind the jab. Boots catching the left hook on the glove. Zhukazhan almost sneakily caught him with that one. Oh, they exchanged right hands and both were just a little bit off, but sometimes that chin of Ennis is exposed. Boots picking the hands up, trying to cut the distance. Oh, nice right uppercut. Almost got in for Boots. That was a good one. Might want to throw that to the body next time. Zhukazhan stepping off. Backing away as Zhukazhan, little half steps off, backs away from the ropes and resets in the center of the ring. Lands a right hand, a lead right hand, and Ennis, frustrated, kind of shakes his hand like, nah. But that lead right hand did get in for Zhukazhan. Straight right hand just off for Ennis. Zhukazhan backs away, resets into the center of the ring. Those constant feints and up and down movement, that Ukrainian movement. Now Zhukazhan does a little taunting back at Boots. And that's it for round 4. Zhukazhan may indeed have done enough to win that round. That 2-piece was by far the best sequence either fighter had. I want to see the slow-mo. Let's take a look at the slow-mo now from Showtime. Shukajan landing a left hook. And Boots lands a right hook right back. That's when Boots did the catch and shoot. And he didn't catch. He caught it on his chin. He didn't block it. So that's one slow-mo. Left hook for Shukajan, right hook for Boots. Let's see. Oh, left hook landed again for Shukajan. Here's Shukajan along the ropes. He eats a left uppercut from Boots out of the southpaw stance. They're not showing the two-piece for some reason. And I thought that was the best of the round. I gave that round. I had to go ahead and give that round to Shukajan. 3-1 Boots, 39-37. 39-37 for Boots. I gave the fourth to Shukajan. All right, here we go. Round 5. Shukajan with his Eastern European, Ukrainian rhythm and style, giving a couple of problems to Jaron Ennis. Jaron now lands a right hand using the jab. They jab together and kind of use the jab to bait a punch at it, because that's what Jaron wants to do with Shukajan, who's hardly throwing at all. He wants to bait him to fight. And Shukajan just being very cautious, just trying to pick and pop shot a little bit here and take advantage of Boots' anxiousness. Boots coming forward still coming forward. Shukajan constantly bouncing and constantly playing keep away. Shukajan jabs after Boots jabs. Oh, now Shukajan gets in a little left hook to the body, and a jab for Shukajan lands. Good shot for Shukajan. Oh, big right hand lands for Boots. Shukajan tried to shoot a left uppercut, and he ate a right hand on the chin. He took it this time, but that was a good right hand for Boots. And that's why Shukajan not as anxious to open up as much as people would want him to open up. He tried to shoot off a left uppercut, and he ate that right hand, and that's what Boots wants. Please, open up. Now Boots switches southpaw, staying on the front foot. Shukajan constantly bouncing. Can he keep that up with those legs for 12 rounds? Boots off with a right hook and a left uppercut, swinging for the fences. Now he lands a jab. Boots angry and a little frustrated almost, it looks like. Boots keeps telling his corner, it's all good, I got it. He's winning this 5th round. Still isn't as accurate as he'd like to be. Boots trying to hook off the jab, shoot a jab to the body and a hook up top, but Shukajan blocking it and then falls into the clinch. They reset in the center of the ring. Boots still in the southpaw stance, coming forward, picks his hands up, tries to hook off the jab, but can't get the angle. A couple of right hands almost land on Boots, but Boots pulling back from it along the ropes and didn't let Shukajan land. But Shukajan tried to turn him and nail him with a couple of right hands as Boots is in that southpaw stance, but good defense by Boots. Boots still coming forward, trying to come underneath with a left uppercut to the body. But those feet of Shukajan not staying in range. Good jab for Boots. Boots still at southpaw. Shukajan bouncing, steps over outside of the lead foot to the left, shoots 2 little right hands to the body, and then bangs his gloves. Like, yay, I'm happy with that. 20 seconds left. Boots off with a left hand up top. Try to set it up with a jab to the body, but missed. Not accurate for Jaron Ennis tonight. Boots with a straight left to the body off 2 jabs up top. Continues the motion to his corner. And this will do it. Almost walked to a left hook, but he gets his head off the line and he lands his own left hand to finish round 5. Jaron Ennis 4 rounds to 1, 49-46 on my card. But by far the most human Boots has looked so far. But this guy is not really fighting to win rounds just yet, at least. He's opened up a little bit more, but this guy is really fighting a cautious fight early on. Very awkward with his rhythm and movement. Again, in some ways reminds me of what Murad Hakkar was doing. He's doing better than Murad Hakkar was, but reminds me a little bit of what Murad Hakkar was doing with Bernard, but let's see. Boots would, let me see that. Seen a lot of Boots overrated in the chat. Let's let this fight still play out, guys. He might send us home with a highlight reel still at the end of the day. And this guy is playing spoiler. He's playing stinker. He's not coming. So far, he hasn't really fought like a guy to win. He's fought like a guy to survive so far. And if Jaron starts to get sloppy, starts to get tired, then he'll pick it up. But All right, round 6. Here we are. I got Boots up 4 rounds to 1. Gervonta starting off southpaw. Again, hasn't really been able to cut off the ring. Double jab, almost gets in a sweeping left hand. But again, almost ain't cutting it. Good feet by Zhukazhan. Keeps stepping off the lead foot. Now he shoots a straight right to the body of Boots. Does Zhukazhan. Zhukazhan trying to escape and pivot out to his left. Caught a right hook on the top of his head by Boots on his way out. Boots doubling up the jab and the left hand. He's trying to find the mark, trying to up that work rate a little bit. But Zhukazhan's angles and feet, his ability to constantly move and bounce, and he has good positioning with the lead foot. Knows how to get to the outside of that lead foot. Doesn't make anything happen offensively out of it. Isn't going to exchange with or take chances with Gervonta, but is frustrating him. Zhukazhan stepping in for a second. Fakes like he's going to set up some shots, but doesn't pull the trigger. Ennis let him come in, hoping he would pull the trigger, but he didn't. Now he tries a little left hook, but Ennis catches him with a right hook back. Ennis short with that southpaw jab. Hasn't been accurate with the jab at all. Nice left uppercut to the body off the jab for Ennis, though. Oh, Zhukazhan steps in, and just short with a left hook is Zhukazhan as he stepped in there for a second. Now he's back on the bounce, backing up. Bouncing. Now he's staying in front of... Got that bounce, but staying in front of Gervonta. Shoots a jab off. Gervonta, please exchange with me. Gervonta shoots off a straight left, but Zhukazhan using those feet, backs out of range, makes him fall short. Gervonta switching orthodox now. Zhukazhan shoots a 1-2. Gervonta blocks it, comes back, tries to cut distance with a 1-2, falls into a clinch. Can't find the mark against Zhukazhan. Not consistently, not with the power. 50 seconds left. Zhukazhan, again, fighting like Murad Hakar right now against Bernard Hopkins. Not doing anything offensively, just stepping off, using good feet and not getting hit too much. Good jab lands for Boots in the orthodox stance. Boots trying a big left hook, but misses. Tries to do that Roy Jones lead left hook, but now a lead left hook by Zhukazhan gets blocked, but partially got in. Tries a left hook to the body against Boots. And this is what these guys do. They don't throw punches for 30, 40, 50, 60 seconds. They almost lull you to sleep and frustrate and make you come forward. Then boop, boop. Then they try to get off. They try to sneak you. And that's what Zhukazhan's trying to do. Boots getting in with a right hand to the body, but missing. But Zhukazhan blocking the left hook. Nice little right hand at the bell for Zhukazhan. Almost landed on Boots. Boots pulling away, getting most of the steam off of it, but part of it got in. And it's 5-1 for Gervonta Ennis. Tank looking happy and relaxed in the dressing room watching the co-main. 5-1 Gervonta Ennis, but man, very inaccurate. Very inaccurate. And it's Zhukazhan not letting him find the range with his feet. Primarily his feet. It's not like Zhukazhan's got this great high guard. He picks his hands up sometimes and catches. But it's really the feet of Zhukazhan tonight. And again, athletic fighters, gifted fighters, cutting the ring off, cutting distance doesn't always come natural to them because when both guys are just at range in the center of the ring, the fast guy could get off at will. He can do so many things at range that when a guy steps off and says, now come and get me, that's not always comes natural to their DNA. And that's what's going on with Boots right now. He's being asked to be a pressure fighter when he's really an athletic boxer, puncher, counter puncher, athletic type fighter. He's being asked to fight in a style he's not used to, that he needs to get more used to be a complete fighter. I think, for example, Errol Spence, this would be right up his alley. Errol would have a much easier time with Zhukazhan because he knows how to cut off the ring, and he's a great body puncher. Boots is a good body puncher too, but he's more of an explosive 1 or 2 punch body puncher. Errol's going to dig and be consistent. Errol would know how to cut the ring off against this guy. Styles make fights. So Boots is 1 5 out of 6 in my card. To start round 7, it's more of the same. Zhukazhan playing keep away, but making Boots fall short, be inaccurate with his power shots. Let's see. We're in the second half of the fight now. Let's see if those legs start to settle down a little bit for Zhukazhan. And if he actually has to stay in punching range consistently, then Boots might be able to get him here in the second half of the fight. Minute into the 7th, and Boots is winning the fight, taking it to Zhukazhan, but Still can't find the mark accuracy-wise. Trying to get to the body, finishes up top. But Shukajan just awkward and stepping off. Tries to shoot a right uppercut to Shukajan. Right hook gets in for Boots. Boots starting to let go of more punches in combination because he knows he's not going to get him with 1 or 2 shots. Good right hook to the body by Boots. And now a left hand through the center of the guard lands for Boots as he set up the right hook. Used the right hook to make him pick the hands up and then shot the straight left through the center. Boots in the southpaw stance, staying on top of Shukajan. Shukajan's feet maybe starting to slow down just a little bit. He falls into the clinch and Boots gets in 2 left hands. Left hand to the body, left hand up top. If Boots can just get this guy to settle down and fight, he could get him out of there. Oh, left uppercut lands for Boots now. And those legs are slowing down. And now Gervonta is able to find the mark more in round 7. Right hook to the body lands for Gervonta. Shukajan starting to look a little more weary now. Again, those legs have been moving an awful lot. Minute left in the 7th. Gervonta starting to find the mark now. Right hook blocked by Shukajan, but those legs not evading as quickly now. 1-2 almost lands for Gervonta, getting closer. Short with the lead left. Shukajan more in range now. Makes him fall short with the jab. Now Boots tries to get to the body, but those shots are a little too wide of the body. Shukajan shooting back. Gervonta with his Boots with his chin exposed, but good head movement makes it miss clean. 20 seconds left. Shukajan covering up, blocking the right hook and the left uppercut by Boots. Boots makes him fall short with his right hand in return. Boots comes back with a southpaw jab. That one gets in. Straight left to the body gets in for Boots. With Shukajan back and straight back. A little cut over the left eye of Shukajan now. He's starting to show the wear and tear. And that gas tank has got to start dipping now for Shukajan, who takes some deeper breaths. Body language looking a little more fatigued heading back to the corner. Boots still standing up in between rounds. Getting ready for round 8. 6-1 Boots Ennis, 69-64. I gave Shukajan the 4th round, but outside of that, it's been all Boots. So here we go. It does look like Gervonta was starting to get closer to him down the stretch of that 7th round. I do think the legs might finally starting to be able to be give for Karan Shukajan. It was around this time in the Murad Hakkar fight, 7th, 8th round, where Bernard finally got to Hakkar because those fucking legs gave out. We shall see. I need some shticks, William. I need to come up with some catchphrases. All right, round 8. Here we go. Gervonta starting in the southpaw stance, misses the right hook, shoots 2 or 3 jabs. After that, in the southpaw stance, shoots the jab again, but can't find the mark. Misses 2 or 3 jab, misses the right hook off the jab, not finding the range with it, short with it, is Gervonta Ennis to start the 8th. Jab falls shorts again, Shukajan staying more in front of... Oh, now Gervonta taking little steps back, and Shukajan finally stepping to him. Gervonta trying to walk him into something, perhaps. Shukajan walking forward finally. Gervonta taking little steps back, but Shukajan not throwing. Coming forward, but not actually letting go of it. He tries a little right hand to the body, but didn't commit to it. Boots tried to counter immediately. He's like a... Throwing punches right now is like throwing meat to a dog. Boots is dying for him to throw punches so he can exchange with him and punch in between his punches and catch him. 2 body shots by Boots, but Shukajan on that bike. Once again, back on the bike. Looked to step towards Boots a little bit. Boots wanted to walk him into something, but the guy just didn't throw, didn't let go of anything, and he resets and got back to moving, laterally and on the back foot. But Gervonta not doing a good job tonight at cutting distance or cutting the ring off. Gervonta missing with the mark again with those overhand rights, trying to land the shot that he landed against guys like Delorme and Clayton. Oh, big left hook and miss that spins Gervonta's whole body around. Gervonta having some ugly moments in this fight, no doubt about it. Shukajan doing enough to make him look ugly at times. There's the overhand right for Gervonta. There's it is again. Got it in the second time. Shukajan taking it well. Shukajan covering up along the ropes, evades, gets away. Minute left in the 8th. It's been a Boots round. Jab to the body for Boots. Zhukezhan moving around. Man, this is a really shitty performance on a pay-per-view co-main event by Zhukezhan. Phew. Who brought this guy in with this style? Right hook to the body lands for Boots out of the clinch. Back in the orthodox stance. Lands a right hand to the body in the orthodox stance. Zhukezhan shoots the little bullshit punches and then clinches Duran in the center of the ring. 30 seconds left. Zhukezhan stepping off. Nice 1-2 for Zhukezhan. Lands a little bit through the guard there. But then Duran catching what's coming back after that. Duran trying to throw a jackhammer right hand, but misses. Left hook right hand to the body for Duran lands with 10 seconds left as Zhukezhan covers in the clinch. Left hand to the body again for Duran lands. There's a left uppercut to the body for Duran. Zhukezhan throws a straight right hand. Duran gets his head off the line, and that's it for round 8. 7-1, Duran Boots Ennis. But man, I know he is feeling frustrated dealing with this style. Phew. Man. Again, I'm frustrated for him, fellas. I'm frustrated for him. Man. Bum Logistics, appreciate you guys, man. Thank you. Tavares Morales, right? I got you on the commentary, though, right? Saves you some money. Major saying, go Karen. Boots getting exposed by a Karen. Come on, guys. Let's not expose. Come on now. He's won every round, basically, except for maybe the 4th. This guy is fighting like Murad Hakkar, a better Murad Hakkar. So he's even tougher to get than Murad Hakkar. This ain't Boots' style. I do think Spence and Crawford would have had an easier time dealing with their experience and savvy. They would have figured this guy out better than Boots. Now Boots coming forward with a high guard, and he swings and misses with a big right hand. Hits nothing but air. Boots doing a little bit too much for show with his high guard coming forward with the Mike Tyson. Really, pick your hands up behind the jab and cut the ring off. It's so much easier said than done, but I'm just saying. Oh, big right uppercut gets in for Boots. He baited with the jab. Finally got in a big uppercut, but Karan took it. But the right uppercut, Boots jabbing. Karan returned fire with the jab, and then boom, the right uppercut came from long range from Ennis. One of his best shots of the night, but Karan taking it and on his bike. Not looking to land anything, not looking to change the flow of this fight. He just wants to survive, ladies and gentlemen. Boots in the orthodox stance, trying to go and get him, but he's just walking forward, squaring his feet up at times, not cutting the ring off. But he still might get to him anyways. Boots getting Karan to force into a clinch, rips to the body, tries to finish off with a right hook lands for Boots as he caught the left hook, the lead hook from Karan. Tried that move a number of times to catch and shoot. Let him get it off just so you could come back with yours like a whip. Boom, boom. Halfway through the 9th. Now a jab lands for Boots. Karan constantly moving and on the bike. Karan eats a jab after getting his left hook caught on the gloves by Boots. Little over a minute left now in the 9th. Karan bouncing back, bouncing to his right, bouncing to his left, not letting his hands go. Boots with a straight left hand, and he falls into the clinch after that and smiles. Maybe he feels like he's starting to get something. Oh, straight right hand lands for Karan, and Boots able to slip and slide what's coming back after that and shoulder roll and dip, but that chin is exposed sometimes for Boots Ennis. And that right hand did get in for Karan. And granted, it is Boots getting reckless at times, trying to get to a guy who's not trying to fight, but still. Karan getting underneath the right hook and the left uppercut. Boots not as precise picking his shots as you'd want. Oh, Karan touching Boots a little bit as Boots getting a little wild and reckless with the offense. Tries to go underneath with the body shot and finish with the right hook up top. Does Boots. Left uppercut to the body, right hook up top. 15 seconds left. Been another Duran in this round. Duran coming forward in the southpaw stance, in the shoulder roll kind of stance. Oh, now a left hand lands as Chukajan tried to jump in with a right, and Boots just stepped off. Boom, walked him into a little bit of a left, but couldn't get his feet underneath it. And that's it for round 9. 8-1 Jaron Ennis. Let's see the replay here. And on the replay, they're showing Boots blow snot out of his nose. Boots still standing in between rounds. Hasn't taken a seat yet. Isn't breathing heavy. Doesn't look fatigued at all. This is obviously the deepest he's been in a professional fight. He's entering the 10th round as a professional for the first time in his career. Hey, dude, Philly love. You don't need it. Hey, thank you, Mark J. Real Comedy. Mark J. Real Comedy. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to Philadelphia. Shout out to Germantown, right? North Philly. And all throughout, I'm not super familiar, no, but shout out to Philly, and thank you so much, brother, for the donation. All right, round 10. Philly stand up. It's been a frustrating night for Philly. It's been a successful night. He's won, if not won every single round, all but one round. But hey, Mark J, Philly, man, do you remember Bernard Hopkins, Murad Hakar? He's having his Bernard Hopkins, Murad Hakar right now. 2 right hands from Boots' Karan Chukajan continues to just evade. Boots trying to double up the right hand, body and head, but this guy is just playing keep away completely. 2 right hands again from Boots over the top. Karan plays keep away, steps off to his right. Now he dips underneath a wild left hook from Boots. He has made Boots look absolutely sloppy at points. He has. He's made him miss, but hardly ever made him pay. But he has made him miss plenty. It's been a miss punch, clinic for Jaron tonight, but again, he's in with a guy who's not trying to fight at all. Jaron short with the southpaw jab. Chukajan thinks about actually staying in front of him for a moment, but then after that jab lands, he just steps back out of range and bounces to his right, resets in the center of the ring. Jaron Ennis tries to get a left hand to the body. They clinch in the center of the ring. Now right hook to the body and a left hand and a right hook up top land for Jaron Ennis. That's where he's been able to get his best work done, is when Karan actually has to pause for a second in a clinch, because he can't just move every second of every round. And when he falls into a clinch, Jaron's able to work out of that clinch sometimes and land some shots to the body and finish to the head, and that's where he did that time. Good right hook. But the power hasn't been able to make a difference the few times he has landed. He landed a right uppercut last round, landed a right hook this round, but Chukajan taking it well. Chukajan shooting a straight right to the body, trying to set up a left hook up top. Boots daring him to throw it, and he didn't. Chukajan shooting off a straight right and a left hook off his back foot. Got touched Boots with the right hand a little bit. Nice left hook to the body by Chukajan as he forced to stay still for a second. Left hook to the body by Chukajan, but a left uppercut to the body got his attention, I think. Chukajan is hurt to the body. Another left to the body. Right hook to the body now. Chukajan playing keep away, but he's hurt to the body in the 10th. Left hand to the body lands for Boots. Boots in the southpaw stance. Chukajan falling in the clinch. 2 body shots hurt Chukajan again. Chukajan playing keep away. 25 seconds left in the round. Boots has hurt him to the body. Oh, left uppercut lands up top for Boots. Boots staying on top of him. Left hand to the body. Left hand up top. Misses the right hook up top. Tries to dip back down to the body with a 2-piece. Left hand to the body again. Brings the left hand up top. Now a right hook up top. Chukajan not letting these punches land 100% clean, but some of them getting in partially. And Chukajan busted up, headed back to the corner after the 10th. He was hurt with that left hand to the body. Let's take a look. Right hook to the body. Ooh, it was a right hook to the body. Actually started it. And then a right hook up top. That was in one sequence early in the round. Then later in the round is where he hurt him with a left hand to the body. Mark J. chatted before. I'm from Philly, 62 years old. You told me not to give you so much money. Last time, grew up around all the Philly fighters. Thank you, Mark J. To shout out. Yeah, man, don't, man. I just love your support. Other people could give your money, but Mark J. has given enough to the Fight Hype. So we got much love for you, Mark J. Thank you, man. And you've been around you grew up around all the Philly fighters. That's awesome. Because I love Stephen Fulton. If he's not a top 10 pound for pound, he's knocking on the door. Bernard Hopkins. I got his poster behind me. Probably my favorite fighter ever, along with Eric Morales. So shout out Philly. But here we go. Boots in the 11th round. Here we go. Here we go, guys. In the 11th. Boots in the southpaw stance. He found something to the body there. Nice jab lands for Boots in the southpaw stance. 20 seconds into the 11th. Boots trying to lead right hook. He's missed a lot of those lead hooks, man. He's tried those Roy Jones lead hooks, but they've hit air most of the time. He's landed his shots when he's punched in distance. And against a guy constantly moving, it's been hard to find that distance. Step into that distance. You step in, he steps out. You step in, he steps out. You step in, he steps out. But, oh, nice left hand to the body off the right hook up top for Boots. Karan still keeping away. 2 minutes left in this 11th round. Boots staying in that southpaw stance. He's definitely fought most of this fight. More of this fight as a southpaw, though he's definitely switched plenty too. But he's fought more of this fight as a southpaw. Good defense by Boots as Karan tries to run his hands a little bit, and Boots just runs the shoulder roll on him. Now Boots switches orthodox and eats a two-piece from Karan. Comes back with a jab to lift Karan's head up, but the nice little two-piece there by Shukajan as Boots switched orthodox and came forward. Boots still orthodox, coming forward, not accurate this round. Nice jab for Boots in the orthodox stance. Shukajan constantly bopping up and down, backing away, shoots his own jab back. Boots shooting a jab to the body, but not comfortable cutting that distance against a mover like this. Doesn't always get his feet underneath him. Sometimes he'll just walk forward and square his feet up as he looks to just get to the guy. And he's doing that right now as I speak. And that's something the great pressure fighters, Duran and Chavez, and even Leonard, when Leonard decided it was time to go and get you, they didn't square up like that. Nice right hook to the body by Boots as Karan is forced to take a step to stay still for a moment. But other than that, Karan Shukajan doing nothing offensively. Nothing. Just getting through the round. Wants to see the finish line. Boots, straight left hand down the center for Boots. But Shukajan falls into a headbutt, and Boots feels like that was a headbutt into that clinch by Shukajan. Left hand to the body for Boots. Shukajan falls into the clinch. 15 seconds left in the round. And there will be plenty to go back with his father and watch the tape and work on for Jaron Ennis tonight. He's won just basically every round, if not 10 out of 11. And that's it for the 11th. Another round. Man, just a terrible effort by Shukajan in terms of actually trying to win the fight. All he's done is take the air out of the building for Jaron Ennis. He's been no threat to actually beating him. He's just done a successful job of not letting him look good. Okay. Mark J, thank you, man. Actually was at Grateford State Prison with Bernard Hopkins and went to school with Terrell Biggs, spent some time in Executioner's Gym at Pal. That is awesome, Mark J. That's crazy, man. We got a real thorough dude in the chat with Mark J, Real Comedy. And shout out to you for like Bernard, doing your time there as he was doing it. Now you guys are both out and living a good life. And so shout out to you for that, my man. That's crazy, though. I love Bernard, so that's cool that I got a guy that went. That new Bernard from back in the day. Shout out to you, Mark. But Philly has had a very much a Murad Hakar kind of night for Jaron Ennis. 10-1 on my card. I gave Shukajan the fourth. Outside of that, I mean, he's been the definition of fighting to survive and not to win tonight. Whoever the matchmaker was for this fight, this is a little bit of a faux pas on you, my friend. This is not the kind of opponent you were supposed to bring in. But the positive side, looks like Ennis might be headed to the distance for the first time as a professional, and he needed to go 12 rounds at some point. 30 seconds into it, and Shukajan still not trying to win the fight, just playing keep away, and Boots inaccurate. Right hand landed for Shukajan and a left hook, because again, Boots getting a little reckless and impatient trying to get to this guy who's not really trying to fight, and every now and then Boots will walk into a shot. It's been about a half dozen times that's happened tonight, and Jaron cannot allow that to happen. You got to walk in behind the jab and not just square his feet up and you know, and rely on his reflexes. Sometimes you got to pick those hands up in time or tuck that chin, and he doesn't always do that. So some flaws. Every fighter's got them. Flaws being exposed tonight for Jaron Ennis, but still winning just about every round. Zhukezhan landed some right hands this round. Ennis firing back, landing hard to the body. Almost halfway through the 12th round, Zhukezhan has competed a little bit better this round. Boots just off the mark with a counter right hook and a left uppercut as Zhukezhan stepped in with a straight right hand, not able to find the mark halfway through the final round. Zhukezhan off with a left hook. Boots dipped underneath it. Boots still on the front foot. Little respect for Zhukezhan's power. None. Nice left to the body by Boots. Zhukezhan shooting a straight right and a left hook and then waves Boots on, and Boots slips it well, but doesn't tuck his chin when he slips. I mean, he's getting away from it tonight, but that could be a problem. Minute left. Left hook to the body. Right hand to the body for Boots. Zhukezhan returns fire with a right hand up top. Boots blocks it and smothers it. Boots using the shoulder roll on the front foot, getting away from two shots. Man, Zhukezhan dipping underneath the left hook, right hook combo from Boots, making him hit nothing but air, falls into the clinch again. 45 seconds left in this final round. Boots with a big left uppercut, but misses the mark. Two-piece to the body for Boots in the clinch. Straight left hand up top for Boots. Boots smothers and blocks a left hook. He slips a right uppercut. He slips a right hand, and then a little bit of the right hand does get in for Zhukezhan to finish it. Two body shots, hard for Boots get in. Straight left hand lands for Boots out of the southpaw stance. 20 seconds left. Straight left hand for Zhukezhan. Right hook misses, but then Boots makes him miss the straight right hand in response. Zhukezhan bangs his gloves like, come on, but he's been a stinker all night. 10 seconds left, and Boots will have gone the distance for the first time in his career. It wasn't very impressive. He won 11, if not all 12 rounds, but man, very inaccurate, faced with the awkwardness and the feet and the bouncy rhythm and the approach of trying to survive of Karan Zhukezhan. And so Boots, we have to find out for sure he's human. He's not, and he comes back down to earth with this performance, has some things to work on. Doesn't cut the distance, doesn't cut the ring off, follows guys around the ring. And then defensively, sometimes those hands don't come back in position and that chin isn't tucked. And he walked into some shots tonight. Zhukezhan, 17% connect percentage to 34% for Boots. So Boots doubling him in connects. Zhukezhan landing 92 out of 373 power shots, 88 body shots for Boots to just 11 for Zhukezhan. Those were probably most of the one time Ennis hurt him was in the 10th with a body shot, a left hand to the body. But this guy wouldn't stay still for more than 2 seconds at a time. He wasn't trying to win. He was trying to see the final bell, and he did. So, well, yeah, some disappointing performance from Boots, says Kenny. Yes, but disappointing matchmaking a little bit too. Why'd you bring in a mover from the Ukraine who's not going to come to win against a guy you're trying to build up in the co-main? I mean, it's on, at the end of the day, it's on you. Whoever they put you in there with, you figure it out. You figure this. If you're a complete fighter and you could be the best pound for pound, figure it out and look good. And Jaron, he figured it out. He won 11, if not 12 rounds, but he didn't look good. So, hey, you guys know I love Jaron. You know, you guys know I would love to see him fight Errol or Terrence. I give him a good shot against Errol or Terrence, but I can't say he was really impressive tonight. You got to be fair to. I damn sure wouldn't say he got exposed. He's overrated. No, none of that. You know what I mean? But he does come back to earth with this performance. Like I said, he's got to work on some things. Cut the ring off. All right, let's hear this decision now. All three in favor with a wide unanimous decision split to the winner. Still undefeated, Jaron Boots Ennis. All right, my guys, I got to take just a quick piss break before my bladder explodes. 2 seconds. Please forgive me, chat. 2 seconds. right. All right, everybody. Thank you, chat, for letting me do that. Let me just hear what Gervonta's saying. Kind of hard for me to hear exactly what Gervonta's saying. Let me turn this up. You know what I'm saying? Well, I imagine, he's going to call out. We got to watch out, make sure we don't get no audio picked up on this. But all right, chat. So, yeah, Gervonta Ennis, he wins. Unanimous decision. One, maybe shutout. Maybe Shukajan squeezed out a round, and I gave him the fourth. But, yeah, Gervonta Ennis still would love to, still the boogeyman of the division to me. Still the guy that Crawford and Spence don't really want to fight. I still give him, but got some things to work on. Like I said, defensively, he walked into some shots a half dozen times tonight, and sometimes that chin isn't tucked. He relies on the reflexes, but the chin's exposed, and it's not like there's a hand there to block. It's not like the chin's behind the shoulder when he does the shoulder roll. Sometimes when he shoulder rolled, what was coming back, the chin was there, and that could be taken advantage of by Crawford and by Spence. But he was asked to fight a guy who was just there to survive, and he's asked to fight in a style that's not normally his. He's an athletic fighter, a boxer puncher, a counter puncher. He's not a come forward, put the hands up, cut the ring off kind of guy. But to be a complete fighter, you need to learn all of those aspects. So, but I definitely, I don't really think the boot stock. I don't think it dropped. It just didn't get any higher. It was tonight was a failure in terms of stamping him as the must-see guy. That performance didn't do that for people, but he did. He was fairly dominant, won every round against a guy who wasn't there to fight. If you know you're boxing, if you know what you're watching, you won't get carried away with the fact that Gervonta wasn't super impressive, given what his opponent, what his temperament was tonight, and all that. But I've been pumping the boots train all along. He's got some things he's got to work on, clearly, based on the night. And if it was Errol Spence in there, with the way he knows how to cut the ring off and be consistent behind his jab and be accurate, he would have got that guy out of there tonight. And I think Terrence Crawford definitely would have got him out of there tonight, too. So, he needed to go 12 at some point, and he did tonight. So, Karan like Sam Sullivan. Machiavelli the Don. We can't say Karan's like Sam Sullivan because Sam Sullivan threw 1,000 punches against Winky Wright, right? Sam Sullivan let the things go. He let his hands go. This man didn't let his hands go for anything. He was Murad Hakkar. He was the Ukrainian Murad Hakkar. Using too much sauce. Ortiz can KO a mover and Bootleg cannot. Fair point. I do think Virgil Ortiz definitely would have stopped this dude tonight. But you know the phrase, don't you? Styles make fights. And, he can't deal with a mover, but Virgil can. But if you try to come forward and put the pressure on Gervonta and walk into the power and the speed, it's a different thing. Okay, we found out you can make Gervonta look bad by fighting like that, but can you win? This guy didn't even come close to even trying to win. He was just trying to make him look bad. I agree with you. Virgil would stop Shukajan. He would know how to go and cut that ring off and go get a guy. He is better at that aspect than Gervonta Ennis, but Gervonta Ennis is a much better counterpuncher than he is. He's faster than he is and better reflexes than he is. I'm not ready to just fully say he's defensively better than Virgil because Virgil is fundamentally sound with his defense. It gets overlooked because he doesn't have great upper body movement and great feet, but his hands are always up and he keeps his chin tucked down. So I still would favor Gervonta. I'd favor the more athletically gifted guy, but Virgil is a freaking problem. He's a problem, and styles make fights. He would have looked better tonight against Shukajan tonight. I agree. Styles make fights. Believe that. Exactly, Mark J. Styles make fights. And, if Virgil is going to fight in a completely different style than what Shukajan did tonight, okay, so we found out you can make Gervonta inaccurate. If you just disengage with him a lot of guys are going to be inaccurate if you just disengage for 12 rounds, especially guys like Gervon, especially guys that are boxer punchers, counter punchers. You just play keep away and come to survive, and now you're asking them to be a come forward guy. It's out of their element. It's not making an excuse for him. Errol Spence and Virgil Ortiz would have got him out of there. So, but it is what it is. Styles make fights. The Boots hype train has been derailed, Matty boy. No, it hasn't. Fucking choo choo. We're leaving on that midnight train to Philly. Okay? No. We're Gladys Knight over here. The train don't stop. It's a midnight train to Philadelphia. 3 Pumps said what speed? 3 Pumps, I will admit, Shukajan at times made that Roy Jones-like speed we've been hyping up look a little more pedestrian with the big swing and misses on the lead hooks. I mean, he made him miss clean, made it dipped right underneath him. Where's that hand speed there? I hear what you're saying, 3 Pumps, but I just think this dude was a fucking headache and a half, and Gervonta will look a lot better against a guy actually trying to win the fight, you know. I think his defense wasn't as tight because he knew Karan couldn't punch him at all. Should he tighten up? Yes, but Karan punching powers. I agree with you, Vivoka 40. I said the same thing about Delorme when Delorme caught him flush. I said, okay, but he's moving in for the kill and not respecting what's coming back. But no, it's not just that. He's got some holes defensively. That chin isn't tucked, and the hand. If the hand ain't up to block it, then you better have the reflex to get out of the way of the shot. And he's got that, and he relies on that too much. If the hand ain't there, then the reflex better be there. If the reflex isn't there, then your feet better get you out of range. If your feet it doesn't get you out of range and you don't have the reflex and the hand's not right there, then you better at least have the chin tucked so that it lands here and not on the money spot. And so he doesn't tuck the chin. And he doesn't keep the hand up all the time where it's supposed to be. When Floyd shoulder rolled, that right hand was right here, catching this, and then the chin was tucked behind the left shoulder. He's not doing all that when he shoulder rolls. He's got some things to tighten up. But I'm still a huge Boots believer, so don't get me wrong. But I'm just showing you I know how to keep it objective about guys whose talent I believe in. I don't just all of a sudden turn off my eyeballs. Isaac Bermudez, Boots relies on power and athleticism. Worst style ever. It's a style that doesn't always age well. Roy Jones, the minute that stuff left, he started getting knocked out. So I get what you mean. But no, I think he's a very good counter puncher too. He's a good counter puncher. It's just there's nothing to counter when the guy ain't throwing nothing back. So I don't think he's just purely an athletic guy with no skills. He has skills. His skills don't come. He's not that toolbox doesn't include cutting the ring off and all like that's in a guy like Triple G or Julio Cesar Chavez's toolbook and Sugar Ray Leonard when he felt like going and getting you Marvin Hagler, but not in his just yet. Let me see if I say Garcia. Let's see here. Man, just showing some people ringside at the fight. We're getting ready for main event time, guys. We've got about 2.5 thousand people in the chat. That's fucking awesome. Great to have everyone here. Hope everyone's been enjoying the round by round. It's still time for main event time, man. Jerron Boots Ennis, shout out to my guys for Fight Hype holding it down for us. Got my man Hans. New guy Jay, and of course Ron Goodall holding it down for us. Rockman, shout out to my man Rockman. We got a lot of guys on hand there in that building as we speak. Ringside, I'm just holding it down from the office, doing my thing with the round by rounds. And looks, what are we getting? A movie preview here. So yes, to recap, Demetrius Andrade did Demetrius Andrade-like things. He scored an early knockdown, began to coast a little bit, but then got another knockdown in the 10th. 2 knockdowns, basically swept Damon Nicholson. Andrade looked like Andrade, a mid-30s Andrade. Still a very formidable and a tough guy, Andrade to top guy, but I favor the power of Charlo to hurt Andrade at some point if they fight. I feel like that fight's got a chance to happen in 2023. I know they'll want to get Charlo a fight back. He's been out of the ring too long. Anyway, Andrade won that. Rashidi Ellis with the upset of the night. I thought he was up 6 rounds to nothing. I thought They maybe split the second half of the fight. Maybe the first half was 6-zip Rashidi, second half 3-3. And then the 2 knockdowns in round 12 cost Rashidi Ellis his undefeated record. He takes his first L tonight. And then Jaron Ennis comes back to earth. Reminds us all he's human. Karan Shukashan completely fought to survive, did not try to win a round really, but was successful in making Jaron look sloppy at times and not out of this world. So, but despite that, Jaron basically a clean sweep. Maybe he lost a round, but won every round. And now it's time for Tank Davis against Hector Luis Garcia. We got Baltimore in the house. We got República Dominicana in the house. And we got the Fight Hype fans in the house. So, all right. We got Sega Dreamcast in the house, as always. Right? So, main event of the evening coming now. I wish copyright wasn't a thing. I wish we could play like a quick hype song to get us all ready. We could play the old HBO theme song. Dun 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 na 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 na. What an awesome show! What a great fight! Hello, I'm Jim Lampley, and we welcome you again to Fight Hype's World Championship Boxing. Let's go. All right, here comes Hector Luis Garcia. Here comes Hector Luis Garcia. Along with Bam Rodriguez, really the breakout fighter of 2022, beat Chris Colbert, who tremendous hand speed. Chris Colbert showed a lot of flash and skills, and then all of a sudden just got blown out of the ring by Hector Luis Garcia, who was a late replacement, supposed to be an overmatched guy. Then he goes on and fights Gutierrez for the WBA super featherweight title, pieces him up, beats him up, and comes into this fight technically a reigning world champion at 130. Well, is a reigning world champion at 130 pounds. Tonight, the marquee says it's for a title fight, but we all know the lightweight champion of the world is Devin Haney, so there's really no belt on the line tonight of any significance. Just a big lightweight attraction. Tank Davis, one of the few guys in today's sport that could really move the needle at the box office. Had a lot of controversy around him, deservedly so, heading into this fight. But here we are on fight night. One of the most controversial guys in the sport, Tank Davis, and one of the most talented guys in the sport, Tank Davis. But first, here's Hector Luis Garcia coming to the ring, stepping inside. A big underdog tonight, was a huge underdog against Chris Colbert, but this ain't Chris Colbert he's up against. Me personally, you give my quick prognostication before the fight, but then once the bell ring, that goes out the window, and it's about calling it down the middle. My little prediction, guys, I say Garcia, he gets some good work off, touches Tank up, but inevitably gets bombed out of there. And I think, I'm going to say the middle rounds for Tank. So, but I think Garcia, for as long as it may, then again, let's see if Tank, he's talked about taking out all his frustrations on Hector Garcia. He talked about how Hector Garcia said he looks like a criminal alongside all the other fighters on the undercard. He's their lawyer. That fired him up. Maybe Tank, wants to make a statement to media, to everybody, with an angry performance in the early rounds and really make a statement. But that's not usually Gervonta's thing. Gervonta takes his time. I think CopyBox has him throwing the fewest amount of punches per round at the elite level of boxing. So he's an accurate guy, but an economical guy. I don't know if we'll expect him to he's gotten some first round knockouts before, but we'll see. We shall see. Jimmy Lennon set to make the introductions. Yeah, drink some water, Sean. Stay hydrated, man. I know I'm I'm almost out, man. I got just enough to get us through main event. Oh. And when the show's off, I got my weed ready too. Just saying. We don't do that on the job. We gotta stay alert for you guys. Can't miss punches. Who's this coming to the ring with Tank? I'm getting old, folks. I got kid now. I'm 31. I don't know all these rappers. Most of them are trash anyways. And now I'm not picking on rap. Most of the music is trash now. Rock been dead for decades. All right, I have no idea who these two young men are. Anybody who actually ordered the pay-per-view know who these rappers are. It's not important. What's important is Gervonta Davis is making his way to the ring. I'm trying to think if there's like any legendary MCs from Baltimore. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I gotta be wrong, right? There's gotta be. Who's a great MC from like the DMV area? There gotta be someone, right? And again, two rappers just rapping. Tank is still set to make his ring walk here. Lil Baby? Is it Lil Baby? It's not Lil Baby, is it? I think I at least know Lil Baby. Is that? I don't know. I know there's two of them. I know there's Dub Baby and Lil Baby. And I even predicted that rap name would exist one day. I remember I was back in middle school, high school, and it was like Lil Wayne, Lil Scrappy, Lil Flip. And I said, one day, one of these rappers is just going to be Baby. They just keep, like, the names just kept getting from Shorty to Lil to, and I go, one of these motherfuckers is just going to be called Baby. And then here we are. This is called Baby. So here comes Gervonta Davis to the ring. Lil Durk. Okay. This Lil Durk. I've heard that name. I mean, I don't know him like that, but I've heard the name. Bone Thugs. Well, Bone Thugs is Cleveland. They're from Ohio. They're not DMV. All right, here comes Tank. Tank, looks in the best mood I've ever seen him heading into this fight. Maybe this is his happy place, his peaceful place. He's got a court date coming up from the hit and run. He's in the news with the domestic call and all that. But in that boxing ring, there's no dispute that he's a special talent in there. And he looks very happy walking to. Maybe this is the happiest I ever seen Gervonta walk into the ring, and maybe more than ever, the ring tonight is a refuge for him from the outside problems going on. So we shall see what my man has got tonight. Gervonta Davis, in my opinion, definitely one of the most talented fighters in boxing. At 130 pounds, he was one of the most talented fighters I've seen, period. And at lightweight, he's a little undersized, but packs so much punching power and dexterity and coordination offensively and defensively and speed that it hasn't mattered yet that he's a little guy in the division. And he's big boned. He's built like a sturdy guy. But again, not a big lightweight is Gervonta Davis. And here he is in the ring. Got the black robe on. I feel like I've seen this kind of look from him before. It almost looks like the Michael Jackson blackish robe he had once, but here we go. So, all right, guys, for just tuning in, again, this is just a live round by round. We're going to call the action as soon as the bell rings, calling every punch, calling the fight down the middle with no bias so you guys can hear the action as good as possible, just like the old days on the radios when it was Rocky Marciano and Joe Louis and Sugar Ray Robinson fighting and you had to hear it on the radio. We're going to do it like that. I got you. So for as long as this one lasts, will Hector Garcia be like Isak Cruz, a guy that we're expecting to just come in and get bombed out, but he takes Tank 12 and gives him a tough fight? Hector Garcia listed at 5'8" to 5'5.5" for Tank Davis, 69-inch reach to 67.5-inch reach for Tank Davis. So Hector Garcia with a 2-inch height advantage and a 1.5-inch reach advantage, even though he's looked at as the physically smaller guy tonight. Not as sturdy a build as Gervonta Davis, who has knocked out guys that have fought at welterweight like Mario Barrios. Garcia, a natural 130-pounder, coming up to 135. So, I don't use this. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to everyone in the chat who's appreciating it. Appreciate you guys. Really love you guys for rocking with me in the chat and letting me do what I love to do, man. Call it boxing. So I know you guys at home are probably sick and tired of my stalling, and as we are here waiting through Jimmy Lennon's ring introductions, and you're ready to just get the round one started and get the fight going, as am I. Shorty is the GOAT in Baltimore, and that's a fact. Is that the name of the rapper? I know. I just know a place like Baltimore had to have a good MC at some point. He just never hit the mainstream. So Goody or whoever, I'm sure Baltimore has had a good MC at some point. It's fun to hear those local rappers that didn't hit. You know, Errol Spence had the at least in men's boxing, had the entrance of the year in Dallas. I didn't know who Big Tuck and Southside Gorillas, but that definitely became a part of the playlist after Errol came out to it. So okay, Lil Baby Walk Tank, got you. Nick Attilo, appreciate you, man. All right, come on, Jimmy Lennon. Let's put these introductions on turbo mode and get through this thing. Let's get to the fight. The people are done hearing me talk. They want to hear some action. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to you a 12-round lightweight fight. I love Jimmy, don't get me wrong, but I was always a Michael Buffer guy over Jimmy Lennon. Man, if this was Michael right now, he'd be like, Damas y caballeros, de San Juan de la Managua, República Dominicana, Hector Luis Garcia. He'd over-exaggerate the Garcia. And now, known the world over as just Tank. He is considered one of the best bona fide knockout artists in the sport, pound for pound. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the former two-time super featherweight, the former WBA super lightweight, and the reigning defending WBA lightweight champion of the world, Gervonta Tank Davis. All right. Let's go. All right, here we go. Tank is getting warmed up. That was my introduction for Tank. Hector Luis already got his. Again, Gervonta looking happy. And I just think Hector going to be in over his head, man. Gervonta actually, you would think, well, all this shit going on, it would get him off track. He looks ready to be more on track than ever. This is seriously the happiest I've ever seen him in the ring. And watching him shadow box in the Showtime cameras beforehand, he looks very sharp. This is a guy with great dexterity and coordination, offense to defense. I think that's one thing people don't mention about Gervonta is his coordination, his dexterity. His pivots aren't what I call fat. When he pivots to his right, pivots to his left, that's a sharp, quick movement. It keeps you on his line. And defensively, he's underrated too. Even though he gets touched up, you know, because his mentality is of a puncher. You know, he's not a mentality like Floyd, where I want to make him miss every single shot. But when he wants to be sharp defensively, he is. And he often is sharp defensively. So here we go. All right, now to get to the good part. Tank has really grown into lightweight. His body looks really comfortable at lightweight now. Like it's really settled in, and he's a strong lightweight. Hector Luis is in good shape. He's actually more chiseled than he has been in fights before. Round one, here we go. Both fighters in that southpaw stance, and they start off in the center of the ring. Tank, not known as a fast starter, but has some first-round knockouts on his record. Tank starting with a jab to the body. Hector Luis is the taller guy in there. Tank looks like the physically stronger guy in there, the more sturdy, thick guy, but Hector Luis thinner but taller. No punches thrown in the first 30 seconds. Both guys measuring in the center of the ring. Now they both let go of the jab and they trade jabs. Both got in. Both landed their jab to start. Tank, high guard to start. Not shoulder roll, high guard. Now a double jab from Hector Luis to start. And that first jab got in for Hector Luis. Center of the ring. Neither guy really taking too much of a step back. Tank keeping his gloves high. Hector Luis fighting with that lead hand down. Hector tries to step up and throw a right hook, and Tank takes a step out of range. Back in range now. Hector Luis with that right hand low by his waist. Tank keeping both his hands up. Now Tank inching forward, but Hector keeping distance off his jab. Just touching with the jab to keep his hand on Tank to know where he is. Center of the ring, both fighters still. Tank in the high guard. Now Hector Luis shoots off a right hook. Left hand. Tank defensively getting away from it, keeping his hands up and pulls out of range. Halfway through the first round, Hector range finding with the jab in the center of the ring. The up jab from the hip. Davis now shoots his up jab from his hip. Misses it. Davis picks his hands back up. High guard for Davis, stepping in. Hector Luis measuring with his lead right hand. Just wants to keep his hand on Davis and know where he is. Davis steps in with the jab short, but he's trying to cut the distance a little bit. Keeps his hands up. Blocks a jab. Davis still with his hands up, stepping towards Hector Luis. Hector Luis range finding with his up jab. Now he shoots the jab through the center. Tank comes back with the jab. Hector Luis jabs to the body in return. Very feeling out round, absolutely, by both guys. But Hector Luis not on his bike, staying in front of Tank and keeping his lead hand low like Tank said he might take advantage. Now Tank shoots a straight left to the body off the jab up top. Hector Luis with his own up jab. Slow pace in round one, but you could feel the intensity. 30 seconds left. Hector trying to shoot the first left hand over the top of Tank's jab to the body. He missed the mark. 20 seconds left. Tank short with a jab. Not a lot to choose from in round one. 10 seconds left. Center ring. Feinting from both guys. Neither guy's opening up. 5 seconds left. Davis in the high guard. Catches a jab. And that's it for round one. Honestly, should be a 10-10 round, folks. Honestly. Almost never, less than 1% of the time in boxing will a judge ever call a 10-10 round. Honestly, folks, that should be a 10-10 round. And I don't think you guys have ever heard me on any of these round by rounds call a 10-10 round. That to me was a 10-10 round. If you got to give it to somebody, I'm tempted to give it to Garcia, but I think Tank would get it because he's Tank and Hector's Hector. And if it's a close round, who do you think's going to get that round? Thank you. But I felt like it's 10-10, that first round, honestly. But this is Tank. You know, when Lomachenko does this, we say he's downloading data, right? We never say that when Gervonta does it. He's downloading data. He's downloading data. He is. We'll use our Lomachenko terminology for him. He's downloading data. I'm okay with 10-9 Garcia, Ray Vargas. It was really, there's nothing, to me that was a 10-10 round. Here we go, round two. Round two, center of the ring. Again, Tank in that high guard like he'll do against taller opponents. Hector Luis, right-hand side. They are literally standing and posing in front of each other to start round two in the center of the ring. Not like Hector Luis looking more imposing in round two in terms of his height. And all of a sudden he looks even taller than Tank than he did in round one. Tank, high guard, step in. Hector shoots a jab in there. Tank, high guard, staying right in front of Hector Garcia. Not a lot of movement from both guys, just posing in the center of the ring. Hector shoots a jab to the body, and Tank tries to come back with a jab up top. Now Tank shoots a jab up top. Getting closer with his jab, that time is Tank. Tank stepping in behind the high guard with the jab again. He's really fighting out of the high guard to start. Now Tank touching, taking something off the shot to get closer to Garcia. Touches again with the jab 2 or 3 times, getting closer to Garcia. Garcia comes back with his own jab, but not committing to it. Tank with 2, 3 jabs. Oh, now a straight left hand gets in for Tank. Nice shot. Kind of the Mayweather shot, the pop shot, the straight backhand shot at distance in the center of the ring. Now a jab to the body lands for Tank. Tank figuring things out now in round 2. Lead hook just off the mark for Hector Garcia. Tried a lead right hook, but Tank got his chin off the line. Tank staying on the front foot, looking comfortable in the high guard. He's winning this round because of those 2 shots. Hector gets his jab blocked. Tank stepping in behind his jab. Hector tries to counter with a left uppercut, but Tank being defensively responsible early on. Now Hector tries to shoot his jab in as Tank took a step in. Nice right hook to the body for Hector. Tank saying it's low, and the ref agrees with him, says it was borderline. It looked pretty clean to me. It was a good right hook to the body by Hector Garcia. Minute left in the second. Tank with an edge in this round because of the straight left hand he landed halfway through. Hector trying a 1-2. Tank with the high guard, blocks it well. Tank steps in with a jab, then does a little touch left hand. Hector Garcia backing up with the up jab twice, 3 times. 2 body shots for Tank Davis as he stepped in nicely there. They trade jabs. That jab lifted Tank's head up. 30 seconds left in the round. Jab to the body by Hector Garcia. Tank's face a little reddened. Right hook landed a little. Right hook to the body lands for Hector Garcia now. Hector loosening up. Hector loosening up. Now Tank falls short with a jab and a straight left to the body. Now Tank lands his jab out of the high guard. Hector Garcia taking half steps back, fighting out of that shoulder roll with his right hand low at his waist. Here we come to the close, and that is it. Oh, nice left hand with Hector along the ropes lands for Tank. Tank says, calm down, I got him. And Tank's mom fired up, Kenya Brown at ringside. Anyways, gave that round to Davis for sure. Landed that straight left hand in the center of the ring. He was finding, getting closer with the jab, and then had the speed and the timing and the accuracy to pull off just a pop shot straight left hand in the center of the ring against Garcia, the taller guy. Nice move by Tank. Also got in a good body shot. Hector Garcia actually got in 2 or 3 right hooks to the body himself. But on my card, I actually think first round should be 10-10, second round to Davis. So 20-19 Davis on my card. I'm going to go ahead and keep that first round 10-10, man. Go ahead and keep that first round in there. Does Davis look good? He does look explosive. He's not throwing a lot of punches, but that's Gervonta. But in terms of his explosiveness and the form on his punches, he looks good. Tank looks good and sharp. Round 3 begins. Tank in the high guard center ring. Again, neither guy using too much movement, but Tank is the aggressor. He is the guy on the front foot right now. Ooh, Garcia just off with a sneaky right hook, and then he doubled it up and shot one to the body after that. Just missed Tank and got it into the body. Now a nice jab to the body by Hector Garcia. He doubled it up and finished that second jab to the body. Tank staying forward in that high guard, trying to parry with his left glove, the right glove of Garcia, and set something up over the top. Jab to the body for Tank, staying on that front foot. Garcia steps off, lands a nice counter left hand to the body, does Garcia there. Garcia loosening up. Nice jab by Garcia after he gets his head off the line of Tank's jab. Oh, left hand. Ooh, almost got. That was a Tank with beautiful placement. He lands the jab. Left hand didn't land for Tank, but I see what he's going for, and he just missed with a knockout shot that Garcia didn't see coming. Garcia tried to land a left hand on the chin of Tank, and Tank shook his head and smiled. Nope, you're not going to get that shot in. Good defense by Tank. Rolls the right hook and dips his head out of the way of the left hand after that by Garcia. Garcia shooting the up jab. Tank parrying it. Garcia getting off, though. Garcia shooting that up jab again. 2 jabs up from the hip as Tank walks in with the high guard. Tank getting a little more flexible with the upper body movement now behind the high guard. Coming forward. Garcia still comfortable and composed in there, though. Not in over his head early on. Tank makes Garcia eat a jab, but Garcia countered over the top of the jab with a left hand that grazed Tank back in return. Tank just missing with a left uppercut, and then Garcia gets his head off the line of the jab. Resets his position. Shoots a jab to Tank's body. Good jab to the body by Garcia. Garcia coming over the top of the left hand, and Tank getting most of the steam off of it, but part of that shot got in for Garcia. Tank lowering that right hand now. Now coming out of the high guard. Picks it back up. Picks it back up into the high guard. Now he lowers it again. Picks it up. Shoots a jab to the body. Sets up a straight left up top as Garcia tried to counter back to the body. Straight left hand misses for Tank. A little short. Garcia steps out. Jab lands for Tank, but Garcia comes back with a stiff jab and knocks his head up. Tank is physically the boss in there. You could tell, he's the one imposing himself, but he isn't dominant, not even close, not yet, but you can feel him imposing, and that Garcia is very respectful of that power and wary of it, but Garcia not in over his head, boxing well. Range finding 2, 3, 4 times with the jab by Garcia. And that was a competitive round. You could score to Garcia. I'm just not sure in a slow kind of competitive round like that, judges are going to give Garcia the benefit of the doubt. Let's see the replay here on Showtime. Here's a replay by Showtime. Yeah, it was a left hand by Garcia that did land on the side of Gervonta's head a little bit there. And I felt that Garcia got off more often, and I felt he won that round. It wasn't, Tank, again, hardly lets his hands go. He's hardly thrown any punches in these first 3 rounds, guys. So I got it, as bizarre as it sounds, I had the first round 10-10, second round to Tank Davis, because he landed that straight left hand in the middle of the ring. And then that third round, Tank almost landed a shot that could have spelled the end, but he just missed it, and Garcia didn't see it coming. And Garcia got off and landed a few shots. I got it 1-1. I got the first round even, the second round to Tank, and the third round to Garcia so far. I got the fight even through 3, which you'll never see happen in boxing because even rounds never happen. But that first round was an even round. Here we are in round 4 now. Garcia still shooting that up jab, and Tank staying right in front of him with the high guard. Tank, as always, extremely economical, and you wait for the spurt. He'll fight in spurts, and you know the explosion is coming soon at some point in the middle rounds, and then he saves another spurt for the late rounds if need be. But that middle round spurt is due to come in the 5th or 6th by Davis. Here we are in the 5th. Davis not letting his hands go at all, and Hector Garcia just working and touching with his lead hand. Not being super effective, sometimes trying to hook off the jab, sometimes not fully committing to his jab, but working the first minute of the round. Now left uppercut almost gets in for Hector Luis, partially got in. Hector keeps working off that jab just to know where Tank is. Oh, now Tank getting in a left hand as he made Garcia fall short with his left hand. Tank countered back with his left hand. Nice right hook to the body by Garcia in close now. And now a left hand inside by Garcia to the body, but Tank comes back with a right hook to the body as they fight in close range for a moment now. Garcia just off with a left uppercut. Tank stepping in with a jab. Another jab reaches the chest of Garcia. Garcia fires his jab back. Tank trying to impose his strength and power on Garcia. Garcia fighting very gamely and boxing smart so far, holding his own with Tank Davis. 2, 3 jab rangefinders by Hector, but Tank shooting a big left hand over the top of those rangefinders. Here's another left hand in close by Tank Davis. Big jab to the body, sets up 2 hooks up top for Tank Davis. Garcia getting out of the way of those power shots, but now the jab lands for Davis, and a big right hook and a right hook to the body landed for Davis. Davis starting to explode. Left hand landed for Davis and a right hook. He's shooting off punches in between Garcia's punches and beating him in these sequences, beating him in these exchanges, getting his head off the line when Garcia returns fire with his counters. He's got the superior timing and speed against Garcia in those sequences. Now a left hand lands over the top. Oh, a right hook to the body and a left hook to the body. Tank is dipping underneath Garcia's punches, and now a right hook to the body sets up a left hand over the top for Tank, and another left hand over the top for the Tank. The explosiveness is coming for Tank now. Garcia trying to return fire with a left hand up top. He eats a left uppercut. Tank punching in between Garcia's punches phenomenally in the 4th round right now. Offense to defense, defense to offense in these sequences when both guys open up. Beautiful stuff by Tank. Offense to defense, defense to offense. That coordination and dexterity showing up like we talked about before the fight. And Garcia now has a look on his face like he just tasted. He knew Garcia, and that's it for the 4th round. Tank Davis's best round yet. And Garcia had the look on his face that he knew Davis had yet to really show him what he's got. And he got a taste of it that round. And now he knows a little bit just how good Tank is at any given moment. And he knows what he's up against now. And that left hand did land for Garcia in a sequence, but those sequences were dominated by Davis with superior head movement, timing, better hand speed, better accuracy. Here's the replays. He landed a straight left and then got his head off the line to slip what was coming back, and then he comes back up with a right hook and lands it right on the chin of Garcia. Garcia showing his chin. Just got beat by a better guy in those exchanges that time. A guy who had better reflexes, better speed, better punch placement, and harder power. So Davis extremely comfortable in there. I definitely gave that fourth round to Davis. I got a 2-1 with 1 even for Gervonta Tank Davis heading into the 5th. When he turned it up there, and those spurts are beautiful by Davis. He does fight in spurts though, but those spurts are beautiful. Here we are in round 5. Round 5, Davis in the high guard. Garcia continuing to paw with that jab from his hip. Now he tries to hook off that jab. Tank steps out of range. Tank's starting to talk to him a little bit now. Extremely comfortable is Tank. Tank lowering that right hand, not fighting in the high guard, shoulder rolling as he comes forward. Now he picks the right hand back up. Garcia keeping it composed. Keeping it very composed. Not trying to get caught up into a firefight to try to respond to Tank having a good round. Staying within himself, staying composed and into the game plan is Hector to start the 5th. 2 jabs from Tank, stepping in. They trade jabs, Tank getting closer. Tank's so much more comfortable now than Garcia. Straight left hand almost gets in for Tank. Oh, nice jab, lands for Tank. That was an up jab from Tank. Now he picks his hands back up. Closing to this straight left hand, lands for Tank, and he got his head off the line beautifully when it was coming back. A little Floyd-esque there, but out of the southpaw stance. Floyd would seemingly have all that weight on his front foot to bait you, and then he'd throw the backhand, the straight backhand shot, and then get his head down, dip his head out of the way of what was coming back, and that's what Davis did there with that straight left hand. Jab to the body by Davis. Garcia getting a little more unsure of himself now. Garcia standing right in front of Davis. Oh, eats the straight left hand over the top. Tried to time Davis and invite Davis to get off first, but Davis had the speed to get off first and then get out of the way of what was coming back while staying in the pocket. Minute left in the 5th. Ooh, Davis with a good jab as they traded jabs. Good defense by Davis tonight. Slipping away from the shots of well-placed shots by Hector too, but left uppercut to the body lands for Davis and then a straight left up top. Good chin for Hector Garcia. Took a good body shot and a good straight left hand that time and took it well. 45 seconds left in the 5th. Davis in control of the fight now. Davis getting closer to staying on top of Hector Garcia. Ooh, just off with a left uppercut. Oh, and then a left hand in close. And the referee says that one was kind of on the side of the head. Watch out for that. Davis crazy with his pulls. You guys that really know boxing, you guys know what pull counters are and pulls. His pulls are crazy right now. Oh, right hook to the body for Davis as he was swimming underneath the shots of Hector Garcia. Left uppercut lands for Davis and then a right hand on the left. And Garcia taking that shot well to end round 5. Garcia holding up to some of the bombs from Tank. Tank starting to find the mark though and is in control of this fight now after 5. 3-1 with 1 even for Gervonta Tank Davis. Garcia, class tells over time, and that's what's starting to happen. Beautiful straight left hand on the replay by Tank, and got his head off the line for what was coming back so that the straight left hand in return by Garcia didn't land. Yeah, Tank in control of the fight now. Appreciate you, Paul Maurice. Thank you, everybody, for the kind words. Getting ready for round number 6 now for Tank Davis and Hector Luis Garcia. Davis talking to people in the audience, talking with Coach Calvin Ford, doing his thing. And competitive fight in the first 2 or 3 rounds. In the last 2, Tank is taking control now. And he's in such a good zone and rhythm tonight. I don't think, Hector Luis will have to take some chances, but he's up against it right now. Here we are in the 6th. Davis starting on the back foot finally. He's been on the front foot most of the night. He starts off on the back foot. Hector Luis, definitely the taller man in there. You could just see it. But Tank, the physically stronger man, just thicker around his body and is just a stronger guy, a little Tank. Nice right hook to the body by Hector Garcia. It's power punches 29-26, actually, for Hector Garcia. Gervonta's thrown only 59 power shots through 5 rounds. 26 out of 59, 29 out of 99 for Garcia. But obviously, all power shots aren't created the same. 29 power shots from Tank Davis are going to have a bigger imprint on the judges than 29 power shots from Hector Garcia. Tank not letting his hands go to start the 6th. But Garcia definitely not comfortable taking chances right now. Not sure of himself, as comfortable as he was in the early rounds. Garcia letting go 3-4 punch combination, but good defense by Tank catching and slipping. Good left hand to the body by Garcia now. Got a left hook to the body and out of the southpaw stance. Now they fight a little bit in phone booth range, or not fight, but they're in phone booth range. Tank tries to shoot off a left and then a right hook, but good defense by Hector Garcia, tucking his chin behind his shoulder. Halfway through the 6th. You know Davis is still looking to explode with one of those spurts at any moment. Some good body work by Hector Garcia in close here. A couple of right hooks to the body. Now Davis rips off a right hook and a right uppercut and an overhand left. Big shots, but Garcia sensing the spurt this time and getting his head out of the way. Slipping shots. Good head movement that time by Hector Garcia. Oh, but a beautiful left uppercut to the body. Sets up a straight left to the head for Tank, but then he eats a right hook to the body by Hector Luis. Minute left in the round. Good jab by Tank. Misses the second jab. Stepping in behind it. Hector Luis near the corner now. Hector Luis steps over to his left. Shoots that up jab. Oh, straight left over the top of that up jab. Lands for Gervonta Tank Davis. Another straight left hand for Tank, but Hector takes it well and digs to the body with 2 or 3 punches in combination to Tank's body. 30 seconds left in the 6th. Nice jab lands for Tank. Another 2-piece to the body for Hector Garcia. I don't know if the judges will give him that much credit for this body work this round, but he's gotten some good body shots in. But Tank with a murderous left uppercut to the body back. Nice right hook to the body for Tank Davis off the pivot. Stepped over to the side and laid it in there. Now he shoots off a double jab in the left hand, but Hector Garcia, giving half of his body in that southpaw stance, got out of the way. Straight left hand just off for Tank. He throws the jab and the left hand again behind it, and that's it for round 6. Competitive round for Garcia. Better round for Garcia than rounds 4 and 5, but Davis still felt like the boss in there. But Garcia got off some good body shots. I still gave that round to Tank Davis. 4 rounds to 1 with 1 even. And we are now about to officially enter the second half of the fight. So here we go. We got 5,000 people in the chat. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Do I think it'll go the distance, Elijah Franklin? Very possible with the way Hector Garcia is responsible defensively. He's still trying to win the fight, though. So, if he still keeps open, because he's actually stood up to the power of Davis well. Davis has landed some bombs, and he's held up well. It could go the distance. It could. I still think it won't because Davis hasn't really opened up. He's had 1 or 2 spurts, but he's still waiting to give us that real. And it probably will come this round. I'm predicting Tank gives us one of those spurts here in the 7th. Here we go, round number 7. Let's see if we get one, or if Tank is going to continue to fight methodically and spurt in another round. Hector Luis getting warned for pushing off with his shoulder in the clinch there. But that's a pro move, everyone does. Double right hook for Hector Luis, and the right hook to the body gets in. Don't know if these body shots are taking an effect on Davis. He doesn't seem like it, but some good body work by Hector Luis this last round and a half. Showtime has the fight by a point for Hector Luis Garcia, and I respect Showtime for giving Garcia his credit. Part of my scoring being lopsided for Davis is I don't think judges are giving some of these rounds to Garcia, but Showtime actually has Hector Luis Garcia ahead, and they scored the first round even, just like I did. Hector Luis is getting off here in the 7th. Good right hook to the body again by Hector Luis. I got Davis ahead of this fight. Nice right hook to the body by Davis, but Hector Luis responding with 3 right hooks up top, not with the same power and force as Tank's, but he's responding. Oh, left uppercut lands for Tank, but Garcia rips 2 shots to the body again. Nice left hand over the top of Davis's jab for Garcia. Garcia landing a good left hand in the face of Tank reddening a little bit this round. Garcia getting off more often in the 7th round, having a good first half of the 7th round is Hector Luis. So Showtime scored the first round even, just like I did too. Hector shooting off a 1-2 and Tank sitting on the left uppercut counter, just missed it. Then he lands his jab, does Davis. Little over a minute left in the 7th. I think Garcia is winning this round. Left hand to the body for Garcia. They're in close. They step off, back at range. Tank coming forward. Still coming forward. Right hand low. Now he shoots a left hand over the top that lands on Garcia. Ooh, right hook lands on Garcia now, but Garcia comes back with his own right hook. Now Garcia with a right hook to the body. Davis with a left hand over the top. Garcia comes back with 2 body shots. Jab lands for Tank Davis. Fight heating up. Jab and a 1-2 by Davis. Fall a little short. Now a nice jab back by Hector Luis Garcia. 30 seconds left in the 7th. Davis falling short with a left hand. Nice shoulder roll by Garcia, keeping that chin tucked. 20 seconds left. Garcia with a nice left hand to the body of Tank as Tank tried to step in. It was a sweeping left hand to the body for Garcia. Now a jab lands for Garcia, but Tank gets out of the way of the left hand behind it. Jab to the body for Garcia. 10 seconds left. This is a Garcia round, it would appear. Left hand over the top of Tank's jab lands for Garcia. And that is it for round 7, a Garcia round. So a lot of these close rounds I'm giving to Davis. I'm giving to the A side because I don't think the judges are going to give Garcia the benefit of the doubt. But Showtime has Hector Luis ahead in this fight, and I think Hector Luis definitely won that 7th round. Yeah, but it looks like we may have a close fight on the cards. I have this fight 4 rounds to 2 with 1 even. I could see it even at 3 rounds apiece with 1 even. I personally got Tank ahead 4 rounds to 2 with 1 even, but I'd have no problem with 3 rounds apiece with 1 even. So it's a competitive fight heading into the 8th round for Gervonta Davis. Yep, here we go. Man. Let's see. Garcia been very composed, hasn't been in over his head. It looked like Davis in rounds 4 and 5 was gaining control of the fight. But then in 6, he didn't do much. And then in the 7th, Garcia won that round. So here we are in the 8th. Garcia touched that nice touch left hand by Davis. Sometimes these straight left hands from Davis don't have full power on them. They're the touch left hands where you take something off of it to touch the guy. A couple of more touch left. Oh, right uppercut lands for Hector Luis Garcia on the inside as Davis was touching him up with left hands up top. Now a 2-piece to the body by Davis, but Garcia returns fire up top with a left hand. Garcia gets underneath the right hook by Davis. Good action heating up now. Garcia running his hands, letting his hands go. Oh, Davis lands a left uppercut and there's a fight breaking out in the audience big time that has everyone running around. And now both fighters are distracted by the fight going on in the audience. Hey, guys, you got to keep fighting. The referee calls a timeout. And the referee's calling. I've never seen this before. The referee and the fighters are calling a time over a fight breaking out at ringside. And I don't know. Steven Espinoza and Gary Russell are in the middle of this thing. Whatever is going on, it looks like Gary Russell is in the middle of it. Let me try to turn the volume up maybe to hear what's going. But the fight in the 8th round has been halted for a minute, suspended for a minute, as a bunch of stuff is going on ringside. And I've never seen the fighters themselves and the referee themselves stop the action because of a fight ringside. Maybe they thought someone had a firearm or had a gun, and they tried to get him out of there. Maybe that's why. But literally, the broadcast, the Showtime broadcast right now, has its camera in the audience. And I don't know exactly what is going on here. The Russell brothers are caught in the middle of this. Steven Espinoza is in there. Kenny Porter is in there. I don't know what has happened to cause this. Looks like some teams are getting escorted out. Is that... that might be Jaron Ennis's team. It looks like that might be the team of Boots Ennis being escorted out of the arena Man, this is such a... Okay, and now the fight is back on. Now let's get back to the fight that matters. Round 8, 2 minutes left in this round, and the fight is back on after that stop in action. It was good. The fight is heating up now, too, by the way. Double right hook for Garcia. Right hook to the body. Jab to the body by Garcia. He has been working that body. Davis is a slick guy up top, so he's touching that body as much as he can. They trade jabs. Davis coming forward, but Davis has been getting touched up these last couple rounds now. Jab gets in for Hector Luis. Davis comes in, closes the distance, touches him with a straight left hand in the clinch. Ref breaks him up halfway through the 8th round. Davis talking to Garcia. Garcia running his hands, but Davis accurate. Nails 2 body shots. A right hook, a left hook to the body for Davis, and then a straight left hand up top. Superior accuracy and head movement by Davis in that exchange. And again, 1 body shot from Davis is almost equal to 5 or 10 from Garcia because they come with such explosiveness. Jab lands for Davis now. Davis stepping over to his right, using more angles now when he punches. Not just coming in on the straight line. Now he comes in on the straight line. Now he steps off to his right a little bit. Now he's coming over in the straight line. Hands not high. That right hand is low for Davis. Shoots a 1-2 over the top. Garcia running his hands back. Gets a right hook to the body. Davis's punches looking like they got more steam on them than Garcia right now. Maybe, straight left hand lands for Garcia and a beautiful combination straight left hand for Tank. Right hook to the body, straight left up top for Tank. That was a beautiful sequence. Straight left hand lands again for Tank. Garcia showing a chin. They trade right hooks, and Garcia ate that right hook pretty good. Garcia inaccurate up top. Davis with good head movement. Davis staying in front of Garcia, cutting that distance. Oh, left hand over the top lands on Garcia. Garcia's hurt. Right uppercut lands for Davis and a left hand over the top again. Garcia hurt with 10 seconds left in the 8th. Right hook lands for Tank. Garcia still on bad legs a little bit. Tank missing with the right hook. Garcia returning fire with the left, but Davis hits him back with a left hand, and that's it for round 8. Garcia was hurt for the first time, and he tries to dog Tank as Tank walks back to his corner. But Garcia finally got buzzed. Let's take a look at the replay to see exactly just what shot it was. But Garcia got buzzed. Beautiful accuracy on the power shots of Tank. He doesn't throw a lot of shots, but good head movement. He knows how to nail. You guys are both opening up. He's going to nail you and get his head off the line. And he's very offense to defense, defense to offense. So good stuff. Garcia not badly hurt at the end of that round, but was buzzed. Let's see what punch it was. Straight left hand. Oh, man, he's showing a good chin tonight because some of these shots are landing on the button, and he's still standing. Man, yeah, straight left hand, and he took it. Another straight left hand, knocked his head up. What a right hook to the body. Straight left. Man, that's beautiful. That's just how you want to throw it as a fighter in terms of punch placement. Right hook to the body, straight left hand up top. Very good stuff by Tank. Very good stuff. And a hell of a chin by Hector Garcia. Because some of these and that's it. And they have halted the fight. They've called it. Hector Garcia will not make it out of the corner for the 9th round. I don't know if that's Bob Santos or if that's Hector Garcia. And the backflip from Gervonta Davis off the top rope. It'll be Garcia has retired on his stool and won't make it out for the 9th round. It's a TKO 9 and RTD 9 for Gervonta Tank Davis tonight. Good effort, good boxing by Hector Garcia. Not exactly sure if it was the coach, if it was his own decision in the corner. Didn't take a whole lot of punishment, did Hector Luis, but he was buzzed heading back to his corner after that 8th round. Maybe Bob Santos felt, you know what? We've had a pretty good showing through 8 rounds with Tank Davis. We've held our own. Maybe it's about to get ugly. Let's pull the plug now, and my guy will be 100% fresh going forward. But that's it. Tank Davis, he gets the stoppage. Garcia unable to make it out of his corner, and that's it, man. Davis gets to 28-0 with 26 knockouts. Good stuff. Although Garcia held up, Davis was not a one-punch knockout artist tonight by any means. He landed about 20 to 30 bombs on this guy, flush to the body, to the head, and Garcia held up, never touched the canvas, was buzzed in the final round, but So Tank wasn't a one-punch knockout artist tonight. He ran into a guy who had some height to him. Wasn't a natural 35-pounder, but had the frame and the height to put the weight on comfortably from 30 to 35. And he held up to the power well, man. He held up to the power well, did Hector Luis Garcia. Tank going back to the corner of Hector Luis to embrace him once more, give another hug to his opponent. I don't know if there was an injury. Hector Luis still has been sitting in the corner the entire time. But again, Davis, man, he does not throw a lot of punches, but he is one of the most accurate punchers in the sport. No doubt about it. He has great placement on his shots. Compare his punch placement to Boots in the co-main event is so much more superior. I got to give credit to Tank for that. The way he knows how to punch placement, place the body shot to set up the head shot, to work the levels of the... He definitely showed, he was better at that than Boots Ennis in the co-main event tonight. The best fighter on the card, hands down, was Gervonta Davis tonight. He deserved that main event slot. He to my eyes, was the best skilled and most elite fighter on the card tonight. He was expected to win. He won. I'm not sold that him and Ryan really is next, knowing Ryan's history, knowing that De La Hoya probably doesn't really want to send his kid in there in a fight he doesn't think he'll win. So I'm skeptical that we're really going to get Ryan and Tank next. But if we do get Tank and Ryan next, I got to take Tank, because these fights continue to make him more savvy and experienced. And he fights on a comfort level in this big stage now that you can only get from fighting there several times. And he has now. He's more comfortable than ever on this level. And he's more savvy and more intelligent as a fighter now than he was when he was younger. Ryan Garcia has never been in one single world title fight. He's never fought quite on a stage like he will when he fought Davis. Ryan Garcia's his gifts in speed and power, and the fact that he's a naturally bigger man by a lot in terms of height over Tank, definitely give him a chance to knock Tank out. But I think the betting favorite, obviously, is Gervonta. That's the guy I would definitely pick. I don't count Ryan out. You can't teach size, you can't teach speed, and you can't teach punching power. And Ryan was blessed with all three. So you can't count him out. But Tank has two of those three things. He doesn't have size like Ryan, although he's a physically stronger guy. He's not as tall. But he has the speed and power just like Ryan. But unlike Ryan, he has all the savvy and the experience, and he's more skilled than him. He's a better defensive fighter. He moves his head better off the line. I got to go with Tank Davis. And he's a guy that figures you out. He does him and Lomachenko, they don't throw any fucking punches the first 2 or 3 rounds, but they figure you out. And I got to give the edge. I got to pick Tank against Ryan. Still a good fight, but if Tank beats Ryan, his people and his fans are going to say you're hating if you still don't 1,000,000% crown him. I crown him as one of the best talents in boxing. I crown him as a top 10 pound-for-pound fighter in boxing. But to really crown him, he's got to take the crown, and that's from Devin Haney. Beating Ryan Garcia probably is a bigger fight money-wise, but you still ain't the best. You can't say you're the best fighter in the division. If you want to say that, you got to get through them to be the man. Woo! You got to beat the man, and you're the man at the box office. And if you beat Ryan, that'll only further cement you as the man at the box office. And it is called prize fighting at the end of the day, right? They want to you're fighting for money more than belts, but you ain't the man. Devin Haney at 135 is the man. And I know a lot of you feel like Tank could beat him, could win that fight by knockout. I got Devin in that fight, because Devin one day is going to be a full-fledged welterweight with those long arms. And so, but Tank, super accurate, incredible offense to defense, defense to offense, transitioning, incredible punch placement, speed and power. He's one of the best in the business. Some swelling on the left eye of Tank, some swelling, some reddening on the left eye. Let's hear what he's saying now in the post-fight. Oh, so Hector Garcia couldn't see any longer out of his right eye, and that's why he's saying he wouldn't come out. Tank says he still got some things to work on. everything, saying everything. Just waiting to hear what Gervonta got to say here. So, chat, get it in now. Chat, I want you to tell me, because I tweeted this like half a year ago. I said Tank and Devin is the Crawford Spence of the lightweight division, and what I meant by that was they're the two best in the division. It's eventually going to be a fight that everyone demands. They don't know it yet, I think, but everyone pretty soon is going to demand Devin and Tank the way they demanded Crawford and Spence. And just like Crawford and Spence, it's going to be super fucking hard to actually make it a reality because they're on two different promotional plans and all that. So, but just like Crawford and Spence, it's going to be the fight everyone eventually is going to want to see in that division to decide the supremacy. Let's hear. Tank said he's ready for anyone. Wanted Ryan X, of course. But who do you guys got in the chat? Do y'all got Gervonta Davis or Devin Haney? I got Haney. I got the kid's almost is 5'9", super long, great jab. I think he'll win behind those attributes. Tank could win that fight. He has the positioning and the skills to create a knockout, but in order to do that, you got to throw some punches, and he don't throw a lot of punches, man. So I think that fight could get away from him on the cards with Haney. I don't think fighting in spurts will do it. Let's see. Tank, Haney, Tank, Haney. Again, guys, Tank's got to knock him out. He's not gonna with the amount of punches he throws per round. Tank's got to knock Devin out, and he can. He's capable of it, but I don't think he ultimately would. I think Devin would keep it too long behind the jab, and Davis would have to cut the distance and step in, and he knows how to step in at the right with good timing and power, all that. He's got it, but he's going to have to be more active if he fought someone like Haney. And you know, he is what he is at 28, 29. I don't think he's all of a sudden going to start throwing 50, 60, 70 punches around. Leo Santa Cruz made him work more. But I got Haney, man. I got Haney. Hadriel Heredia says Haney has a suspect chin. You could definitely argue that, looking at the Linares fight. And maybe Tank, like Deontay Wilder, just needs to be perfect for one round to win that fight. But let's see. Actually, in a weird way, I actually think that Haney is a tougher fight for Tank than Devin. I think Devin's a tougher fight for Tank than Shakur is, because Shakur is the same size as Tank. And all that and Shakur don't move as much as Devin. Devin is more rangy. He's up on his feet. Shakur takes his half steps. He doesn't use a lot of excessive motion. He's half steps to the side, pivot. Devin will get on those legs and move behind the jab, and you'll never get in range. And I think that they both started at Shakur started at 26 and Davis started at 30, whereas Devin started at 35 and he's going to wind up at 47. So I think physically they're the same size, Shakur and Tank, and I actually think Haney's a tougher fight in large part because of his size, to go along with all the slickness and the skills that Shakur also brings to the table. But Devin's a bigger guy than Shakur. Chris Style says, you bugging out. Shakur beats Haney and Tank same day. Everybody says that, man. Everybody got Shakur over Haney and Tank, and I don't. I love in the ring. I love all three guys, but I don't know. I got Haney over Tank and Shakur. And listen to what I'm saying. Who's going to be the welterweight one day? Not Shakur, not Tank. I mean, maybe Tank will have a fight at welterweight, but Devin is going to be a welterweight, like 5'9". He's going to rehydrate to 160. He's going to be a legit welterweight. These guys are little guys, you know, and I think when the skills are just about even across the board, the bigger guy, the longer guy is going to have an edge there. So that does it. Tank back. All the judges, by the way, had Davis way up. So see what I mean? See why Showtime had Davis only up a point, but the official scorecards had him way ahead. Do you see why in the chat I wasn't giving rounds to Garcia? Sometimes if it's really I'm always going to give you the round if you won the round. But if it's really close and it really is a swing round, a lot of times I'll score that round to keep you guys on track for the guy that the judges will probably score for. And that was Tank, all those close rounds. I knew they were giving them to Tank. I knew there was no way they were giving some close rounds to Hector Garcia. Sure enough, they didn't. But yeah, man, that does it for the card, man. I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you guys got some stuff you want to talk about before I get out of here, I'm all ears. Haney couldn't finish Kambosos, says Jay Do. Yeah, but he wouldn't finish Tank. He'd beat him by decision. I'm not saying he stops Tank Davis. Tank has that fear factor that will make Devin hesitate. No, he's got the fear factor that'll make Devin fight behind the jab and not exchange with him. And if it's that kind of fight, a tense fight where both guys are boxing at range and it's behind the jab, that fight favors Devin. Tank's got to go and get him. And Tank knows how to cut distance. He showed that against Barrios. He did it against Hector at times, but he hasn't had to do it against a constant busy jab. I got Haney, man, but we'll see. Actually, we probably won't see. Assad R. Speedy Ellis got done hard. I agree. I thought Rashidi Ellis won the fight tonight. I thought he won 8 or 9 rounds. You never want to get dropped twice in the 12th round. Things could go crazy for you on the scorecards, and they did. But I thought Rashidi won that fight too. Tough break for him. KD says Tank is a baby Tyson. I think that's fair. I think he throws his uppercuts like Tyson. I think he throws his right hook to the body like Tyson used to dig to the body. And he has upper body movement, and he's a physically shorter guy than everybody's fighting like Mike Tyson. And he doesn't throw a whole lot of punches per round like Mike Tyson. And he's got outside of the ring problems like Mike Tyson. Haney, Pacquiao? Oh, come on. We're going crazy now. We can't, Manny Pacquiao is one of the greatest fighters of all time. Let Devin prove himself. Counselor Ace, Haney, no freaking way beats Tank. Why no freaking way? Hector Garcia, Leo Santa Cruz, Mario Barrios, Rolly Romero were able to bank rounds against Tank Davis. So would Devin Haney. So it's not. Lou Memorabilia, what's your thoughts on Villa's upset over Ellis? Did they take too long to score on the card? They did take forever to score on the cards. My man Samson Leakowitz got some pull on Showtime these days. I don't know. I really feel like I got Shakur to clear out the 135-pound class as Chris Style. Chris, I feel like most people in boxing feel like you do. They all pick Shakur as the guy over Haney and Tank, and he's the guy with the medal, right? He's the guy with the Olympic pedigree. But I just think Haney's being still a little undervalued here because he's not getting knockouts and things like that. He didn't medal as an amateur like Shakur did. He's not a knockout artist like Davis is. But what he is that neither one of them are is the undisputed champion. And unlike them, he's going to be a full-fledged welterweight one day. So the Counselor A says, dude, you know nothing about boxing. I mean, if I knew nothing about boxing, I wouldn't even know who Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, and Gervonta Davis are. I wouldn't. These aren't. But anyways, that's how you feel. That's how you feel, champ. Anyone knows what happened outside of the ring? I'll be checking on the site, man. I'll be checking here on Fight Hype. I know our guys were ringside tonight. Marvin Campbell said Haney is boring. Marvin, though, they said that about Mayweather. They said that at times about Chris Bird. It's not always, it's about winning the fight at the end of the day. Vavoka 40. You let Tank hurt Haney like Linares did. Indeed, if he hits Devin the way Jojo Diaz and Jorge Linares did, it's going to be a problem. He might knock Devin clean out. But that wasn't champion Devin. You guys ever heard of the phrase, you become 50% better as a champion? And Devin was 22 years old when he got hurt by Linares, 23 when he fought Diaz. You start to hit your real prime in your mid to late 20s, and so he's ascending. And defensively, he's gotten hit less his last 2 fights. And so he's getting better. So it's not as easy to crack him with those shots as it was when Linares fought him. And Linares had to walk through 8 or 9 rounds of punishment waiting on his shot, knowing this kid hadn't been to deep waters at that kind of championship level yet, and he took his shot and he landed it. Maybe Tank does knock Devin out, but I got Haney in that fight, behind his jab, behind his length. That's not always what sells fights. That's not always what makes the highlight reel. But the jab is the most important punch in boxing, and Devin has a better jab than Tank, and he knows how to keep him on the outside with it. We'll see. Let's see. Does Loma stack up against any of these guys? I think Loma's best days are behind him. I don't think he beats any of these young guys these days. Justin De La Cruz says, stop dick riding Haney. Okay, I'm all done. I'm done. I made my point. I got you, Justin. Yo, Drake Bell. Tank cooks Haney in under 6 rounds. Couldn't even KO Gamboa. So he cooks Haney in under 6 rounds, but he didn't cook Hector Luis Garcia in under 6 rounds. He didn't cook Mario Barrios in under 6 rounds. And the Gamboa you're clowning about that he couldn't KO as a contender prospect, not as a champion. Like when Tank fought him as a full-fledged, in his mid-20s, in his prime, world champion, what's it called? He didn't knock Gamboa out with 1 leg in under 6 rounds. But he's going to knock Devin Haney out. You guys falling in love with the power. You know what? But I mean, he's got a lot more than power. He's got great positioning and punch placement, hand speed. But maybe he does, man. But I got Haney. Let me ask you guys this: how are you so confident that this man would beat Devin Haney when Devin Haney beat him as a teenager, when he was a kid, and Tank was a grown man, and they had to fight till someone quit with Floyd Mayweather watching, and Tank quit first? You don't think that plays a psychological edge in this matchup just a little bit? Yeah, it's sparring, whatever. The kid was a teenager. You were a grown man, and that plays a little in the back of there too. Tank stopped Barrios, but Thurman couldn't. Come on, you're hating. Tank stopped Barrios because Tank is a great talent, is an elite fighter, one of the top 10 pound-for-pound fighters in the world. Just because I think another top 10 pound-for-pound fighter can beat him doesn't mean I'm hating. I picked the longer boxer, the kid with the better jab. It's not about hating. This is what I talked about earlier when we started this live stream. I talked about how everything, we're soft now. Everything that gets construed is hating. You can't have any opinion on nothing about it. Let's see here. Because Devin Haney has no power. How's he going to keep him off of him? They said that about Floyd. How's he going to keep him off of him? Trust me, accuracy, they sting. It's enough to keep a guy honest. But we're doing all this talk, and the sad part is we know we're not going to get that fight anytime soon. And Tank Garcia right now, Ryan Garcia is the bigger box office fight. And I think Tank's going to do his thing and win that fight. That is a great fight still. But the Crawford Spence of this division is Tank and Dev. And I don't think it'll be that I don't think it'll take that long. It won't be. I think by this time next year, the buzz for that fight will have really began. So we'll see. What would it take to shave my hair? A lot of money. Someone would have to offer me a lot of. I like my long hair, man. I'm like Samson from the Bible. I'm not trying to cut it. They will be 30 when they fight. Well, Tank's already almost 30. Ali Shokurai, Tank got pulled off of Devin the first sparring session. Don't lie and tell the full story. Come on. Well, there you go. Just included that in there. Haney could be winning the fight, but Tank's power is just ridiculous. Absolutely that could happen. It could just take one sequence, one left hand to badly hurt Devin, and then Tank gets him out of there, and Devin can't recover. We saw it took him forever to recover against Linares. Don't get me wrong. Tank could win that fight, but the only way he wins that fight is by knockout. He doesn't throw enough punches per round. Haney is too busy behind his jab, too active, gets off first. Haney's going to win if that fight goes to a decision. If it's a knockout, it's Tank. If it goes to the cards, it's Haney. I think it's going to ultimately go to the cards. But, again, it's all hypothetical. This shit ain't going to happen anytime soon, and that's the problem with boxing. Rap Music Theory said Devin's jab isn't enough. Yeah, but in the Kambosos rematch, Rap Music Theory, you saw the arsenal come more complete behind the jab. He started walking Kambosos into right hands and uppercuts, couple of check left hooks. So he has more beyond the jab. It's just everything comes off that jab. You build everything off that jab. It's the most important punch in boxing. Even Floyd, who wasn't like he had a great jab, but he wasn't a jabber. He wasn't doubling, tripling it up, throwing 30 jabs around. But that jab to the body he still had a great jab. It was the key. Ali, that was his best punch. Larry Holmes, and so the knockouts sell, but that jab. What's the old phrase in boxing, fellas? A good right hand will take you down the block, but a jab will take you around the whole world. So Dre Handy says we have a Haney fan hosting. I covered Devin as a teenager, and I called it that he'd be undisputed champion. People kind of scoffed at that. He became undisputed champion. I'm calling my shot. It's not so much dick riding Devin because to be transparent with you folks at home, that camp has gotten mad at me sometimes because I refuse to be the biased guy that you're claiming I am. So they've gotten upset with me about that. I'm just calling my shot. I'm just saying it before everyone says it, that he's going to be the last guy standing between the crop of Tio, Tank, Shakur, himself, and Ryan, but I just think things like jab and length, it's not sexy. That's not what sells pay-per-views, but it can win you a lot of fights. Floyd was at 5'8", still had longer arms than everyone he fought, and was so hard to hit. And Devin brings some of that. He ain't Floyd, but he brings a lot of that to the table. So, damn, y'all made me impart with some personal information that I didn't even, just because I'm not. Everyone says fuck what people think. I'm not like that. It's easy to get to me. You could get under my skin and make me want to prove myself that I'm this or I'm that, and so that's what that was. But Tank is not Kambosos. No, he's absolutely not Kambosos. He's a much, much more dangerous fighter than Kambosos. Tank's a beast, but I give the edge to Haney. Let's see. Did I think Rashidi lost that fight, Jeremiah? No, I had Rashidi winning, but I can't call it a robbery because Villa came on strong in the championship rounds. He won some of those rounds in the second half, and then the 2 knockdowns in the 12th fight that tightens up the scorecards. But I thought Rashidi won the fight. Who do I have, Benavidez or Bivol? I don't have a pick because we haven't. I don't want to pick Benavidez when he hasn't even had a fight at 175. He's got his business at 68 to handle. I heard Benavidez got the better of him in sparring. Brandon Boinks. Kambosos is really good. I got him over Tank and Loma. Braden, I feel like you're trolling. I feel like you don't really mean that. Jonathan Crocker, I appreciate you, brother. Again, Dreco Forbes, you're making my point. Haney isn't a monster. Name a fight he broke an eye socket. It's not about. It ain't about if you broke his eye socket. If after 12 rounds are over and you've won 7 or 8 of them and he's only won 5 or 4, you get your hands raised. You don't gotta break the other guy's eye socket. You don't gotta put him to sleep. You don't gotta knock him out. How many eye sockets did Floyd Mayweather break? And did he ever lose a fight? And I'm not one of these guys whose boxing knowledge only extends to Floyd and he's TBE. And full disclosure, I don't think he's TBE. I still got Sugar Ray Robinson, But Haney reminds me of Floyd. He is the closest Kobe Bryant to Floyd's Michael Jordan, in today's in today's sport. Let's see. Steve Young. Blue can't agree that Boots ain't ready. It's just that Russian guy just wasn't one of them. To be honest, Spence and Cробham would have had the same problem. Steve Young, I love you. Shout out for the for your handle, brother, because you know it's 49er Nation over here. And I got the Steve Young jersey in the back. Actually, what jersey is this here? I got to clean my room. We got the TO jersey. So remember when Steve Young threw that in the wild card game against the Packers, threw that touchdown pass? I was 7. I watched it live to TO. But anyways, where's my man at with the 5? Oh, I lost. Okay, here it is. Where are you at? They would have had the same problem. To be honest with you, though, Steve Young, and I love Boots, and I haven't sold none of my stock. You can't have none of my shares. I'm keeping all of them. But Spence for sure would have got that guy out of there, Shukajan, because Spence, unlike Boots, knows how to cut that ring off, and he knows how to place those body shots in, below the elbow, around the elbow, up the center to the solar plexus. Better punch placement by Errol Spence, and he's a more active fighter. He's going to throw if you want to bullshit, he's going to throw 70, 80, 90 punches in a round, and he's going to come behind a jab that's constant, that's accurate, and he would have got Shukajan out of there. Styles make fights. He would have got Shukajan out of there. I think Crawford would have got Shukajan out of there too, because nobody goes the distance with Terrence Crawford anymore. No one's went the distance with him since 2016. So I haven't sold none of my boot stock, but I do think Errol and Terrence would have got Shukajan out of there tonight. Boots didn't know how to cut the ring off, really. Sometimes his defense was leaky because he'll rely on those reflexes in the shoulder roll, but the chin's not tucked. The chin's a little exposed. And then it's not like he keeps the right glove right there to block this and then chuck the chin under the left shoulder. The chin's not tucked, and sometimes that hands isn't placed there. He's just relying on his athleticism to get out of the way of shots. There's some things he's got to work on, and he finally got to go the distance, which he needed in his career. But tonight wasn't impressive. It wasn't impressive for Boots, but I'm not selling none of my shares. I know Styles make fights, and he kind of had like his Murad Hakar in front of him tonight. Nate's Classic, much love to you, man. Thank you. Said Nate's Classic, donating the 10, saying, I like this guy. Thank you for the commentary. I'll be back around. Thank you, Nate. Be happy to have you back around. We do all the big fights live, round by round. Sometimes I'm ringside. Sometimes I'm chilling at the office. But regardless, we always have these round by rounds. Not everybody can order the fight. Sometimes people are at work. Sometimes people do order the fight, but for whatever reason, they don't like the commentary. They'd rather hear what we got to say. But yeah, thank you, everyone. Haney versus Young Oscar. Who wins? Oscar. It's there. Are you guys? Where was my man saying I was doing all the Haney D writing? You see how quick I said Oscar? Oscar. Let's see. Demetrius versus Morrell. Demetrius has seen better days. He's still good. Haney versus Young Oscar. Who wins? Or pretty boy. Floyd and Oscar still. Do I do strictly boxing commentary? I don't do MMA. Couldn't tell you nothing about MMA. Just a boxing guy. So yeah, I never did MMA. Appreciate the question though. Ryan's getting knocked out in April. That's if the fight actually happens, brother. That's if the fight. I'm not convinced that fight happens. We'll see. Hopefully it does. It's a big fight. It's an exciting fight, and it's gonna end in a knockout. I think Tank wins. So it's a hell of a fight. But one thing though, again, I'm getting out in front of it. If Tank knocks out Ryan, great job. That's awesome. But I don't want to hear that you're hating if you still haven't crowned him like king of lightweight. Beating Ryan's going to be big business at the box office. It's going to make him a bigger mainstream star, and it's a big win against a dangerous kid. But Ryan ain't never even won a world title. In today's boxing, where everybody has a world title, he has never even fought in a world title fight. So if Tank knocks out Ryan, isn't he doing what he's supposed to do at 28 years old, having been in a dozen title fights against a younger kid who's never been in the title? Isn't he supposed to spark him out? If Tank really wants to prove he's great and not just a great talent and not just a contemporary elite fighter, if he wants to be a real great, he's going to have to knock off Shakur or Devin or both. You know what I mean? Those are the real elite fighters. Ryan could be elite, but he hasn't proven it yet like Devin and Shakur have. So I'm saying it now. I'm not hating. Ryan and Tank, great fight, great style matchup, gonna end in a knockout, good for boxing. Good to get boxing that desperately needed mainstream appeal. But Tank ain't the king if he knocks out Ryan. He did what he was supposed to do, and he deserves credit for that. You should still get credit for doing what you're supposed to do, right? Because you damn sure are going to get criticized for not doing it. But that's all I'm saying. So, and then Haney may have to realize, Devin Haney may have to realize, all those hoops you jumped through because you wanted what George Kambosos wanted. You were willing to say, I fight on this network, DAZN, but I'm going to go to this network, ESPN. I'm going to sign with Bob Arum. I really only want to sign for one fight, but they're forcing me to sign multiple fights. Okay, I'll do it because he has those 4 belts, and I want those 4 belts, right? Mission accomplished. He did that. He might have to do it all over again for Gervonta Davis. Why would I do that? I'm Devin Haney. I have all the belts. Well, just like you wanted something George had, which was the belts, don't you want what Tank has, which is fame, which is the rappers know who he is, the ball players know who he is. He sells out the arena. Surely, Devin, of course you want just that, not just the belts and half-filled arenas in America and some of the ball players, some of the rap. No, you want that juice. You like in the movie, Pac and Juice, right? Who you got the juice. He's got the belts, but if he wants the juice, he may have to jump through hoops for Tank Davis just like he jumped through for George Kambosos. I got to go to Showtime. I got to sign with Al Heyman. It's got to be multiple fights. All right, fuck it, because I want that juice. I want that respect from the mainstream, from the world. I got the belts, but I want the money, and I want the clout and the juice. And he may, realistically, because once you become an undisputed champion like Devin, that ego deservedly gets bigger, and you go, no, I did that when I was a young man who was hungry. As a paid multimillionaire champion, I am not jumping through hoops for anybody anymore. I'm the champion. Okay, Devin, but if you really want to fight Tank and you want to accumulate his fan base and make it absorb it into the Devin Haney fan base, you probably got to jump through hoops like he did for Kambosos. You got to go to his network. You got to take a multiple fight with PBC, and that's what's going to happen to make that fight realistically happen. So, who is faster, Tank or Ryan? I mean, pure just probably maybe Ryan by a hair, but Tank's speed is more meaningful because he's basically just as fast and he has better timing than Ryan. He has more of a punch arsenal than Ryan. Ryan has an underutilized right hand, doesn't use his jab, has a good right hand, doesn't use it enough, doesn't use his jab at all, and relies on that left hook. Tank is a legit body puncher with both hands. He has a big right hook. He has a big uppercut from both hands, and he has the brick. He has the straight shot. So he's got more arsenal than Ryan. So Frank Martin versus Keyshawn Davis. Ooh-wee. Keyshawn, talk about the dark horse versus the thoroughbred, right? Keyshawn's the thoroughbred, the Olympian, but that dark horse that's kind of come out of nowhere. I knew he was coming because I saw him spar Tank in 2020, Frank Martin. Oof. This ain't the amateurs no more. This is the pro game. And Frank Martin is the more ready and seasoned pro right now. I think Keyshawn's got the better potential, the better upside. I think Keyshawn, when he maxes out as a pro, he'll be better than Frank Martin. But Frank got more grown man strength than Keyshawn right now. He's older than Keyshawn. I think you got to give the edge to Martin right now. It's the pros now. I think 2 years from now, a year from now, Keyshawn probably. But yeah, no, Haney isn't the A side. That's what. Danielle Jokos, hey, shout out to you, Daniel. Have a good time down there in Brisbane, Australia. Thank you, man. Draco Forbes, I'm done. Bring up something else. Go ahead. Throw another topic my way. Tyson Fury versus Usyk. Who wins? Tyson Fury, Michael Hall. Because, I don't mean to just disrespect Usyk like that, but come on. I mean, a good big man beats a good smaller man, right? Steve Cunningham told me he thinks Usyk will win that fight because Igis Klimas won't allow a referee that's going to allow Tyson to do what he did with Wilder, leaning on him, putting him in the headlock and punching him sometimes. But I just think Fury, I think their skills are comparable. They're both excellent boxers, but one guy happens to be almost 7 feet tall, so he should win the fight. The Serrano is this man? Shout out to Amanda Serrano and Cindy Serrano and Coach Serrano. I have a feeling this is Coach. Is this you, Coach? Donating the $5. Thank you, brother, for the shout out and the $5. So shout out to Amanda Serrano, Puerto Rico's only 8 division champ. What are your thoughts on Rashidi as a fighter? Do you think him and Romain Villa should play with the big boys? I don't think either one's Villa is a threat to the big boys. I don't. I still like Rashidi. I still thought up until he got dropped, he looked like a top 10 welterweight, not a top 5 welterweight, but a top 10 welterweight, and a guy who's a live body against the top guys. But no, I don't think. I think Villa is too slow. He's tough and rugged, but he would come in and a guy like Terrence Crawford would just pick him apart. Absolutely pick him apart. I think Boots. Ennis would look much better against Villa's style than Shukajan's style. So I think Boots would even look better maybe against Rashidi's style, because Rashidi's going to try and win the fight, not just come to survive. But Rashidi, he hasn't been active because of promotional problems, and you could see that inactivity show up in the championship rounds. He was winded. If he was able to be as fresh in the championship rounds as he was in the first half, he'd have won a clean sweep, a shutout. So I think forget them talking about the big boys. They need to fight each other again, because Villa, a lot of people thought Rashidi won that fight, and then Rashidi did let the fight get away from him. So before he talks about Ennis or any of that, they should just run that fight back, Villa and Rashidi Ellis. And I think Rashidi could win that rematch. Haney at 140, how does Haney do? I think he'll do better because he's going to rehydrate and be bigger at 140 than at 135. Kelly Storm, hell yeah, go Yankees. All right. Keyshawn is funny as fuck. Yeah, Keyshawn has a great personality, Keyshawn Davis. Mike Tyson thinks Usyk will beat Fury. Fury was named after Mike, so he wouldn't be too happy about Mike's opinion. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I got to see that, Michael Hall. I got to check that clip out of Mike picking Usyk. Maybe Mike sympathizing with the shorter guy. I don't know. No, I think Mike, if Mike's saying it, it's not for any particular reason other than he thinks he would win the fight. So I got to check it out. Haney versus Regis. Who wins? Oof, it's a tough fight. I give it to Haney, but I'll go Haney. Behind the jab, behind the length. Sharp shooting Regis up the center. Regis gets a little wide with his shots. He gets wide with his shots, does Regis. But it's okay because he's not trying to throw every shot perfect. Some of them wide shots are the shots you get when guys like Devin are pulling out. So you can't catch them with the straight shot because they're pulling out and it falls short. But Regis knows how to throw those looping power shots, over the top. That come, if you try to pull straight back, they kind of like Maidana did to Floyd a couple times, and they come crashing down at a certain angle. So Regis is a problem at 140. Obviously, I mean he's got the glamour belt. If Teofimo would have fought Regis, I always favored Teo over Regis. Fell in love a little bit with these super talented young guys, this crop. But if Teo would have showed up like he did against Sandor Martin against Regis would have beat him. But I think Devin could sharpshoot Regis through the center of Regis's wider shots, clubbing shots. Regis is a big puncher. He could definitely hurt Haney. But I think Devin would sharpshoot him through the center and keep it safe. Boots versus Josh Taylor. Boots. Justin, yes, I'm sold. Yard versus Beterbiev. I got Beterbiev. I still don't know what happened in the crowd. Let me see our site, FightHype.com or YouTube.com/FightHype. Did any of our boys on the ground get to the bottom of what it was that happened at ringside? I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check the old FightHype site. Let me see. Gary Russell watches Gervonta Davis. Nah, nothing yet. I have a feeling the boys at the fight are going to get us something as it relates to that ringside fight, though. And we're live, too. We're live. My boys are live at the post-fight press conference. Yep, I see it. Sweet. All right, how about that, guys? Hey, you guys have been awesome. How about everyone go ahead, jump off. Go ahead and jump off the live chat and go ahead and head over to my guys down at Boots on the Ground in Washington, D.C. We are live here on Fight Hype at the post-fight press conference for Tank Davis. I'm going to go check it out along with the rest of you, I hope. Thank you, everyone, for the love, for joining us for the round by round. Love doing this for you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. And, yeah, baby. Oh, okay. All right, that's enough. Let's not make me look silly now. You guys have a great night. Hope holidays were great. And hope we have a big 2023 on Fight Hype, giving everyone some really